Hey, welcome back to Supernova Comic Con 2025 Virtual Expo. This is day 3, and I'm so excited for what we got coming today. We've got the anthologies, we've got distribution, we've got some more trivia lined up for you, so stick around for an incredible day. We'll see you inside.
Let me swap that over here. There we go. Howdy, howdy. How is everybody doing today? Oh my God. Is my delay gone?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Okay, good. I had a delay for a second because I was like, I had too many streams going on. But welcome to Supernova Comic Con 2025 Virtual Expo. And our first guest we're getting set up right now is Christian Alois, who's going to be doing a design workshop. It's going to be awesome. Just trying to get him in here to the studio. Let's see. Join. Cool. Yep. So we'll be getting him in here in a second. It's going to be awesome. As you heard from the previous video, we've got a bunch of awesome panels lined up for today, so it's going to be exciting. Let's see, where is he at here? Cool. We're looking for him. Let me see. Where's the? Let me get in here real quick. See where he's at. And what's he doing? Oh, joining over here. My computer's probably freaking out because I'm joining two streams. Hey, you got to join StreamYard. We're over there on StreamYard. Can you hear me? Yeah, you got to join StreamYard on your computer. Oh, because your camera's on here. You got to turn your camera off on here. Yeah, because it can only feed to one at a time. Yeah. If you refresh that page, it should work. I just realized, Greg, because you can't hear him, right? It's not like coming through.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, it's fine. Oh no, Greg, because Greg's in StreamYard, and we're live. Everybody's looking at that one person that was watching right now. we had 10 people watching our intro, where it's just a timer. You talk about for stream? Just join StreamYard. We'll figure it out after. I don't even see you in there. Like you're not in there at all for me to even add you or do anything. All right. So device is not connected. All right. No, we don't have anything set on you. So that's on your end. So I just realized. Did you turn off your camera? Are you on your tablet for Google Meet? And that the only thing you have on your PC is StreamYard. Real quick, I sent you an email with exact instructions. Can you open that? Yeah, because I was just gonna say like, there's probably a step that's being missed, but I can't see anything, so I can't tell you. Yeah. But the first thing though is to get StreamYard open on your laptop because it should if there's nothing else open on your laptop, there shouldn't be any camera or microphone issues there. No, just do StreamYard because you're right now your StreamYard camera and mic aren't working. Like you're not. That's That's what I'm saying. Don't have Google Meet open yet. So if Google Meet's open, close Google Meet. Not the one that you're in your tablet, the one on your laptop. Like don't have anything that has a camera on the laptop, and then refresh StreamYard. No, like refresh the page because right now it shows that you're in there. You're just not. You don't have anything connected.
That shows it to that.
No, that's right. I realized I didn't send this email earlier, and I was like, "Oh no!" I was like, "This is the thing we had to set up." So if it's not working, are you using Google Chrome? If you're using Google Chrome, top left at the URL, there's a button next to the URL that gives you access to camera and microphone. It's probably just blocked. I don't know why though. Is that the browser you used when we were on the call last time? Because we did this, yeah. Like you either don't have the camera selected or it's blocked. If it's blocked, it's by the browser almost definitely. And if it's either that or do you have a USB camera or is it a built-in laptop camera? Yeah. So then the only thing it's going to be is either the browser's blocking it, or you would have had to have mechanically have like deactivated that kind of thing, which I doubt that. Yeah. Yeah. So when you go to join, there's no camera button? Is there a little drop down though? Why can't I move this thing?
Okay. What's going on?
For some reason, when he's trying to join StreamYard, for whatever reason, his camera and microphone are just not working. We did this like 3 days ago too. It sucks. Like I have no idea why it's not working. So again, are you using Chrome now? Did you use Chrome when you did it with me last time? And nothing else is open. Everything on your computer is closed except for that one thing. Because the only reason. Yeah, because I was gonna say the only reason it wouldn't work is that the camera is being used someplace else or it's being blocked. And so if you have any other application that takes access of your camera, like if you do streaming or any of that, yeah, anything that's trying to get your camera.
I shared this to like every Facebook group. So
you have no other browser window applications like I would close. That's what I'm saying. Like anything that could. So you don't have any tools that are not browsers open. Okay, so either way, as long as all those things are closed now, then refresh your StreamYard. Boom. Greg, I just put our QR code up so that there's something on the screen. Did you refresh that tab? All right, I can't just because I can't see what you're doing, so I don't know how far along. Oh yeah, then close the browser. Yeah, close anything that's what I'm saying. Close everything on your computer and then reopen it. Reopen the browser.
We didn't do a Black Friday sale or anything.
I know. I was thinking about that. I wanted to do that. As Greg saying, a Black Friday sale we were talking about doing. Maybe I'll do a Cyber Week or whatever because they do that, and so maybe next week we'll have discounts, and I'll just discount a bunch of stuff on the store.
We gotta print more mittens 1 and 2.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. But we have ash cans. You guys want ash cans?
Now it's working. All right, one second. Right here. Oh, there he is. Howdy, howdy. All right, so now mute yourself in. Wait, how do we do this? No, yeah, follow the instructions on the thing. That's what I would say. That would make it easier.
So then I open Google Meet on my laptop as well.
Yep. Howdy, Mark. Mark, we're trying to do a live stream, but we're also trying to show his tablet. But what's it called? StreamYard doesn't work in tablets, so we have to have Google Meets sharing to Google Meets, and that's why the technical issues. We're trying to do something hard over here. Oh yeah, one second. Let me mute this window over here so I don't get feedback here. Mute site. There we go. I'm gonna turn off my camera on that one.
Which one should I put on?
You're echoing. You got to mute yourself on one of them.
Probably this one.
So you want audio to the one that your headphones are coming into, which should be your PC, and then the microphone's going to be the tablet. That was the other thing, Greg, too. In order to avoid reverb, it was such a tricky thing.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay. Actually, there's no reverb now.
Yeah, I don't hear it.
You're good. Yeah, exactly. So now what you need to do is you need to share your Google Meet screen from your PC, meaning like using StreamYard, share your Google Meet screen.
In StreamYard.
So in StreamYard, share the. So do you have Google Meet open on your computer?
Yes.
So now what you want to do is you want to share.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Yeah. So on your computer in StreamYard, you want to share the tab and audio that is what's it called?
Oh, right. So share screen.
Then you want to share Google Meet. The tab. You want to select the tab. Yep.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So now we're gonna pull this up. All right, we're almost there. Now you got to go back to your tablet, and on the tablet in Google Meet, you got to share your screen
without audio.
You can leave audio on; it doesn't matter.
Well, it's giving me an option like also share your device's audio.
Yeah, I would leave the audio on just in case, because then it's in case there's clicking or something that sounds fun. There we go. And then remember, you want to minimize your little
Pull
face
it out like that. And
Yep.
then,
Yeah. And shrink your face too. See how you can see your face? You can like 3 dots and then minimize. No, 3 dots. I didn't know you could drag it.
I
That's
have to
cool.
make this a little larger.
46 hours.
Also, can I turn off your camera? Am I able to do that? No, I can't. But yeah, you want to also turn off your camera on your tablet, I think, because I think, yeah, we're getting 2 of you.
On my tablet? Oh, yeah.
I think it's on your tablet. It's either your tablet or your desktop, Google Chrome, Google Meet, whatever one it is.
Right.
Oh no, it's
it's
your
off on my
one
tablet.
on your computer. Yeah, yeah.
So maybe this one?
So many
Or-
Christians.
Too many.
All
Too
of the
many.
Christians, yeah.
This one maybe.
Nope, that's the StreamYard one. So you want to leave that one on. You want to turn off the one in
Okay.
Google Meet.
And this one.
Yes, there we go. Now all the extra Christians are on. Now go to your tablet and you want to go and then go to your screen.
Wow.
If I have to resize
Look at
this. Okay, go to my tablet and I am on the
Open up your
screen.
and you can open up your there we go. Sweet. And then awesome. And then I'll move you. Whoop, move you up there. There you go.
You had a cute. Were we actually on for this or?
Yeah, we're live this whole time because we do a lot. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I forgot to send that setup earlier so that you could get set up. But either way, I think even if you did that, you would have got stuck there.
All right.
Yeah,
Ready? There might be some feedback. I start hearing some feedback, but
So real quick, also see on your screen, you got on your tablet, you got your the non-vert, like the camera's not on, but it shows it. If you hover on it, there's 3 dots and you can minimize it. See how it shows it? 3 dots right there, right in the middle. Right in the middle.
Oh,
right to the right. Yep, 3 dots and then minimize.
there we go.
Perfect. Sweet. Now you got your whole screen visible, and now the floor is yours.
Oh, this is what I was worried about. All right. Well, the good news is we're all set up, and I don't have the reverb like we did on the test, which is kind of distracting when I talk. So this is good. Welcome to character design. I'm going to go through a few things. I'll probably show some very quick examples and then open it up to a discussion, probably about like 10 or so minutes in. And then, showing examples, discussing, answering questions or whatever that you guys may have, or if anybody pops in with a question, that's what it's for. So a little bit about my background. I studied animation and creative writing separately in college and university. I studied traditional animation up in Ottawa, Canada. And then, to make a living as a professional artist, when I started, first I was like doing like cafe shows and, selling a painting here and there and doing painting live at raves and things like that. But in the daytime, the quickest way to make money and the more legitimate way was to teach art classes. And I started teaching at a community center. That was the first paycheck I had as a professional artist. Now, mind you, I turned away all my animation studio gigs, which were very, very lucrative to struggle as an artist. But I kind of wanted to make my own way and kind of build things from the ground up. And I had a desktop publishing company registered at the time. Regardless, over the years, I came back to everything that I learned in animation, also creative writing, because recently I wrote a novel. And I've utilized literally everything that I've ever learned. And so initially, I taught for about 9 years at every single private art school in the Ottawa region and even the city of Ottawa for their summer camps and things like that. And then after that period, I had a curriculum. And one of my most popular classes was cartooning. And I had a curriculum for cartooning, 8-week courses, part 1 and 2. And part of that was character design. Meanwhile, the other thing that I was doing was working online. And one of the most popular things that I did early on was, let me show you some examples now. One of the most popular things that I did early on was mascot logos. It was like the boom of the internet in the early 2000s, and everybody and their dog was developing a website. And the skills that I had, I didn't have web design so much, but I learned that as well on my own. But I had all these wonderful skills to get like projects for designing mascots for logos. There was like Gator, Host, and things like that. And this was one of the first characters right here that I ever designed. The client asked for it to be in a 3D style, but I did this all in Photoshop. This is like early 2000s I did this. And I'm still kind of proud of it. I think it's pretty sweet. And I started with a bunch of concepts on paper that I would like scan with like an old timey scanner and show the client. And then once he approved those, then I drew these elements, everything but the Word doc image, which I downloaded and then warped. Everything I redrew with a mouse. And then the other characters that were cartoony that I used were, to do a lot of illustrated books. And one of my fun clients that I had was like this steel manufacturer. And so I would design mascots that they would convert into products. And then slowly but surely I got back into, well, even at the beginning, I did animation. So I got back into short animation, but it was on my own terms. So it kind of felt great, to have my own company and have these, short animated projects. But, I used all the things that I learned in traditional animation to now do animation in Flash, or what is now called Animate. And now I use other programs like ToonSquid, which I quite enjoy, in After Effects. And over the years, I've designed a variety of different types of characters for whether it's products, like these characters up here were for a client that had an educational product. And I did for a few years in a row a lunchbox that they would give away at conventions. And these were there's tech heroes. This is also for that steel manufacturer where I did different ad campaigns that they would run in magazines. And this was for a comic book, in a manga style, which I'm going to visit. So we're going to discuss kind of like different approaches to characters design based on the genre or the medium. And that's been one of my strongest skills over the years. The thing that I learned most in animation was adaptability in terms of style. Because in animation, if you are a great artist, and by great artist, the foundation of a great artist is to go to life drawing, to draw the model as realistically, as aesthetically pleasing as possible without altering reality, and seeing things as they are, developing that keen eye. And then when you're given an assignment with whatever character, whatever they're supposed to look like, and you can look at that with that eye that you've developed in life drawing and reproduce that same style, those same lines, those same expressions, and so forth. That's the eye that I developed and learned from animation. So you see, there's so many different styles that I've worked in. I could do like kind of, I don't know what this is like hybrid, manga style.
Looks like Sin City.
It's a lot of stuff. Yeah, she's kind of a cyborg. I don't even know what she is. I think those were done for some sort of tattoos. And this is for kind of like a fantasy-based animation that I did a trailer for earlier this year. And this was fun because it was kind of, I got to delve into that, childhood animation style that I enjoy, that I grew up on. And these are, again, corporate and for educational purposes, different characters that I've designed for different companies. So there's a variety of examples there. And so one of the exercises that I wanted to do with you real quick was this little shape exercise that I learned. It's an exact copy, really, from my animation in college. And we were given this as, a day or two assignment, and it was meant to be fun. And we were given all these shapes, and out of these shapes, we had to be creative. And you could use these shapes for the body as well. So we'll come back to this. This is another example of just kind of different features that you could add to characters and different bone structure to the face as a male and female. Now, these are traditional concepts of men and women, or boys and girls. And then there's like anthropomorphic characters. There's examples of those. So depending on what you guys are curious to discuss later, we can revisit some of those topics. And there's different styles of manga characters. Now, the key is, like I mentioned before, is anatomy. And I do have a course on anatomy, and I do have examples about detailed anatomy. But I don't want to discuss that too much now. But the key thing to remember is that the foundation is whatever's underneath, whatever the anatomy is, to know that really well, and then to play around with it. Because once you've mastered that, then you can create any character, and character design is all about the dressing, basically. It's laid on top of the structure and the foundation. And these are, again, just like extra tips that we could revisit. Okay. Any questions by you guys or anybody so far?
Not yet. I grabbed my notepad though, so I can follow along with the exercise.
You want to follow along? Okay.
Greg, grab yours. Then we can compare.
Yeah, that'll be fun. Yeah, that's a great idea. So you see these characters at the bottom? I swear to God, when I did this book, this cartooning book, I had all these handouts because it was funny. When I used to teach, I just got into teaching because it was a way to make a living. And I didn't even know I was going to be a teacher. I was just trying to hustle and be an artist and not work in studios. That was the whole thing at the beginning. I didn't want to depend on some studio to give me work. I thought I could just kind of, generate my own clientele and so forth. And so when I started teaching, I was teaching ages 6 to 13. And I swear to God, I was so nervous. I would be at the board just drawing for half or more of the class. And by the time I would turn around, they were just like throwing erasers at each other, and it was like bedlam. So I'm not going to tell a story, but anyway, it went pretty wild, and I lost. I got upset once, and I almost lost my job because I threatened to throw these two brothers out like through the door. I said I'm gonna throw you guys out. I'm gonna not even open the door. I'm gonna throw you through the window of the door. And then the mom came after and said, "Did you threaten my sons?" I'm like, "No, madam."
It's like, look at them. They're children. And clearly, they're lying.
Yeah, they're clearly lying. These are the types of children you're raising, madam. So anyway, so this teacher overheard this another teacher that was teaching at that community center, and she said, you should grow a beard, so that they realize that you're the adult. And that was the first thing, but then what I used to do is I started preparing these handouts the night before. So I just like photoshopped these handouts, and then I would print them out in the morning, and my presentation at the front of the board was just like 10 minutes, and then I would supervise the activity. And that helped me control the classroom. So when I was assembling this book, I grabbed a lot of them curriculum that I had, and then I added tons more. You'll see that, a lot of it is kind of advanced and, blends back and forth. But the fun thing is I literally made these caricatures on the spot. You see, like there's like a brain, then the scientist guy, and the little fish in the tank, like I literally just kind of improv it, like there's a bird there. So let's do this fun little exercise. You guys start with one of these shapes, and remember to draw it very lightly at the beginning, because whatever features of the face you're going to add on top, you have to distinguish from it. Or if you're working on paper, make sure that it's easy to erase. Or if you're working on a tablet, work on a separate layer that you could hide later. So I'm going to pick this peanut shape, but you guys can choose any one of those and just draw it out.
I'm gonna try the peanut one too. Then we can see how they look in comparison.
Okay. So what's fun about this is, it's just you get to just riff. So let's see. Okay. Let's see if I get a bigger brush. When you're sketching, feel free to like feather like this. Don't feel like like that you have to do it all with one line, right? Because then it's like it's wobbly, it's not consistent. But if you take your time and you feather and you feel it out what's correct, then you have more control over the shapes you make. And that line down the middle is essentially the line that I use for the center of the face, but I turned it 3/4. Now, in some cases, you may want to draw your characters front on because it's simpler, and you can just make them like asymmetrical, like by meaning that the space, let's say if it's legs, has to be equal on either side like that. Symmetry is the foundation of beauty, and it has to be done right. So you could do it front view, but it's more dynamic if you have a cartoon. If you do it a little 3/4, that way you could make features stick out, and it's more dynamic. So I'm gonna bring down the opacity a bit so we can hide that. And then afterward, I'm going to draw on top. But for this, normally, it's important to know that like the eye line is typically just above the center of the face on a normal human being. So you could do it like that. But the fun part of this exercise is once you know where everything goes, like the eye line typically goes there, the nose a little bit above the distance from the eye to the chin, and then the mouth a little closer to the nose. Those are the actual natural features of if I was drawing like a normal human being. So you don't have to draw it now. I'm just explaining the concept. So that will look more normal. But what we want to do is we want to have creative fun with it. So you could put, as long as they're in the same order, eyes above nose and nose above mouth. Okay. So I could put everything down here. Just squeeze it down there and who knows what I can make up. Or I could go, let's say, eyes up here, nose down here, which is going to give them a big nose, and then the mouth underneath. Or maybe mouth even lower. Let's try that. Okay. So you guys can do it however you want, as long as like it's always eyes on top, nose, and mouth. What another thing to keep in mind is typically once you put the eyes in, the farther eye is, well, see, I should have done it like that. The farther eye is a little bit closer in to the center line. The reason it's like everything past that center line is less distance, right? It's because everything like in a 3/4 view is fading away in the distance or around the face. So that's something to keep in mind. All right, so I'm going to start building my character. But before we do that, let me just flash on the screen real quick some examples of some creative options that you have. So this is one of the exercises I would do is I would give them all sorts of options for eyes and nose and mouths and hair styles and things and ears even. So, be creative. You don't have to have human ears. You could have bunny ears. One thing here, this is actually a good example of where the features go. And another key is typically if you're doing relatively human features on your character, the ears should fit snugly somewhere between the eyes and the nose. The ears are typically the height of your nose. And incidentally, actually, let me ask you this. Do you know what feature on people never stops growing?
The earlobes?
Yeah, the ears themselves, yeah. The ears apparently don't stop growing. So it's an interesting. I thought it was noses. You sometimes see old people with like really big noses.
Turns out they just have big noses.
yeah, they just have big noses, and it's all that blowing, I think. Yeah. So these are. You could take a screenshot or just take a mental note of some of these features, and now I'm going to go back and start building.
Wait, I want to get a screenshot.
Oh, sorry.
1 second. Where's my screenshot tool? There it is. And let me grab it right here. And I've got it.
Cool. All right. So yeah, this is a fun exercise. It's like if people came here like thinking, oh, I'm going to draw like the coolest badass character, this is a warm up on what I'm showing you. And you've seen the examples that I've done, and I've worked in many styles. So the thing is that, you need it to know anatomy, you need to know proportions, and the rest is fun. Okay. Another thing is the eyebrows typically follow the contour of the eye, like that. And I'm giving them like bushy eyebrows. This is going to be fun. And another thing is like you're not held to that shape totally, Hair, for example, will always be something that goes on top of the skull. It's always something, more. So even though we have this shape here like that, we could add the hair on top of that shape. So really the shape will ultimately get lost. This peanut shape will be clouded by the features that we make. Oops. I'm cheating a little bit, I think. Well, no, oops. Oh, there we go. Because I didn't really pull the noses, but I'll bring the nose down to where I drew it. So another thing is when you do those guidelines, this is what I always have to cover in all my classes with adults or children, is that when you put a guideline down, you got to hold to it, like don't put like, where the length of the nose and then you don't follow it. It's like, what's the point, and it'll come back to haunt you later. Like, let's say you're an artist and you're doing inking. You got to be right on the spot, like it's not like, oh, this, Jim Lee handed me the pencils and I'm sure he doesn't care where I trace it, like you can't, it has to be precise. And if you can't follow your own rules, then God help you. Like you're not going to fit into society.
It's like different.
Yeah. So I'm going to this is a weird character. I feel like I'm going to kind of purse his lips a bit because I feel like he's giving me this sort of Frenchman, like waiter vibe. We could come back to discussing how to draw certain things, and I'll do that in 1 second, and then we'll wrap up this design. So one thing about the mouth, I have a method for the mouth. It's 2 M's and a U. That's the shape of the mouth. Okay, 2 M's and a U. There's like the center where the M's meet, and the wide U. And if it's in a 3/4 view, like here, basically everything is elongated. It looks elongated on the closer side, right? Because everything is like this, right? So the far side is shortened because it's wrapped around in perspective. The ear is a similar thing. Like if it's a left ear, it's a C and a Y. There's this little part, I don't know, what it's called, but it's got that, it looks like a Y, and then there's a lobe. So it's a C and a Y. And the hair is often in chunks, so you have to find like the general shape of it, and then then split it into chunks and highlight it based on whatever the light is. So with this guy, his brows are so high up that it doesn't leave too much room for the hair. But what I'm picturing is something really like sleek and like kind of close to the scalp. I'm giving him I guess, is that called an alfalfa, where he's got a hair sticking out?
Yeah, like the single hair.
Yeah. Maybe I'll give him some sideburns like that. And then this. And adding a collar here. So let's see what we got. How are you guys doing? I just wanted to get those extra drawings off the page. So this is kind of my guy here. And you know what's fun about this? You create a character, and it kind of starts inspiring you to like their personality.
I can picture him saying "Pardon."
Yeah, yeah. All right.
Monsieur, your ball has struck my foot.
Your what? Your ball?
Yeah, from what's it called? Happy Gilmore.
Oh yeah.
Hey, shooter, your ball struck my foot.
So it kind of just inspired me to, put that this hand holding a tray with a little chicken on it. Ho, ho, ho. So, and it's and if you're wondering why I keep shrinking it and stuff, it's like it's to kind of see it's the artist thing, you step away from the canvas and you look at your masterpiece. So
Greg, where's your picture? I've got a mouse.
Oh, look at that. I love it. Don't forget the eyebrows. Do you have the eyebrows?
I was trying to get the eyebrows, but I drew them too close.
Okay. And you could even put like a tail at like a rat tail, Oh, Greg's is good. Let's see it again. What is it?
Yeah, where's
yeah. He's kind of a Bart Simpson type character.
Here, let me put him up here. We'll go like this. Boom. Look at that.
Yeah. Oh, I like how it's cross-eyed. He's shifty-eyed.
Nice. Greg thought he could never draw. Now he's like, man, I'm going to make my own comics.
No.
Yeah.
I hire people.
It's a good skill to have, even as a writer, because you need to tell your artist something, and the best comic writers usually have some sort of storyboards or some rough concepts of the characters, even though they're primitive, but it's a starting point, rather than just writing 1,000 words. Just give them one picture.
There, now I got my little rat tail.
Love it. Oh, it's so fun. Yeah, this exercise is always a big hit, and it's useful for like I said, anything like just kind of it's a warm up. This is a warm up. Now I don't know if real quick. If there's anything, I mean, if you were designing anything like superhero, the heads, the bodies are different, and the head sizes, like the head lengths, so a superhero is like 9 heads high or something like that. The average person is about 7 heads high. So you picture like the head, and then, their body, the waist somewhere in the middle, and then typically longer legs on an American superhero. But it's funny because now most of the graphic novels are less superhero. I think they're more either genre, adult horror, and things like that, or the very young type of books like us that are geared for 8-year-olds and about young 8-year-olds.
I wonder how tall Spider-Man was since he was a teenager. I wonder if he was only 7.
Well, technically he was supposed to be, but he was very lanky. So
yeah,
he was always drawn very thin and lanky. But he was basically this build, to be honest. He was just not as broad-shouldered typically. Oh, I love it. I mean, this is almost like Spider-Man here.
Yeah.
So the key is to know your anatomy really well, like I said. So you see, like this almost looks like this looks like a fine drawing by itself because the foundation is good, right? So on top of that, you just dress it however you want. And then if you're doing realistic characters, that's also important to know. So you kind of have to, writers, for example, when they develop characters for their novels, they have a vision board type of thing where they collect different images of actors, or mostly actors, I suppose, that their main characters are based on, and then they have that reference of what they look like, their hair, the type of clothes they wear, So when you're developing a character, those are things that you have to keep in mind. Like, you have to know your character's background and where they live, how they dress. I think that's what made characters like Spider-Man so iconic, is because they were based in New York. They were teenagers, and they dressed like that. Like, I think those are artists, even now, the styles are indicative of the fashions currently. So you have to do your own research, and there's lots of things to keep in mind when you're designing, like cloth and things like that. So there's a lot of details kind of can be covered, but not in one session. So any questions?
One second. There we go. Now I've got my whole mouse.
Oh, sweet. I like his arms up. He's like happy.
There it is. Go like this. There's the mouse. Look at the mouse.
Well, you could change his tail now, like it is,
yeah.
Unless he's got like a rat tail hairstyle.
Yeah, right.
I like it.
I
So
don't.
the next, you could come up with names for your character. Like, it's funny how, they just kind of they take a life of their own, right?
Yeah.
So before we get off, I do want to plug the fact that I am now a novelist.
Which is awesome.
So I wrote a novel, and I want to, talk, like, take a minute and a half to 2 to talk about it.
Totally.
It's called Freelancer, and it's about a character named Alex in Ottawa, Canada, which is like about 1 million people. and it's based there just to kind of analyze an art world. And he's a cartoonist and illustrator, and what he really dreams to be is a fine artist. He wants to be recognized as an artist, and I think a lot of illustrators struggle with that. And at the same time, he's a young guy in his late 20s, and he is dating and having relationships, and there's certain expectations and maybe stigmas that come with the career of an artist and a freelancer, and he encounters some of those and just a variety of clients and situations in his personal and career life. So it's kind of a poetic analysis of, and a modern, contemporary, very contemporary analysis of what it means to be an artist in our day and age. And it is the greatest novel that you'll ever read in your life.
Yeah, at least
It will change your life. Huh?
You got to say, or at least that's what I've been told.
That's what I've been told. It will change your life. I think it might not be everybody's cup, because it's like, people are so used to genre fiction and fantasy reality. So mine is like very gritty and realistic in a way. And it doesn't try to create like a false narrative of
the beautiful life of a freelancer.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that at all. It's actually like, it's almost like it's a swan song to it. The whole mood of it is like, from the beginning, like it starts with him remembering a dream, and the opening lines are like, overnight I dreamt of the best kind of love. In the dream I was with a lover. She had plump cheeks and a tender way about her. We were embracing. Looking in her colorless eyes, I had a vision. I told her, the forest in the daytime is not as scary as the nighttime. That was my revelation. In relationships, we should always show ourselves in the best light, I told her. So it's kind of got this kind of like, you're laying in bed kind of feeling. And, there's a lot of dialogue, and but then, there's like these moody, pitfalls, and it took me 5 years to write. And you guys have an early version of it, an alternate ending version.
Yeah.
And so, that's all I have to say. It's called Freelancer, and it's hopefully it finds its audience.
Awesome. Well, since we had a harsh start in the beginning, let's say, who are you? What do you do? Where can people find you?
Who am I? I am, I don't know. That's like the deepest question. I'm stumped. Where can people find me? I'm just around online or something,
What's the place you want to go? The website, Masterpiece?
I don't really care where they go, to be honest. Like if they're somehow curious and they see my name, Christian Aluas, Aluas, if anything, piques their interest, like, either the manga book, like easy and fun cartooning techniques for drawing comics and manga, the It's a Living book, like, how to become a professional artist and win clients, or the Freelancer, which is a gritty, non motivational take on that. So whatever piques your interest, or my previous works like a Big Boss Comic, like whatever piques your interest, if you seek it out, great, and you'll find a way to find it. Otherwise, I also have like masterpieceartschool.com.
Yeah,
so
and here's a QR code to the book, I believe, right, Greg?
Oh, thanks.
Yeah. So
So I mean, you know, like if they find me, great. If not, that's,
awesome.
you know, how's my marketing, Dylan?
It's solid. It's solid. Impeccable. 10 out of 10.
Yeah.
So
At this point,
is-
whatever.
It's been awesome having you. I love having you here. It was very fun
Oh, me
drawing.
too.
I hope later we'll have to clip that out so we can share it so more people can follow along with that, because that was very fun. Following along, learning how to basically be creative with fun shapes, as well as what to look for in the drawings of the world. So I like that a lot. Yeah,
Thank
like Mark.
you.
There you go. So yeah, that was awesome. It was great having you. We're going to be moving on to our next panel, which is the Indie Publishers Summit, where we'll be discussing lots of fun things. And again, thank you for coming. It was awesome having you.
Thanks, Dylan. Thanks, Greg. God bless you guys. Have a good weekend. Bye.
Yeah, you too. Ciao. Boom. All right. The next panel, like I said, we have the Indie Publishers Summit. Let me move this over here. There we go. And if I remember correctly, yes, he is. And the host of this panel is, where'd he go? Where'd he go? He's over here. Boom. Is it Joe Rodriguez?
Hello.
Joe Rodriguez, yes.
No, now we got to go with Yoel.
Yeah, Joe Rodriguez. Say barito.
How's it going, guys?
Doing good. How you doing?
Doing good. Got my caffeine, so I'm ready to go.
Awesome. Well, then tell everybody, who are you and what do you do?
I am Joe Rodriguez. I'm the CEO of Metal Ninja Studios, a full-service comic book production company, and we make comic books and help people make comics.
Exciting. And we've got T.S. Luther. Who are you and what do you do?
My name's TS and I write comics and sometimes I publish them. How's it going, everybody? I'm the creator of The Digger, Tokyo Fire. I own Professional Entropy Comics and I work with a bunch of other indie publishers.
Exciting. Awesome. And we've got, where'd he go? Mark Bell. There he is, coming up. Boom. Who are you and what do you do?
Hey, I'm Mark Bell. I'm the publisher for Plague Doctor Press. I'm the writer and the letterer for all our comics. And I have 2 series out currently.
Awesome. And it looks like Mark Dooley's in here, but his camera might be struggling. Mark, if you can hear us, message us in the private chat. Did he just email us? Somebody emailed us. 1 second. So I'll make sure he's not stuck in the ethos over there. No, that was something else. Yeah, Mark, shoot us a message if you're trapped in the other world. But anyways, this panel is basically going to be about latest trends and challenges, opportunities for independent comic publishers, actionable insights for creators and small press teams, and whatever the heck else Joel wants to talk about, because it's his floor and he gets to decide. In fact, he could just change it. It's a totally different name. It can be how to make the best peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I don't know. It's up to him.
I told you not to tell anyone. I told you not to tell anyone about the plot twist. Come on.
You put peanut butter on both sides so the jelly doesn't seep into the bread. Yeah,
you put butter on one side to stop the jelly from seeping in. My niece puts grape and strawberry on 2 different sides because she's a madman. And honestly, it was genius. It's delicious.
That sounds amazing.
That does sound amazing. I now have to rethink my whole life.
Yeah,
in the
now,
meantime,
but now I want a toasted PB&J because that's
so
really good too.
Can we just break for lunch real quick, actually?
But yeah, so Joel, I'm going to have you take the reins. I'm going to see if I can help Mark in the background here. The other Mark's up here, but I'll be in the background. I'll probably hop back in if I need to, but yeah, feel free to chat amongst yourselves.
All right, just us with a few thousand of our friends. So how you guys doing today?
Excellent.
Yeah, I'm alive, but I want a PB&J now. So if we could wrap this up sooner than later, that'd be great.
I got him in here. There he is.
Hey! Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes,
Here you
can.
Good. Good.
Who are you and what do you do?
I am Mark C. Dooley from Columbus, Indiana, and I am the creator of the actual semi-true adventures of Mark and Dee, which is an autobiographical series about myself, my wife, our good friends at the Comic Cave, and all the crazy situations we get into.
That
And
is
there's
awesome.
a lot.
Very cool. Very cool. All right. Now I'll give you the reins back.
Go away, Dylan. All right. So now that we've got the PB&J aside, we've got to wrap this up as quickly as possible because now all of us are hungry. So with that, I want to start by passing it to each person. And let's talk about what challenges you've been facing in the past year as it relates to independent press, because I mean, there's no hiding the fact that the industry distribution channels, there's a lot shaking up over the past year. So Mark, we'll start with you. What sort of challenges and changes have you seen in your work as a publisher?
Oh, this Mark?
Oh, there are two Marks. Let's go, Mark Bell.
Okay.
Okay. The biggest thing that I've struggled with is early on, and when you're making books, you make basically floppies, either self-printed or printed from other places, and those floppies, especially in my area of the market, which is all ages books, are not taken by libraries. They're not taken by a lot of independent bookstores through distributors. So you have to kind of work up to get a trade paperback. And so that's what I've been working towards. So now both of my series have more than 2 books in them. So the next year for me is all about trade paperbacks and the next Kickstarter for Strange Ranger 3, so that I can begin to be putting more of these books into libraries and things like that.
That actually leads to a really good follow-up question before we go to the other two, is with that shift away from trade paperbacks, or away from floppies, do you still think that floppies are a viable option, and should creators pursue them?
I think so, because it's an easy entry into the market, as well as the printing that's available now. I get my books printed through Comics Wellspring. They are as beautiful as the books as the floppies that you would see in the store from the big two. So I think that it is a way to break into that industry. I also think that sometimes we all have a grand idea at the very beginning and want to write the greatest graphic novel of all time. But maybe we need to hone our storytelling a bit, and limiting ourselves to 30 pages or 24 pages helps with that storytelling skill. At least I know it did for me. So that now my plan is to do 5 books of one series and then do a graphic novel, which will be the next part. I feel much more comfortable writing that graphic novel after having 5 issues done.
Those are all fantastic points. I couldn't agree more. I say the same thing when I'm talking to clients about use the floppy to build your IP. Basically, treat the floppy as marketing material for your trade paperback, and it gives you a lot more time to build up that audience. So I couldn't agree more. Mark C, coming over to you. I'm just going to run down the alphabet, went from B to C. So with your experiences over the past year or so, have you noticed any major shifts or changes to your strategy as it relates to publishing?
Well, the big problem we got right now is the distribution market is just like, with the death of Diamond or whatever it is, it's hard to just get a line on who you can trust to get your book out there. I haven't even really approached anybody yet. Right now, I'm just basically selling mine kind of door to door at local comic shops and bookstores and the like, between here and Indianapolis and in Bloomington. But I am definitely, and of course Kickstarter. Kickstarter, we just finished a campaign that unfortunately did not go through. I've got bigger plans for next month. We ran into all kinds of complications with that one, including having to totally shift away from a full trade paperback to something to do honor to my nephew, who was going to be one of my co-artists. And unfortunately, some bad things happened and he's no longer with us. And I was really hoping to get him a big launch to build his confidence up, because it was a great artist and we're going to miss him. But we had to shift away from that, so I had to cancel that campaign kind of premature and focus on a single issue plus with all of our back issues. And unfortunately, I kind of screwed that all up, and we are wiser and more knowledgeable now. And I think our next campaign is going to be much more successful. So.
I think I can speak for everyone here when I say I'm really sorry to hear about your loss. Sure. And something like that is definitely going to derail a campaign. So I'm glad to hear that you're already strategizing on how to come back and how to learn from the experience in any way that you can and build from it. So I applaud you there. With the shift away from Diamond and more towards Kickstarter, what recommendation would you give to a new creator who's potentially trying to kickstart their own project for the first time, having never done it before? What one piece of advice would you give them?
Get a good head start with pre-launches. If you've got the video capabilities, do some videos. I do these little 1-minute teasers of the things that are happening in the stories, and we got a lot of stories. I mean, I've got 6 full issues of regular comics, plus I have about 20 years worth of comic strips I printed online. In fact, that's our next campaign. We're going to be doing a collection of our online comic strips called Genesis of a Fanboy. I got a little example of that right here. Hey, oh, cameras. But it basically, that series covers the time when I was old enough to hold a pencil and got me through the Batmania era. And then when that died, right after that, I met the other half of the title, my wife, Dina. And that was just the craziest thing, because we had a real up and down relationship all through our teens and early 20s. And finally, I got on one knee. I went, "Do you wanna?" And she went, "Oh, I guess." If I ain't got nothing else to do. So right now, my current project is I'm writing and drawing the day we got married and everything to build up to that. I'm having a blast with it. So I never look at this as a job. I look at this as just an absolute pleasure to get behind that drafting board over there and come up with something amazing. And 9 times out of 10, it's amazing. But so right now, basically, get a good head start. Get your fan base build up. Reach out. If you got an email list, send stuff out. let them know, you got this project and you really, really believe in it. And it may not be superheroes. I don't do the typical superheroes. All my people are like regular, ordinary people who are just trying to get through life and see their dreams come true. Don't you think that's superhero enough? That's plenty for me. So
Oh yeah.
yeah.
All right, TS, we're going to come over to you now. Same question that we're starting all the other guys with is when you, over the past year, what shifts have you had to make and what changes have you seen within the industry as it relates to distribution and publishing?
I mean, it's the name of the game in indie comics is always survivability, right? We need to be able to afford to live and get the next book out. With distribution blowing up with Diamond and shops kind of changing where they're ordering from, it's been a hassle trying to just get your books into stores. Kickstarter hasn't been doing as great across the board because people have less money. The economy's down, right? It's a tough break trying to survive long enough. So a lot of it has been kind of like when we all started, which is how do we get our books into stores? How do we find a new avenue to advertise to people? How do we find a market that is not just willing to check out indie comics, but able to pay for them? So it's been kind of a battle. I don't know really what I can do other than reiterate all of the same points, which is trying to find distribution right now is tough. I've talked to 5 different distributors. We ended up with Massive Indies in the Lunar catalog because that's kind of the big dog on the block that took up everybody else after Diamond left. Lunar was kind of uninterested in doing campaigns or working with anybody in the indie space, but they were willing to subcontract with Massive. And Massive's been really awesome playing ball with a lot of indie people. They just only have so much space to play with. So it's been kind of a gamble. Which books do you push? Which companies do you work with? And then the other part is new printers. A lot of these printers, like someone like Comics Wellspring or Kablam, are awesome, but you can really only afford to do smaller print runs with them. If you want to do something higher, you don't get those same discounts as like the big dogs. I work with Color Vision, which is the same printer that one of my publishers, Invader Comics, works with. And we order about 1,000 comics every single time. And that's a gamble. Am I going to sell 1,000 comics? Probably not, but it gets the unit cost down low enough. So it's just about balancing this spreadsheet across the board. And the spreadsheet has changed massively this year. So like, I'm not great at math. That's why I write comics. I'm not great at science fact. So I write science fiction, right? And I've had to become the business guy this year. And that's the one piece of advice I would ask everybody to look into if you want to do indie comics is don't just be a dreamer, be a little bit of the business guy this time around and look at the numbers that you can try to play with. Because if you're trying to get to a trade paperback, you got to survive that long. If you're going to put out the floppy copy, where is that going to sell? Because the original avenues we all had are not doing the same kind of markets. Even if you go to like larger markets like Comic-Cons, they're not seeing the same kind of people attending this year across the board. They've been down a little bit. And the people that do attend aren't spending as much money in Artist Alley. So we have to kind of rein in our expectations. And that's a tough pill to swallow to go, hey, if you're going to do this, not only are you not going to make a lot of money, you're not going to make any money, and you might not make enough to put out the next book. And having to slow down your output is tough when you're trying to put out a story every single month and match Marvel or DC. So I wish I could say this is the easiest thing to do. Just do this. I don't have the easy answer. It's tough is the answer, right?
I think that anything that's worth doing is not easy. And that's one thing that I love about this industry is it really forges people as much as we forge stories. So what you're saying about doing the business route of things and focusing on the business is really a man after my own heart, because I actually just launched an academy and a podcast about the business side of comics to try and help people rewire their brains to think about the business on top of the creative side of things. So I couldn't agree more. My next question is going to be a bit more of a kind of devil's advocate. And that is in the indie community, we tend to feel the shockwave, or we think we feel the shockwave of comic book distribution blowing up with Diamond. The question that I have is, how much of that do you guys think, and I'm going to open this up to anyone on the panel, how much of that do you think is fear mongering based on the fact that indies never really got into Diamond to begin with, versus the expansion of indie distribution through massive indies and these different distributors trying to fill the void while tailoring to indies as well? And then how much of it is legitimate pain from, say, Marvel and the bigger publishers drifting into indie spaces? So I guess to summarize the question and open it up, how much of the pain that indies are feeling from the distribution collapse, the Diamond collapse, I should say, is real versus some sort of illusioned fear based off of how it affected the big two?
Can I go again, guys? Is that all right? I think it is a little bit of the fear mongering. I think it is going to be difficult across the board for everybody. I've seen some more success this year being in Lunar versus being in Diamond. I almost lost my publishing deal with Invader Comics when Diamond left. Even when we were in the Diamond catalog, we weren't seeing nearly as many orders because that catalog was this big. Everybody who wanted distribution was in Diamond because they were taking anybody and everybody. The second we went into Lunar and we're working with smaller distributors across the board, we saw way more attention and more orders just purely because people could find us. They were curious because they didn't have to sift through 1,000 different things. And so the problem is just it's change anyways. We're going to have a hard time because things are changing. Comics are shifting. They always have been. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing. It just might be a pain point right now. I think in the end, this will be good because a monopoly doesn't serve anybody.
I think this is probably twofold for me. The first, I'm a pretty small fry, so I wasn't in Diamond or anything like that before. I found it useful market research, but that was about it. For me, the people really feeling the hurt about this distributor challenges are your local comic book shops, and I certainly am one to promote that if you're making comics, you first of all need to know all of the comic shops in your area. You need to know the guys who run those shops by first name. So if you're ever going to get those books in their stores with that local connection, it's going to be through relationship building and networking. And so, luckily my local store in Bloomington here, the guys who run it have a smart business sense about them. So they've had problems because there's been shipping problems and things like that, but they've been protected mostly because they understand business and they understand not extending themselves. The second part of this for me is we've all known that there's been a shift between the big two and everybody else. And that shift to me has really been the big two are telling their stories and putting out their massive crossover series, but they're not really doing anything brilliant and new. I still read my Daredevil comic every month. I think it's fantastic. But the new stuff, the interesting stuff is always on those indie racks. And I know in my shop, the DC rack and the Marvel rack is one rack each, but the indie rack is up to 3 racks now, I think, of books, because there's so many. There's really a renaissance of indie comics because it's easier to print now, it's easier to distribute now than it ever was before. So we're really seeing a bottom down taking over of the industry. To be honest, as a consumer, I'm spending way more money buying indie books than I am the big two. And that goes along with what you said, which is absolutely true. A Comic-Con, I have stopped going to Comic-Cons because they're mostly pop culture shows now, which is great. If you want that, that's fantastic. But I don't have anything but original IP on my table. And so because of that, I go to smaller shows and library shows. And as a all ages publisher, that is my I meet my people. I meet the people doing the work that I'm doing, and I get face to face with kids and families and people who are maybe not reading comics every day, but when they see my books, their face lights up, and that's what I want.
And you're going to get that the small press expos and the library shows way easier than Comic-Con. I was at Motor City Comic-Con just a couple weeks ago, and most of the people were there to see the Screamcast, which was awesome. I got to see Matthew Lillard from a mile away. I waved at him. You know, that was really neat. The amount of people that came and bought comic books were almost nothing. There were more people at my booth than Mark Wade's booth because I had a picture of Snorlax dressed as Freddy Krueger. Nobody was buying books. And, like, it was so sad. I walked up to meet Mark Wade and cry in front of him, which was really embarrassing. But because there was no line in Artist Alley because they weren't there for those books. So hitting library books or library expos is definitely the way to go.
Mark, do you have, or Mark C, do you have anything to add to the discussion?
Well, I agree about going to the smaller conventions. I've been to the big ones. To the biggest one we have in Indiana is Indiana Comic Con, and we pretty much got lost in Artist Alley. I think we sold about 2 books total, and this year we came prepared. We have a banner, had a nice setup right where we were, but we're kind of like, you know, the indie orphan. And the toe-headed stepchild. Anyway, we only have guys in tights battling each other in cosmic settings. No superhero slobber knockers. Just, you know, tales that would appeal to people who buy, like Love and Rockets and True Story Swear to God and Strangers in Paradise, where they went all science fiction-y and the like. But at smaller conventions we've been to, we've actually sold quite a few books. I'm looking forward to one we're having again this year at Ivy Tech Library, which this is a great thing. The tables are free. And we sold, even in a downpour, I mean, with flooding and everything, we still managed to sell about 15 books that day. And that was great. And I can't wait to go to it when hopefully in April we'll have a lot better weather, because as we were leaving, they were shutting down roads. And I went, oh, this is not good, because we only live from there. We only live about a 5-minute drive, and we had to drive all the way around where they had all those roads blocked. But the people there were really great, and hopefully I have an entire video presentation I wanted to do about the book, and unfortunately the equipment wasn't working. So I've learned this: bring your own crap. So I had it all set. I should have just brought it all myself, but they said, "Oh no, it'll be working. It'll be just fine." And no, the button's not doing it. No. Right here, I'll take this knife. So anyway, but
So
yeah, you do well, especially with our comics, because they are set in Columbus, Indiana, and it really appealed to people living there, living here, that they could see, you know, my rendition of our architecture. We have a very unique architecture in this town, and just that feel of our community. And that's what I love about doing these stories.
No, I think those are all great points, and I think you all touched on very important aspects. And one thing I would like to reiterate is it's better to be a medium-sized fish in a small pond than it is to be a small fish in a large pond. So while going to the big shows may be great for the ego, it makes sure that you're prepared to compete with the big dogs, so to speak, when you go to a big pond like that. And most indie creators aren't, because they don't get the reps in at the smaller shows. So I definitely recommend and mirror what everyone else is saying is start with the small shows, get your feet wet, get the experience, get your local audience, and then expand out from there when you're ready. So we've got a couple minutes left. We're going to wrap things up, and I'm going to pass it around so everyone can say who you are, what you do, and tell people how they can connect with you. Mark Bell, coming to you first.
Hi, my name's Mark Bell, and I'm at plaguedoctorpress.com and on Blue Sky and Twitter and all those things, Instagram and all those lovely things. But you can pick up my books in Bloomington, Indiana, or on the website.
Yeah, do it.
And TS, coming to you.
My name's TS and I write comics. You can find me everywhere on social media, TS Luther on everything. You can find my website, can'tbekilledcreations.com, and you can pre-order The Digger in your local comic book shop until December 1st for issue 1 and issue 2 through 4 from now in perpetuity until they say that you're not allowed to anymore in the Lunar catalog because they're the gatekeepers. But I would appreciate if everyone went and did that. Go and find me. I do the TikTok dances all the time. So if you just want to see me do the dances, please check me out on TikTok.
And Mark C.
Yes, I'm Mark C. Dooley. I'm the creator of the actual semi-true adventures of Mark Dooley, or Mark and D, and its companion piece, a online comic strip called Genesis of a Fanboy. And our stories are about real people dealing with life, trying to get their dreams come true, finding love and happiness when it seems like it's never going to happen for them. And suddenly, there it is. You can find me on Facebook under Mark C. Dooley. We run our comics just about every other day. Sometimes the full page regular comic, and most often the comic strip, which is pretty meaty stuff. I think you'll like it. So, and that's about it. And I'll be appearing this weekend at the Columbus East High School as Mr. Beaver in The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. And I can't wait to chew some wood.
TS, I just had a look at your book and realized that I pre-ordered it last week.
Oh, that's so awesome, dude. Thank you very much. You're like the only one. I appreciate that. You're my number one fan. Hit me with your email later. I'll just send it to you.
That's awesome. Thanks, guys. And I'm Joel Rodriguez. I'm the CEO of Metal Ninja Studios, a full-service comic book production company, here to help you with everything that you need to get your comic made, learn how to make comics, and most importantly, learn how to make money making comics. We just recently launched the Concept to Comic Academy, and this Thursday at 8 p.m., we're going to be doing a live masterclass with the CEO of Comics Wellspring, Dan Hills, and we're going to talk about the power of vision as it relates to business and growth. So be sure to head over to metalninjastudios.com/academy, sign up for the academy so you get to take part in this awesome Q&A and masterclass.
Awesome. That was great. Excited to have everybody join this panel. It was very cool. I like playing Minority Report in the background, swishing everybody around. Sorry if there was delays, because sometimes I'm like, why isn't it moving? It's not moving. But no, it's great. I very much I thought that was very interesting. Good conversation. But up next we have trivia. You are all more than welcome to stay. We're going to have some fun questions. In fact, anybody who's staying here is going to be able to pick what we're doing for the category, because I got a couple different categories. Maybe this time I'll actually let somebody pick a category. Yesterday I tricked you all and gave hope, and then I chose one that nobody knew, and it was awesome. So it was very fun. But anyways, I'm going to boot everybody out for a second, and then anybody who wants to stick around, feel free, and I'll bring you back up, and we'll have a fun time doing trivia. So thank you everybody for coming,
you guys. Have a great day.
Awesome. Have a good one. Bloop, bloop. And he's got it. All right, bloop. There you go. Cool. Oh, and bloop. Get out of here. All right, what's that? All right. So, anyways, like I said, we've got trivia coming up. Where did I just put it? The categories we've got include horror. Come on. It's horror, sci-fi, fantasy, or mystery and crime. So that's what we're going to be discussing. So I'm going to bring up two of the guests that are with us. I see TS went no scream. I don't know if he's coming back, but for now, we're going to bring up to the stage Jerome, because why not? You're going to have fun answering all these questions, crushing it. All the people in the audience are going to be jealous that they can't keep up with your speed. What's for real quick? So I'll put you up here. Who are you? What do you do? Microphone. It's funny, you're unmuted here, so I wonder if your mic's not the right mic. All right, while he's doing that, I'm going to bring back up Joel Rodriguez. Who are you? What do you do?
I am Joel Rodriguez. I'm the CEO of Metal Ninja Studios, a full-service comic book production company dedicated to helping everyone tell their story in comics a little bit easier.
Awesome. And Jerome, you got that mic working? Nope. No, he's not. It's not working yet. And you're definitely not muted in here, so it's the mic's just not coming into here. On the bottom, there's a little microphone with a little drop down. Maybe you switch the microphone, switch it back, something like that. The only other option would be, actually no, because it would have said your mic's not coming in at all. Yeah. Well, I just heard static. What was that? Who was that? Oh, maybe maybe you have headphones set up. Testing. Nope. Yeah, he's going to try them out though. All right. While he's doing that, I'm going to pull up my questions over here. So first off, from the people in the audience watching, as well as the people here, like I said, we've got sci-fi, we've got horror, we've got fantasy, we've got mystery and crime. What do you guys want to do for this trivia panel?
I have the best chance of not losing in horror, but I'm probably still going to lose.
Oh, yeah. Greg likes horror too, so that's a good one. What about Jerome? You can put it in the chat, Jerome, if you want for now at least, and then while you're messing with the mic. Sci-fi. Ooh. Well, we got 2 for horror, 1 for sci-fi. Anybody in the audience? I don't know if somebody else just joined. I don't know if that was Ramon or not. But yeah, anybody in the audience? We've got sci-fi, mystery and crime, or horror. Which one? Did I miss one? Oh, fantasy. Fantasy is the 4th one. So we have fantasy, mystery and crime, sci-fi, and horror. Any votes on which category we do?
I can't win any of them, so.
I feel like you could probably win horror.
No, I mean
physically, you're not allowed to win. Yeah,
I'm not allowed.
Yeah,
I'll beat Joel at horror, so it's fine.
Awesome. I do see some people in backstage. By the way, we're going to be doing trivia just for a minute. If you'd like to join, let me know, and I can bring you up. Just type that away in the chat. But yeah, I think we got 2 for horror though, and we got 2 for sci-fi. Okay, where's the coin? I got to go flip a coin. 1 second. All right, we've got heads for horror. We've got tails for sci-fi. All right.
Those sides look the exact same to me.
Yeah.
Red, don't worry. Oh no, here we go. I gotta do it again. Don't say it. I gotta do it again. Do it again. Right, flip, catch here, and what do we got? I'm gonna try to. We got tails. We got sci-fi. There we go.
If he says so.
Awesome. So anyways, we're going to start off with a tricky one here. What is so in Star Wars? What species is Yoda? I got to I should get the music on. Got to get the vibes going. Where's the media here? I wonder if anybody's got any answers. But you guys can answer as quicker, as fast as you want.
If you had asked me about 10 years ago, I could have answered it because I had sci-fi or Star Wars trivia down pat. But since then, no, not a clue.
This is awesome. The background music I have is Into Space. Yeah, we're vibing into space. Look at that. All right, let's see. We got a chat in there. No name. Oh my God, somebody actually got it. Wait. Who is UPG? Who is UPG?
Jerome.
Yeah, Jerome got it. That's correct. It is unknown. They actually never tell you what the species is. That is correct. That was a trick question. I want to start off strong with these. Let's move on quickly to the next question. What is the name of the ship in the movie Firefly or TV series?
Gonna have to revoke my nerd card. I never actually
I've
watched
never watched
Firefly.
Firefly.
You never watched Firefly. It was so good that people literally revolted when they canceled it and they forced them. And we got 2 for Jerome. Yes, it is Serenity. He's even doing it through the chat, so that like on YouTube, which means it takes longer to get back to us. I should be putting these up here like that. There we go. All right, so Jerome, look at this. He's got 1, 2. Next question. In Star Trek, what does the acronym TNG stand for? Oh, I can see some frozen faces there. I'll give you a hint. It's part of the name of one of the shows.
The Next Generation.
Yes, there you go. Joel, he's got one. Who wrote the sci-fi novel Dune?
Ooh.
Yeah, this one's a little harder.
I know who did it.
I said Ramon earlier. Roman also correctly guessed the Next Gen because there's a delay. So he gets a point too. You both get a point.
Can I phone a friend? Because I think Jerome might know and I want to phone him.
Does anybody have the answer for who wrote the sci-fi novel Dune? What is that? Oh, and Roman got this one as well. That is correct. Frank Herbert. Spelled a little incorrectly. You're missing a letter in there, but you get the point. Awesome. All right, next question. In Blade Runner, I don't know if anybody now people are like, oh crap, what the hell's in Blade Runner? In Blade Runner, what is the term for artificial humans?
Oh, I know.
Synthetic?
Those one. Greg, you gotta wait though.
Yeah.
Was it a synthetic?
No.
No.
Well,
Nice. Jerome with another one.
See, I didn't phone a friend.
Nice. Yeah, and Roman was right after him. I guarantee that was too quick because Roman's got a delayed video, so I'm giving you both a point there. Right now, Roman and Jerome are tied with 3 points each. All right, let's see. In the comic saga, what is the forbidden relationship at the center of the story? Trent Reznor's clothing line? What? Trent Reznor's clothing line? Is that a Blade Runner reference and I'm just like ignorant to that? I don't know what that means. Also, I forgot to do this. I forgot to be like sharing these on the screen. Replicant. Yeah, replicant. I should be doing that. So, all right. So, again, I'll say it one more time. If nobody knows, just let me know. Elena and Marco. Yes, there you go. Elena and Marco. A romance between Elena from Landfall and Marco from Wreath. That is correct. So, we got, what is, yes, Neen, frontman is Reznor. Oh, is Reznor. Is
Nine Inch Nails, frontman.
Oh, got it. All right. So we got Jerome with an extra point here. Okay, and wait, right? Yeah, you got it. All right, next one. What is the name of the AI in 2001: A Space Odyssey? I feel like I feel like even without seeing the answer, I actually did know this one, so I feel good about myself. Because so far, I would have gotten like 2 of these.
Well, one of us should.
Nice. There we go. Boom, boom. And again, Roman's right there, right after you. So, Jerome, you're up ahead by 1 now. So it's 5-4. Jerome, Roman. All right. Next question. In Doctor Who, all right, what is the Doctor's time machine called?
The TARDIS.
He's like, oh, Joel, super fast.
I knew that, and I never watched it.
I haven't watched it in a very long time.
I gotta give a few more second delay here for the YouTube, but I think you beat Jerome because I was watching him type, and you got that out quick. Yeah, there's Roman's. I don't know, that seemed pretty long. I wonder if Roman heard Joel speak. Roman, tell us honestly, did you hear Joel speak? And I'll consider your point. And while we're waiting on that, in the Matrix, what color pill does Neo take?
Red.
Nice. I feel like with short words and easy questions, Joel's got the advantage.
Don't make me think no good.
I think I saw Jerome type that up at the same time, though, so I'm giving Jerome a point as well, so he also gets one. I am Doctor Who fan. He said it fast. I typed red pill. I'm giving Roman points too. Look at that. Roman and Jerome are now tied again. In Ender's Game, what type of game is used to train young commanders?
Candyland. No, I don't know.
I feel like it's a little more violent than that.
Mortal Kombat.
Battle Room. That is the play. They're battle simulations. That's close enough. So we're giving that one to Pong. That's hilarious. Jerome. So Jerome takes the lead by a point. Nice. Next one. In The Expanse, what alien substance is discovered that changes humanity's future? So in
the towel on this one.
The Expanse, what alien substance is discovered that changes humanity's future? And for those in the audience, we'll be jumping into the next panel in the backstage, whatever it's called, very shortly. We've only got 2 more questions left. Proto molecule, that is correct. I was like trying to read it. It's like tiny. Who is that? That is Jerome taking the lead. All right. Second to last question. What classic sci-fi film features the line, "I'll be back"?
That was...
I saw Jerome. What is it, Joel? You better know this answer.
It was Terminator, but I couldn't remember if it was 1 or 2. They kind of blur together.
It's number 1, but no, wait, is it? No, I think that's number 1.
See?
The reason why that question is funny, because Greg knows, is that Greg never saw the Terminators for a long time, and I was like, that is the craziest thing ever. So
yeah, but I knew where it's from.
I know, but that's why it's a funny one, because it's still like it's a movie you've never watched at one point. I'm like, that's crazy. You watched it now, right?
Yeah, Travis Gibbs said I can't be his friend either if I didn't watch that.
Yeah, I made there's too many movies I used to make reference to. He wouldn't get all the way. It's spot on. He nailed it. So there is one last bonus question, which would be worth 2 points, but actually Jerome's ahead by 3 points, so nobody can catch up. But it's still a bonus question. Who is the pug from the well-known independent comic Mittens, Space Pilot? What's his name?
There's more than one pug, so.
Wait, did they mention? They don't mention not in the first one, right?
Oh, in the first one, there's one.
Yeah, there's only one. That's why I said.
Oh, okay.
That's the well-known one. It's issue 1. The rest,
I'm assuming I'm not lucky enough for him to be named either Frank or Mittens.
Pug Davis. Mittens. No, Mittens is the cat. All right, Greg. Who is it? You can get 2 points and catch all the way up to
Oh
Joel.
my god. Lord Pathoff Atil.
Say that again.
Lord Pathoff Atil.
Oh my God. That is brutal, Greg. That is brutal. But yes. So Jerome, that is 2 wins this weekend for you, correct? You won the very first one, I think. So yeah, again, I still got to email you after. We'll be chatting though, because I definitely want to get show you. You're probably going to get a couple prizes now, which is awesome. So yeah, we're gonna have to go through this. Hopefully, you can get your mic working later. But thanks so much for coming. It was awesome. I'm glad we had some people in the audience and we had some people up here. But yes. The next panel's coming up, so I'm going to boot you guys out so we can get started. There was a prize. Yes, there was a prize. There's actually several prizes. We have free comic books. We've got free T-shirt. We've got free gift certificates to Blick art materials, so that you can actually get art supplies. We have 2 $50 gift certificates for that. We've got a free year membership at Global Comics. We've got a couple 3-month memberships and a few 1-month memberships. And then also, thanks to Global Comics, we have a free 7-day subscription if you use code SNCC 2020 or SNCC 25. And trying to think, I feel like I'm missing other stuff. But yeah, the free comics from Metal Ninja Studios, from Sierra Nova Comics, and from Apollo City Comics. So we're gonna have comics all over the place. But yes, it's gonna be exciting. And also, Brandon, who'll be coming up next, has to tell me if there was another prize I'm supposed to add to that yet that we haven't heard back from yet, and I can add it to the list. But that's why I haven't contacted anybody yet, because there might be extra prizes, but I have not been informed of them yet. So anyways, I'm going to boot you guys out. We're going to be starting the next panel. It's going to be exciting. Quick start over. Awesome. All right. I'm going to boot you guys out. Next panel coming up. Whoop, where's my directory here? Where are we? Oh, yes. Creating indie anthologies. So thank you, Jerome. Thank you, Joel. I'm going to adios you.
See ya.
Boom. There we go. Nice. Awesome. Like I said, the next panel coming up is Creating Indie Anthologies, Collaborative Storytelling. I'm going to get rid of this music. We're not doing trivia anymore, so we need some calmness over here. And for this panel, one second. Who did I make the host for this panel? Oh, it's Greg. Greg's the host, so you get this chair. There you go. Where'd it go? Boom. And we're going to bring up Brandon real quick, and you're going to tell us who you are and what do you do.
Hey. Oh, good. Audio is working, right? Solid.
Yes,
Great.
We can
Awesome.
hear you.
Cool. All right. Hi. Brandon Blocksdorf, Brandon Community Director here at Comics Wellspring, and I'm the Editor-in-Chief at Apollo City Comics. Super hyped to be talking about anthologies, because that's what Apollo started with. That's what I do at CWS. I've put together dozens of anthologies, so I'm super hyped. So much to talk to you guys about. So thanks for having me. Sorry, I was eating a cookie right when that popped up.
Perfect timing. Next, we have Anna. Who are you and what do you do?
Hi, I'm Anna. I have sorry, I'm getting a lot of echo. I can fix that or not. But yeah, I have been working on comics since 2018. I'm part of Lesser Known Comics, which I know works a lot with Apollo City Comics. I've got my original series out, and you can find me on Instagram there.
Awesome. And I don't know if I'm the echo, so I muted myself, but if it went away after that, it was me. But next we've got, there he goes, T.S. Luther. Who are you and what do you do?
My name's TS, and I still write comics. I was here earlier in case you forgot. I'm the creator of The Digger for Invader Comics and Tokyo Fire for Professional Entropy.
Awesome. And I love doing the reintroductions, mostly because as we're doing this, we might slice all these videos up later and repost them so that people can learn more, and that way they don't have to watch an 8-hour stream just to get some golden nuggets from some of these videos, because I think some of these panels have been awesome this weekend, and very excited to get these out there. So anyways, like I said, Greg's going to be a host, so I put him on the spot. I didn't even tell him, so now he's got to make up questions on the fly. Probably, if not, I can just take over like that.
I believe in you, Greg.
But yeah, to start, I guess my first question is probably going to be why anthologies? That's it. Just why anthologies? You got comics, graphic novels. You can even do different mediums. You can do books and other stuff. But like in the comic space, anthologies are an interesting beast. So why anthologies?
I'll go first if anything. So when I was starting out making comics, I was trying to make a book called Teenage Babylon, and I was pitching this cosmic punk rock love story over and over. And then actually Mark Bernal of Lesser Known Comics was like, dude, what if you put together an anthology first? You put together an anthology so that when you kickstart Teenage Babylon, you're pitching a punk rock themed book. Why don't you do a punk anthology, build a base off of that? And that way you're not entering the Kickstarter realm or just the comic realm with just a book. You now have a collaborative group of people that you've put together and you formulated, and we made and Out Come the Comics, this punk anthology. We also got really cool. This is even before I was working with CWS. I got CWS to sponsor us for a book, and they did this cool foil cover for me. And I took it to San Diego Comic-Con that year. And it's kind of crazy because when you get, 15, 16 people on a book, you create a lot of friends. So I had a random page that I needed to fill in here, and I found a one-pager submission. And now that person, China Rosemaria, we were doing a whole series together. We just finished wrapping. We're in the design process of Fake Your Death, and it's like 65 pages for the first act. And because of this punk anthology, I met China. And so it leads to crazy stuff. So if you're trying to network, if you're trying to grow, anthologies are a great way to just kick off things.
Definitely. And who else? Anybody else? Why anthologies? T.S. Luther.
Yeah, I think that's great. The networking thing, I hadn't really even considered when I first started. I started doing anthologies as my first book growing up because I didn't know how to write a 22-page script. I was like, well, I can do 4 pages. I can do 5 pages. And then when I had a collection of those, it's like, okay, now I have something to start with. So that was a really easy in for me. And like working with Orange Cone Productions and a couple other like mostly anthology companies, what I found is it's really easy to get credits and to pitch yourself on 4 pages. They'll trust somebody unproven or someone new on 4 pages, 5 pages. You can afford to do it with an artist, maybe if you can't afford to do an entire graphic novel, right? So it's just an easier in both for trust and for your wallet to do a 4-page script to get into an anthology,
Yeah, 100%. I also I like the idea that even Spider-Man, right? It was kind of tossed in at the end of a comic book, and it's yeah, because even the publisher is not going to be that mad that you toss in a couple of pages. So yeah, if the whole goal is to just get a bunch of people to toss in a couple pages, yeah, it's less likely they're going to be stressing out that your one thing might not be that good. So definitely. And Anna, why anthologies?
Yeah, I mean, I think definitely a lot of what has been said before. But I know when it comes to anthologies, it's really a great way to not only network and meet new people, especially for marketing. If you can, if you have an anthology that's got a lot of people in it, it's really great for getting the word out there. But it's also nice because sometimes you want to just try something a little bit different, and you don't want to commit 40, 50, 60 pages to it. You can just try something that you're like, hey, I've been looking to try this this style or this just like play around a little bit more than I normally do. And it gives you a lot of freedom to do that because most anthologies, you're probably not going to be doing more than 10 pages at the most. And it's nice to actually get to try something without having to worry about like, oh, if I don't like how this turned out, am I going to be doing this style for, years, but you can just try it in an anthology.
To kind of real quick piggyback off of that, it's a great way to test out creative partners too. The first artist I had for Teenage Babylon that's in the punk anthology, it isn't the artist I have for the series Teenage Babylon that's we're working on right now. And it was one of those things where you got to like experiment. You get to go through a small vetting process and see how each other's schedules are, how you communicate through a script, what the vision comes out to be. But also, besides testing out creative partners, it's a great way to promote an upcoming series. So if you do a snippet to something themed, so like we did this. Actually, we have a couple. Like this is one for CWS. We did a one for a convention for Baltimore, and I put this together. But so I probably more adult themed. But I write a series called The High Adventures of Weed Wizard and Bong Boy, and so we did this anthology called One Hitters, and it was a perfect way to bring in the first chapter of that and introduce it, and it became like even the variant cover that we did. I have tons of anthologies to show you guys. I'm hyped. But we did a variant cover for it as well. And so you do cool stuff like that for promo and marketing. And so it could kind of grow the series and build hype. So then again, when you launch a Kickstarter for it, people are aware, they want more. And that's where you get kind of, really get some success out of that.
I definitely agree. Having the ability to be like, hey, I'm not sure if we want to work on a 5-issue series of 24-page comics if I've never worked with you, but like, hey, let me get an artist to do an anthology, a one story in an anthology. And yeah, like you said, you could, if you've got an idea for an ash can for your story, you could easily just put that into an anthology instead. And now you can get that story out there and be like, hey, by the way, look forward to, the actual story that's going to be coming out, not this just little side adventure. But yeah, definitely. And Greg, obviously, you've been in the world of building anthologies. So why anthologies?
To test like stories. Actually, one of the stories I wrote in Chronicles of Horror 2 is Bobby T or Robert Turtleton. It's basically Chucky inside of a turtle. That usually hooks people to buy this. That was just a joke that me and our friend Hector were talking about, and then I ended up writing it, and then it's a 3-page story in there. So yeah, and now it's going to be a whole series through our horror imprint that we're going to be doing in like 2 years.
Awesome.
Yeah.
It's I think that's all these are great points of why anthologies. It's just a weird simple question, but it's interesting that anthologies have even come to exist and that they become so prominent. Like TS over here mentioned with Orange Cone Productions, like that's a huge thing that that they do is they do a bunch of anthologies. So that's a very powerful tool to get your name out there and overlap with all these other audiences, which is definitely huge. Testing out works with creators and testing out a story. Maybe you're not sure, like the fact that our Bobby T is doing so well and people are like, yo, if you put his face on a t-shirt, I'll buy it. Like, oh, okay, that's cool. Like maybe we take that off and we run with a series for that. So that's definitely something that I think is very interesting. Now, my next question to the audience is, when it comes to an anthology, what do you think truly defines a successful anthology? Is it the theme? Is it cohesion? Is it what talent you bring on, or is it something else that's unique? Who's in there? Somebody's got an answer.
Oh, I mean, with anthologies, I try to make them like super themed, like really mega, like zone in on like one aspect of it, and that kind of seems to help center what you're looking for in the anthology too. So, I mean, with everything we've done, I wish I had Shadow Anthology out because that's the complicated one. We have cool stuff like Kick Out the Jams, which is obviously a music anthology, and then you do something like Cyber Sync, which is like it has a prompt, and we gave a prompt to it. So people had to follow that, and if it falls outside those realms, you start to get strict with what you accept and everything. Even the punk anthology, we just had to find the essence of punk rock within that. Or you do like a really enclosed one, like when we did the first volume of This Comic Kills Fascists. That was kind of like handpicked from a small group of people to see, like, hey, we're throwing this together. It's real fast. We did it like in a month and a half. And that turned out to be like our best selling book ever. And so now we're doing open submissions for This Comic Kills Fascist Dos. That's open till the end of the year. But making it really themed and centralized helps you create a vision for it, and it makes it stand out a whole lot more. Like I kind of struggle whenever I do like the Comics Wellspring anthology sometimes because I'm doing it from creators that are at the con, and I'm trying to find some similar theme within it to kind of figure out and market it as, and that's more difficult than if I'm just looking for something specific.
If you're casting a net in a pond that's already got predefined fish in it, yeah, you're like, okay, now I got to find from this pond the fish that I want, as opposed to making more like a magnet. And it's like, hey, I'm doing this thing. Anybody that is attracted to this thing, come over here. I think you can pull from a much larger pool. So I definitely agree that
it's almost impossible to market it too if you don't have a theme. Like, here, check out this box of cool things. Maybe you'll like it. I don't know. Like trying to get a customer to buy a thing. I'm going to pick up that zombie anthology. I'm going to pick up this anthology that does X. It's really difficult, even if you're a fan of a publisher. Like when Image does their collection or Dark Horse does their #1 collection, they still don't sell super well, because even if you're a fan of that, you don't know what kind of stuff you're going to get out of it, versus the targeted anthology that's, oh, hey, I like cats, I'm going to pick up the cat anthology. That sounds rad.
Yeah. Well, and so I tossed up an image right here if you're able to pull it up. But like this last one we did for Baltimore, this is the best I think I've done. What I did was I got everyone who was in the book to work on the cover as well. So all of us did a section. So from the top left corner, that's Javi Martinez, and then you have Doug Knight, and then you have me on the right, and then you have Daryl Murphy, Eric Allred, and Jade Louder. And so like I try to get everyone to draw the character Ink, the mascot for CWS, and bring it together into one cover. And so when you read it, it's all like a whole bunch of indie stories. So that came out themed. I did one for like a small, these are all available on Global Comics as well. But I also did one for the Inspired Inc. podcast, where I tried to, like, at the time, whoever were guests on it, I put in the anthology. But that was so big, we just did it digitally. But I should do a round 2 of that now that I think of that. But trying to find that theme, because if not, like when I did the Heroes Con one, I was just like, you're cool, you're cool, you're cool, you're cool. And then I felt bad because I left out so many people for like no reason, really. Like there was no filtration.
Cool? Is that what you're trying to say here?
I guess you need to make the highest list.
Dude, I realized that one you mentioned where it's gotten so big you've just done it digitally. That would be really cool then if it was turned into like what are they called? Table books, or like they're like those big
coffee table book.
Yeah, coffee table books. Yeah. Like that would be really cool, actually. Kind of like just an encyclopedia of anthologies. Just like just a huge book of just tons of anthologies. That'd be awesome, because like, other than like a printer or a large publisher, I don't think there's going to be too many people that have that direct access to get that many stories in one place. And then not only that, if it's the printing company itself, then depending if they're capable of printing it, it's like that they reduce the cost of making it. But then it could be a collectible thing. It could be something that's only given out at the Ringos or something like that. But like, I think that'd be kind of a cool, it actually could even be one where you do it for charity, where, you auction it off and you make like, 100 of them. With all of these independent comics in there. But I think that would be super cool, because like obviously it would be a beast of a book, but being able to just have, like, in fact, if you had that many, you could probably have themed sections of the book where here's all the horror anthologies and here's all the superheroes and here's all the sci-fi. So I definitely love that idea.
With my marketing snippet real fast, with POD coming in the next couple weeks, like stuff like that's going to be way more capable for us, for you to just find the book on like Global or on a website like that and be like, oh, I want a copy of this physically. Bam, print it, and then it's going to be sent to you in through 5 to 7 days. So very in the feasible future, more accessibility to comics with print on demand from Comics Wellspring.
Yeah, definitely. And now I got a quick question, just with a show of hands. Who here has written and created something that was put into someone else's anthology? Right? Cool. And opposite, who here has been the one assembling an anthology, whether or not you put something in it? Cool. All right. So yeah, almost everybody. So Anna, you're the only one that hasn't had to assemble one yet. So don't worry, you're not missing out on a lot. It's definitely not super fun.
No, I know it's a huge commitment, and it's a lot of work for the people who put those together. And I'm sometimes in awe of how much goes into those and everybody that takes it on. So I'd love to do one at some point, but I know exactly I've seen how much work it is. So
no, you've made the correct choice not doing it. I think that you've chosen wisely.
I've talked the team out of doing stuff before when I'm like, guys, you don't realize it's not just checking submissions. That's the fun part. That's the cool part, is checking them all at the end of the thing. There's an entire before and after and middle that just like, and we've gone through like financial issues. We've gone through printing issues. We've gone through, timing stuff. I've had so many failures and success. All of our anthologies, I'm just going to flash them up while I talk. All of our anthologies, I feel like, are massive successes because of what we've done with them and how many we've actually done in our short like time span of being a publisher and what, you know, just in general. But it's one of those things. It's pretty time consuming and it takes a lot of work. I'm missing 2 of them, but
and you get an anthology, and you
yeah.
get an anthology.
Well, that's what we're giving away in the packet. All the Apollo anthologies, one of the trivia winners gets all of the Apollo anthologies digitally. And that is like hundreds of pages of comics because they went from being like 60 pages to 20 to 100 and something. The newest one, our horror anthology we just put out with Jade Louder, where I almost get killed in it. This is beautiful. I love this book. It's getting shipped right now to everybody. It'll be on our website soon. But this is probably our biggest anthology yet. We got it. There's even a Chrome version, which is pretty sweet too.
I knew I made a mistake not doing the trivia. I should have taken part.
Oh, don't worry. If you want to take part, we've got 2 more trivia today. At least 2 more trivia today.
I'll be watching. I'll be paying attention.
Yeah, there's 2 more.
Yeah.
No one said there was prizes. I'm just sitting here going, "Oh, you guys don't know anything about sci-fi. I could have won."
It's so funny. Yesterday, I gave them an option of a bunch of them, and then I chose martial arts, which none of them picked, and I was like, "That's perfect." And it was funny because they were still able to get some of the answers, but it's funny because like I feel like people don't realize that martial arts is a genre of comics. Like it was a genre of film. Like it's a whole genre in and of itself that you probably actually know more than you think of because you probably enjoyed it as a kid and were like, oh yeah, that is a whole category. Yeah, Night Watch. Yeah. Oh yeah, that was Greg. I was thinking about that too because when we were doing the drawing class earlier. I don't know if you guys missed that, but I drew a rat, right? But the thing that I saw was through the previous page was that was the first hand drawn logo I did, so I was super excited to get that done. Everything else I've done in Photoshop at first, but I like doing the hand drawn stuff, so I'm going to start doing hand drawn for our other logos, which is going to be fun. Slowly, not being an artist, just slipping into that role, which is fun. So, but back to Anna, the question I mentioned earlier, where you have not been involved on the comic or the assembling of an anthology. So now my question to you, actually, because you have not seen it from the other perspective. So now I only want this perspective, which is what compels you to want to join someone's anthology? What's something that they say or do or suggest or ask or request that makes you go, that sounds like an exciting project I want to be involved in?
I'm trying to think of all the anthologies that I've done. I know a couple of them when I was first sort of starting to put comics out there were like, we want people who have not been published before. Like we want to give people like a springboard into this. We want to make it accessible. So they were looking for less of a theme in those instances and a little bit more for just like, this is the first time that you've published a comic, which is great because I think a lot of people get sort of intimidated to do it. But I know otherwise, themes are definitely really important. I tend to go for ones that are a little bit more leaning towards horror or sci-fi. But I also think one thing I do notice with anthologies, if it's something that I've never tried before, if it's like a theme I've never tried before, I'm like, oh, that's kind of cool. I might actually give that a shot. I only need to do like 3 to 5 pages. That's awesome. So I don't know if there's like a specific thing I've seen that was like, oh, I'm super down. It definitely helps if I've seen that they've put stuff out before, so I know that this isn't their first rodeo. Like sometimes you'll send out an anthology to somebody and then they're like, yep, we totally got you down, and then you just like never hear from them again. So it's nice to see that they're at least a little bit established before sending off your work. But another thing too is that you get to I like anthologies that keep the rights for the creator. Like you still get to keep your story. It's not just their property.
Yeah, no, definitely. And that's something we actually spoke about on Friday, which was like the legal side of comics and making sure that anthologies are way too much work for the result they normally bring. Yeah, you really do gotta, if you're gonna be so on that note of like keeping your rights, I think that an important role that if you're putting on an anthology, and I'll ask this after as well to the audience, but I think that one of the most important things you should do if you're creating an anthology, first off, I love the idea of letting creators, we're obviously all independent creators, so letting them keep their work. But I think that part of that should be, hey, you can keep your work if you meet X, Y, and Z criteria of marketing this book. Because I do think that a lot of people are like, oh, cool, I'll put my stuff out there and hope that it works. And a really good example of that, Greg and I are very aware of this. We created a platform where people could host their comics for free. We did this way before any of the giants that are out there now. We were one of the first independent comic platforms that even existed back in, that would have been 2018 we did that. So we were putting this stuff together, and we were letting people post on our platform for free. And we're like, we're not getting any traffic. All of the traffic is coming from Greg and I sending people here. How can we encourage more traffic? And we kept trying to get this audience to put their stuff on there and then grow. We're over 100 comics on there at one point, and we've got 40 different creators on there, and nobody's promoting it. There's like 2 people that are promoting it. And I think one of those people even signed up for the paid membership version that we had just to support us, right? But out of all the other people, it was super hard. So I would say that if you're putting an anthology together, that's a really easy way to be like, hey, you can keep your story. We would love for you to keep your story. If, right, you promote this with at least 10 Facebook posts or 10 Instagram posts and email out to your newsletter that you attach us to so we can see it, whatever it might be, you have to attach some caveat to it, because if not, there's they have no incentive to do it themselves. There's no reason for you to promote it other than getting some fame, because you're not going to make money off of the book, right? For the
I disagree. I think there's tons of reasons to promote it. And I think you should be promoting any anthology that you're a part of, not just like, yeah, maybe you already got paid, right? But again, fame, notoriety, networking, you should be a part of it. I'm a part of a series right now, Holiday Spirits. I'm going to be in their monster book for Christmas. And I'm going to tell everybody about that as I'm plugging the Digger, because that helps people buy those. Editors see that. I've gotten gigs because I'm in this upcoming book. And that's how it works. So I think it's a little bit silly when you write a story or you draw a story and you hand it off and you go, okay, they'll do the rest of it. They don't. It doesn't matter if you're working for Image Comics or a smaller indie publisher. They don't have marketing budgets and they don't spend it that way. If you want to get more gigs, if you want to proliferate your career and get more credits, you need to be plugging every single project. You need to be talking about it in your portfolio. You need to be coming to these awesome little cons and talking about it. The fact that we don't have 1,000 people signing up for this is crazy. That's how you get the jobs. Every time somebody comes to me and asks, well, how do you get gigs in indie comics? It seems impossible. Why didn't you sign up for SNCC? Why didn't you go on that podcast that only has 4 listeners? You need to be plugging your stuff, even if it's not your own personal IP, even if you don't own it. Plug the products that you've been a part of so people know that you're willing to work.
I like how he talked about us twice. He's like, why aren't you on SNCC? Why aren't you on that podcast with only 4 people? It's like, hey, talk about somebody else.
Really, piggybacking off of that, it also depends on the people organizing the anthology too. You got to create a community when you do that. Whenever I do an anthology, I create a group chat on Instagram, because I've kind of vet everybody who's going to be in the book pretty well. Like, we'll go through their stories, we'll go through their profiles, because we always ask for socials, and we want to make sure that these are people that are going to be wanting to do this. And if 1 or 2 of them don't, all right, that's cool, whatever. You know what I mean? But it's just we try to find people who are going to be active in the community. But besides that, we'll have meetings. I'll host StreamYard meetings that are live where people can ask questions and we drop it in the chat. We provide updates in there, and we try to make it exciting for people. I try to hype up people as much as possible, but that way they're excited and they're proud of it. And I try to show people a product that they're proud of. I think all the books that we've made with Apollo have a pretty good standard of quality, and it's really because of our team is fucking dope. Max Flowers has designed almost all of our anthologies along with Eric Allred, and they're just fantastic designers. But we want to make sure the team loves that too. So we get insight, we try to communicate, we try to get some feedback. We try to give as many updates as possible. I'm shipping out the horror anthology, and I just send them pictures of stuff of the boxes and my cats and whatnot, and everyone's hyped. And then I'm getting posts and tags and stuff, and I'm like, please guys, do that. It's really cool. Plus, especially if you're an entering first time creator, if you have 1 book out, do 1 or 2 anthologies, because then you could get 1 or 2 anthologies as well. And the way I kind of work to help creators get books, I just sell them copies at print costs. Yeah. And so I get a pretty decent deal in a lot of the anthologies. So I give people this like per copy, and I work out money with them. I'm not strict. Like people are really trustful once you open up and you're kind of working with them on that stuff. I've never had an issue in that sense before financially. But just get them included, make them hyped, to make them be proud of it, and that way they will promote it and they'll be proud of the success and the Kickstarter itself. That's my
there you go. I went to hit unmute and then I hit my dim buttons and my screen got darker. I'm like, no, where's everybody? But anyways, no, yeah, that's awesome. And I do think that it is important that the organizer of the anthology is somebody that is actively involved and they're bringing people together, getting them all excited, so that the people that are joining those anthologies are also excited. And I also agree, Luther, that you do want to, like, you should want to promote the stuff that you're on. But ironically, you're somebody who's also put together an anthology, you mentioned. And I think that people who are willing to put on an anthology can see the value and why they should promote others' anthologies. But I think that those who've never put one on might not see it the same way. Obviously, some of them are gonna. Some of them are like, oh my God, I'm gonna be in this thing. I'm gonna tell everybody, and that's exciting. But I think there are substantially more people that, yeah, they don't come onto our show and they don't promote their anthologies, and they're a bunch of those guys. Don't be those guys. Nobody likes those guys. But I was like, what's a family-friendly word? Those guys.
They're all cowards, is what he's trying to say, right? No.
Like, I think you're yellow. Nobody calls me yellow. All right. Awesome. So we got a few more minutes left. Now I've got another question, and this would be for either the creators on anthologies or the people trying to put them together. Obviously, the person the person organizing the anthology is going to have one vision in their mind, that they see that this anthology is going to be awesome. It's going to look like this. And then somebody that they invite is going to join and go, hey, look at what I made. And they're going to be like, what is that? I don't like it. It makes me scared. And you're going to be having to have these debates between people that you might have already agreed to put their story in your into your anthology. Or let's say you've written the story, you're going to put it in an anthology, and they go, by the way, these are the other stories in the anthology. Like, whoa, I don't want my anthology next to those things, right? I think there's a lot of things there where there might be creative differences between the creators and the anthology assemblers. How do you guys go about dealing with these conflicts as they arise?
I don't think I've ever come across that. I'm not gonna lie. I think
Mr. Perfect.
Because no, I mean, I think there's a lot of factors behind that, though. And also, like, if anyone wants anthology advice, I have a document. We've created a document. I'll totally share it with anyone who wants to try to put together an anthology. It's just some insight. But the way we've kind of formulated stuff and the way we think about the theme and the restrictions, I wish I had the stuff. Maybe I could even pull it up while I try to talk to you guys. But like, we're very strict on what is going in that book. We have really like standard limitations on things. We're very specific on everything that's going to go in there. And even when we choose the stories, like, there's a whole council. Like, we have like 5 people typically like looking at the stories, trying to figure out what's going to go in there. And if we go back and forth on a couple, and it just kind of gets narrowed down and down and down. And also, I don't know, I think maybe the community that Apollo's created, we all have a kind of a very similar vision and taste, and you probably know what you're getting involved with us. I can't find this picture, but I should have put it on my Instagram or something. But it's really just be strict on what's going in there. Like, make sure, again, themed, very themed. I don't think anything feels out of place out on any of my books. And that's not to like toot my own horn or anything. It's because our vetting process is just so strict. And when you have a collaborative book full of, stories, make it collaborative. Have different people speak and give opinions, and send back and forth designs, and make sure the layout and the pacing of the anthology is really good. There's probably one book, probably Cybersync. There's a couple stories I probably shouldn't have like put in there, or not put in there, but reorganized so it has a better flow and pacing to it. That's also really important. But that's probably the biggest thing, is you got to just kind of really take your time with it. Especially if you're doing a bigger book versus just like a 24-page anthology. But just be very clear. I guess.
Yeah, it's the vetting process. Like, know who you're getting into bed with and teaming up
Yeah.
with, and like both whether you're going to sign up to just write a story for one of these, whether you're just going to be a part of it, or you're putting it together. It's really important to know who you're collaborating with, especially if you're going to be writing anthologies. I submit to a lot of anthologies, and you have to trust because you're going to put it in there, and you have no control over what else is in that book. And you could pull your name out if you want last minute, I guess, but there's a lot of ramifications there. So just know who you're getting into bed with, who you're teaming up with is really important from both sides. And it's not that difficult to go, well, what have they published before? And what would they do here? And if you're putting one together, Google that art before it goes in there. Google that writer before you say, hey, will you write a story for this? And don't accept anything, like you said, Brandon, like with carte blanche. Don't just say, yeah, whatever you write's going in there. No, like have a vetting process. Let them know there's going to be check-ins. Let them know that there's going to be times where we decide yes or no going forward, because people will wait to the last minute and do something maybe not so, great and or offensive. And that pops up all the time, not just in big stream comics, but also in the little guys. Like there are people who want to tell stories that might not fit with your vision. You just need to do the work on both sides. It's not hard. It's just a lot.
Yeah, I think one of the key things you both brought up was specifically vetting before the journey starts, right? Like don't like making sure that by the time that you guys are getting their stories into your book, they're fully aware of what's in your book. You're fully aware of what they plan to put in the book. And now it's like, okay, like this is the game plan. Anyways, this panel is about to wind down. We're about to jump into our next panel. So before that happens, I want to get everybody a chance to tell me, who are you? What do you do? Where can people find you?
My name's TS and I write comics. You can find me anywhere online at TS Luther. My website is can'tbekilledcreations.com. It's got my whole portfolio, all my books, all the different links to the different publishers. If you go into a local comic book shop right now, you can pre-order my new book, The Digger. It's basically What If Indiana Jones Hunts Short Round. It's my first widely distributed book at every single comic book shop that you go into. We're even in Canada now. So please go and pre-order that if you like horror comics or pulpy action or Indiana Jones. That would be wonderful. And also check out my new anthology that I'm a part of in Orange Cone Productions, Holiday Spirits. It's their monster special. I wrote the Sasquatch story, the Bigfoot story, with my buddy Mr. Fish of Mr. Fish Comics doing the art. So please go and check that out and submit to some anthologies, people. Don't be a coward, and make sure you plug them after you do it.
Mr. Fish is the man. Anna, who are you? What do you do? And where can people find you?
Yes, I am a writer and artist. You can find me easiest on Instagram at alpeterson7689. I've got a link tree in there. It's got links to all my work. I've got my current one out, Book of Rifters, and I'll be announcing when the second issue is coming out on Instagram as soon as I've got a date.
Awesome. And Brandon, who are you? What do you do? And where can people find you?
I'm Brandon Blocksdorf, and I am everything, dude. Brandon Community Director at Comics Wellspring. Get ready for POD, print on demand. Sign up for Global Comics, Comics.1. That's where we're first launching, and lots of updates coming. So make sure to sign up for our newsletter to get all of those. And check us out Monday night on Inspired Ink here on YouTube, where I interview Alex Segura this week, and Thursday nights where we do Spilled Ink as well, our live drawing show. And then check out Apollo City Comics at apollo.citycomics.com. Right now, we still have submissions open for this Comic Kills Fascist Dose, open till the end of the year. So please check that out. We also have a bunch of cool stuff like this Comic Kills Fascist is free right now. This is the last day. It's free on our website. Go there, type in the code, get a free digital copy. Bam, QR code, that one. And yeah, all the things. Check out me on Instagram and all the socials of those companies I named.
Awesome. We are almost on time today. We're 1 minute late, so that was much better this time. Excited for all of you that you've been here. This is great. Again, that panel was Creating Indie Anthologies, Collaborative Storytelling. Next up is Distribution Strategies for Indies, getting your work out there. So I'm going to boot everybody that's in here now, and then I'll be inviting anybody else who's in the chats below. Adios. Here we go. Oh, and I keep forgetting to switch to this mode first. There we go. Awesome. That was a great panel. Very excited. Next up, like I said, we have Distribution Strategies for Indies, getting your work out there. And up first, I'm going to be bringing Christian. How are you doing? Who are you and what do you do?
Well, I'm Christian Duck. I'm the warlord of the Unpopular Studios, so I do everything except the drawing. Writing, translating, distributing, selling, marketing, whatever you can name it, layout. So whatever is not it, that's not drawing. So yeah, studio. I'm doing also animation. So
Awesome
stuff.
And we've got Braden. Who are you and what do you do?
Hey guys, Braden, Rook City Comics. I do Haven. I do Sketch Night. I do a bunch of other comic stuff in the community. Yeah.
Awesome. And Anthony, who are you and what do you do?
Hey, glad to be back, guys. My name's Anthony Iannaccio, aka Mr. Tony Nacho. I am the writer, specifically the writer of the comic book series Super Guy, and I'm also a comic book podcaster.
Awesome. And we're bringing Anna back in.
No, long time no see.
There we go. Gotcha. Who are you and what do you do?
My name is Anna. I am a artist and writer. I've been in a couple anthologies, and I've got my original series came out last year, Book of Rifters, and I should hope to announce my second issue soon.
Amazing. And we're bringing Brandon back to the booth. Look at this. We got a full panel here. This is awesome. If I can get him. Wait, yeah, it's not letting me drive. There we go. Got him.
Hi, this again. Brandon Blocksdorf, Brandon Community Director at Comics Wellspring, and I'm also the guy that runs Apollo City Comics. I'm just gonna go with that today.
Awesome.
Watch the other panels if you want to get the full description.
And finally, I'm gonna get him. There we go. We've got Dan Hills. Who are you and what do you do?
Hey, I am Dan. I am the CEO of Comics Wellspring, and well, I think that about sums it up.
Awesome. This is incredible. Man, yeah, we definitely got a full panel here. This is awesome. And actually, Brandon, if you recall, boom, you are the host of this panel, so you get the special seat.
Yes, I'm so hyped, especially because my boss is here. So I got to look good right now.
No pressure.
No pressure. So I'm so excited because distribution strategies are one of the biggest things in the indie industry that we're all trying to figure out. We're seeing all these things pop up left and right, from Massive to Power Pulp to some. There's like 3 new companies that popped up last week that I saw in news articles. So a big thing that everyone's trying to figure out is what's the right way. Like, what does distribution mean? How does distribution benefit you as a creator at the level you're at? And what's the direction we want to go in? I'm going to kick it off with Anthony, actually, because I know him, and this will be an easier question. But so how do you have Super Guy out? Phenomenal book. Love it.
Thanks,
and how you're doing a reach out at this point. I see you trying to get that book out there. What does distribution mean to you as a creator who has one book out, a second one on the coming? But what type of levels are you trying to reach? What is your ultimate goal for distribution at the speed you're producing books as well?
Hey, so for me, it's honestly, how can I get as many eyes on Super Guy as possible? So that's really anybody that wants to read it. I find a way to get it in their hands, whether it's a physical copy or a digital copy. Just this past weekend, I put it on. So the first issue and the one shot that goes along with it was always on Global Comics, but you had to pay to read at least the first issue. So this past weekend, I made it now free for anyone that wants to read it. So digitally, anyone can read Super Guy right now. They don't have to pay for it. Physically, I try to get as many copies out there. So I've given people free copies. Specifically, me and Brandon were walking around New York Comic Con, and I would give a copy of Super Guy to really anyone that spoke to me for more than 30 seconds. I just wanted to put this comic in as many hands as possible. Social media helps me get in touch with a lot of people, people I would never meet. Shout out, by the way, to Mark in the comments. He's someone that I guess found me through another creator, but as far as I know, the only person that has put Super Guy on Whatnot. And Whatnot is not anything I've jumped into yet, but that's yet another way to just get the book out there. I don't think anyone else has had that any copy of Super Guy up like on eBay or whatnot. So it's cool to see that, even if I'm not doing it, there are people that like the book enough that they want to put it out there on their own channels. So honestly, at this point, if someone wants to read it, I find a way to get it to them. But I don't really have like this ultimate plan. Like whatever works, I just try to focus on that a little bit more than like the other strategies.
I love that. And it's just trying to get, like you said, trying to get word out, just trying to get your name out there. And it worked because there's people that walked up to you and they were just like, I've read Super Guy. I was impressed by the amount of people that told you in front of me that they read Super Guy, dude. So you're doing the legwork, the good job on that. And it's getting the amount of copies to do that. And I'm just going to pitch and that you print with Comics Wellspring. So like, I know you get awesome, affordable books so that you could actually get that first book out. I do the same thing. I give out Teenage Babylon like crazy because you kind of give out a book for free for a year for marketing and just getting it out there. So people could chase the series. And now I feel like Super Guy #2 is going to have a lot of success on your next Kickstarter because of that. So I'm pretty hyped to see where that goes. We'll swing it over to Christian over here. I'm just hearing everything you do and you run. What has been your strategy for distribution? What are some of your goals that you do for your company?
Normally what we do is we have a mixed strategy. Let's say we have, first of all, the number one channel to distribution is to Kickstarter, by the way, and through digital marketing and growing out our mailing list. But we also work with several stores on an exclusive basis. So we have for territories, we have just 1 or 2 stores, depending on how big is the territory. And then we also, what we do is we partnership with certain collaborators and friends who work with us or have worked with us in the past to carry our books in conventions that we can attend. So it's like a mixed strategy. I was listening to Anthony, and I think that's something that could work at the beginning, that you can give your book away, stuff like that. And if you do it, if you are the one who's drawing it and if it's a single issue, but we normally, the books that we do are anthologies or are big books. So it's like 100+ pages book. And you cannot just like give those away, that you will be ruining in 3 months. So a strategy is that one, is maximize as much as possible the digital marketing strategies, the Kickstarter, and also appearing at select conventions, and through those channels build some rapport and bring some prestige, and then go to stores and, as I mentioned, strike exclusive deals based on region. That's what we want to do. That was a strategy a little bit from the beginning, because at the beginning we try to put in as much stores as possible and to put into big distribution. But the thing with big distribution and stores that you don't know anything about them is that you don't know what's the state of your inventory. You don't know if it's gonna be easy, if it's exhibited or no, if it's laying in a box somewhere that nobody knows, if they are breaking them, if they're gonna return it to you, if they're upselling them one other price. So I have all the stories you have in the book. Okay, so I've been doing this for more than 10 years. So distribution is, we were talking about just the Friday when we were talking about the Funniest Foundation, and distribution is the key. I think the 2 main keys for indie comics is quality, but that depends on the creator and their audience. And the other big issue that's been since the beginning is distribution. I remember that when I entered this business, I come from banking. So when they told me that distributors, they're 70% of the price of the book, I was like, are they insane? So I'm working for them. What is that? What kind of business model do you give 70% to any customer? That's like insane. So I said, no, and thank God that those guys are bankrupt, and hopefully they disappear ever from the face of the earth, because they're just stealing from people, So that's insane. That's like a hijacking. I understand that the store can take 30 or 35 or even 40%, but they need to sell those books. That's why that's something that when we talk about stores, say, hey, if you take this book, you're gonna sell them. It's not. I don't want to hear in 6 months that, I have issues or whatever. Buy less, but guarantee that you're gonna sell those less, and then we can work with you. And then because what we offer those stores with those deals is like access to artists, like doing events in the store. So what the majors gonna offer them, like access to the creators, and do Q&A, do panels, and if they do like Congress or whatever, or conventions or anything they do, we're gonna be involved with them. So it's a two-way street when you work with stores, in my experience.
So you literally kind of have like curated deals with certain stores just to ensure success for your book, and ways to also drive traffic to those stores as well. It seems like, right?
Correct. Yeah, the idea is that we both are happy. It's a win-win situation for everybody.
And when you're talking about regional, how far out do you try to reach? What's the furthest you're trying to get your books out, like globally? Are you just looking within like a local area? Like how far have you gone, and how far would you like to go?
We have already covered Ireland, part of the UK, Spain, and we have a couple of stores in the US. We want to expand that and do Japan too, and France. Those are the two big markets we want to jump in. But those are gonna take some time because they're not easy.
Yeah,
those are the mecca of comics, where they really sell. Because that's normally our first edition in France is 10,000 copies, which is insane. That's our first edition, and Japan is something like that too. But those markets are a little bit more complicated. But we have people who work there, and they tell us strategies, and that's what we want to achieve. With time, obviously.
And then I'll bounce to this question for you real quick with that Roman asked. What do Kickstarters help with in your instance besides just funding the book in general? What else do you put those funds towards? We usually use it for like printing, and then like adding extra goodies for people, or just being able to either pay out the team a little bit, or actually just order more inventory in general for our cases.
Yeah, mostly for us is inventory. So we normally that's the whole idea. So now what we do Kickstarter is to at least get 2x of what we're gonna offer. So if we get if we sell 50 books or 100 books in Kickstarter, we want to have the funds for printing 200. So that's what we adjust and of course, and people get extra things like things that are going to go through the Kickstarter and through inventory through that, but mainly for inventory. That's the beautiful thing about crowdfunding, only Kickstarter, because that's the problem that everybody knows. But we have done another platform too. Is that it's a marketing tool that's kind of cheap, quote unquote cheap, compared to other ones, and it's an excuse to bombard people for like a month.
There you go.
Or 2 months,
Yep, exactly.
So that's people don't. And I remember that when we started back in the day, we started like 12 years ago. Crowdfunding was not popular. It was like, hey, what are you always begging? What are you asking for money? You don't have any money, blah blah. So and now it's like Keanu Reeves is doing it, So it's like, okay.
Yeah, there's purpose behind it at that point.
Yeah.
I love it. Braden, let's get your input on this. What are your goals for distribution, and what are your thoughts for what you do in the comic realm?
Yeah, I mean it depends, right? Like it kind of depends on where you're able to handle and kind of everything else. It's a weird market, the indie market, and I think like if you're able to kind of tackle distribution in a way where our focus is just getting, again, kind of like a lot of people said, as many eyes on it as possible. And like right now that is Kickstarter, and right now that is like a lot of like online spaces, right? Like Global Comics and stuff like that. It's different, right? Like you can definitely get into stores if you want, right? You had mentioned a bunch of different distribution options you can do, right? Like Massive or Lunar and stuff like that. It just kind of depends on like the channels that you're kind of able to afford. A lot of publishers, right? So like you can kind of reach out to them. For us, it's really, because we are in the indie market, it's kind of a thing where like even with like high quality work or whatever, getting attention, getting eyes, like Kickstarter is great for that, right? Like it's an awesome platform to sell your work for sure. But even like, I think we've heard like make Kickstarter an event, right? Like make it this bigger than life thing. So that's what we try and do. We also are starting to put like a lot of our issues online for free, just so that we can get, again, kind of more eyes on it and make supporting something that people enjoy the story and enjoy the work and want to support with the physical copies, with the Kickstarters, with stuff like that. Yeah, because sometimes a barrier to entry, right, especially for indie work, right, like we're not DC or or Marvel, you know what I mean? If we're putting out certain types of books, right, the accessibility is kind of your strongest resource, right, like with online being the space. Yeah, so that's kind of what we try and capitalize on.
And so, like, even the level you're talking about, is that a big reason why you're not chasing some of these bigger publishers? Because even on my half with Apollo, we have a lot of books out. We have like
Yeah,
20 we have
absolutely.
20 books out. I'm not chasing these distribution networks because I don't feel like we could keep up with it. I don't
Yeah.
think we have enough series out. We don't have enough completed works out of a series. We have a few anthologies for sure, but then like I feel like we're gonna run out of steam in like 1 to 2 years with the timing of producing work. Is that kind of like why you don't enter some of those realms yourself too?
Yeah, 100%, right? So like it is a thing of a lot of comics is a catalog game, right? It is like what is your library, right? And when you're in the early stages, when we started here in March, and so when you're in the early stages, like you want to build up the audience, you want to build up kind of buzz and whatnot there, right? But if you have 1 or 2 copies, 1 or 2 series kind of going on, you're right. Like the amount of work that you have when you do get into like that lunar, that whatever, you're gonna need an output. You know what I mean? Like a lot of these places, if you're not putting out consistent work, like why are they picking up your stuff, right? When it comes to like catalogs and stuff like that. So what we're trying to do right now is build up completed work, right? So like a 12-issue series here, 12-issue series there, and then go to those distribution outlets, right? And be like, hey, this is what we have, this is what we can offer, kind of thing. Because it really is about building up that community online. First, because that's what you have most access to immediately.
And I mean, you're also talking about the timeline of a book's
Yeah.
life as well. And a lot of people, and I mean, this is not the mindset to be in. Some people think that your Kickstarter is the start and the end of your book. Like if you didn't make it, that's it, you're done. But like that is the birth of your book. That is that
Exactly.
you finally got it made and printed and produced. Now you spend the next 10 years promoting and marketing
Yes.
that book as hard as you can, and you keep it in print, you keep bolstering up, you keep that series going so that you can complete it as an indie creator, and so that you could go, like you said, to these bigger distribution companies and be like, I have a full 12 issue arc I could actually distribute over the course of a year and a half, and this next volume is also on its way. So you have something to kind of pull from, and you don't, like I said, you don't run out of steam in 6 months either. But knowing that like you have to hustle and grind for 5, 6, 10 years just to get those series made, and then another 5 years or extra year on top of that just to get it into distro. And so that's it's kind of crazy. The lifespan of a comic has multiple births and different like incarnations of itself in general, depending on how far you're going with stuff like that too. That's big.
100%, right? Like it is one of those things where it's like, yeah, Kickstarter is great, and it's like that's the beginning, right? And then like when you have everything, right, that's the beginning of something else. And a lot of times with comics, it is the thing of like, all right, and there's more work in front of you, right? And like there's more work in front of you, and you just kind of have to keep picking away at it, until you're set up in a place to really capitalize on stuff like publishers and stuff like that.
I love that, dude. Let's swing over to Anna real fast too now. So Anna, what are your goals? You have Book of Rifters 1 out, and you're working on your second book right now. What are your distribution goals in general, and where are you hoping to go as you enter the issue 2's campaign?
Yeah. So I've tried to think of what direction I wanted to go when the second one comes out. Because Kickstarter was super helpful for me the first time. But the lesson that I learned was because I'm just one person, I'm not part of a team that's putting it out. I am responsible for fulfilling all of the promises that I make during my Kickstarter campaign. And while I did get everything out, eventually I felt like I was a little bit, I was definitely behind on getting stuff out when I said I was going to be able to get it out, because I I didn't really take into account exactly how long it was going to take me to get all of these rewards together. So I definitely learned some stuff the first time. I think I'm going to go Kickstarter the second time, but I also might offer my stuff up for free for a little while. I haven't really fully decided what route I want to go, because Kickstarter is great. I definitely liked it the first time, but I have found other distribution methods too. The town that I live in has a lot of people in comics. There's a lot of comic shops. You can actually get a surprising amount of just walking into a comic shop being like, I have this comic, will you put it on like their local shelf? So that's actually been like it's worked pretty well for me. I sold more than I was expecting to. But yeah, I think the hard lesson I had to learn was making sure that I could fulfill what I needed to fulfill for my first order. And then the second one was, I'm trying to think. I thought of something somebody else mentioned, and I'm now struggling to remember what it was. But yeah, I think just kind of looking for or making sure that I have it available digitally and in physical, just because so many things are so up in the air right now with shipping, both nationally and internationally. The stuff is changing all the time, and you don't want to promise all this stuff to people and have it get stuck in the mail. So I'm trying to decide what route I want to go for that. So I definitely want to have physical and digital available to people if it is a struggle to get it out in the mail, because things are just so up in the air right now with that.
Yeah, I'm fulfilling a Kickstarter right now, actually, between panels. And so it's costing about $8 a package for this horror anthology that we're shipping out right now. And that's kind of like one of those things where it's up in the air, especially if you did a Kickstarter earlier in the year with a certain shipping price, and then it could kind of like come back and circle back and kind of bite you in the ass later on. But also it's good to like also have like an understanding of where you are and where you are in the industry, and not like overshoot with your goals of where you want to distribute, where you want to be in, where you want to be featured, and understanding your own capabilities for what you're producing. Not everyone is doing the same thing, and not everyone has to do the same thing. And I really respect that, because it seems like you actually give yourself boundaries, where a lot of people, including myself, I kind of like don't even respect my own boundaries, and I overwork and I overstack things. And then it like there's consequences later. But you have to kind of figure that out, and it sounds like that's what you figured out over this last year.
It's definitely trial. It's going to be trial and error the first time. Like I would say, if you underestimate how much work it is, to not beat yourself up too much. But at the end, I definitely got everything out, but I did feel bad that I overpromised on how fast I was going to be able to do it, and I definitely learned my lesson the first time for sure.
I get that. And then Kickstarter being your main distribution network, is that just like your current avenue? What are you aiming to do to expand that a little bit more?
Right now I'm kind of going back to I'm reworking some of my marketing, updating some of it, both like physical and trying to get my website more up to date, having more stuff to promote on Instagram. I feel like this year that took a little bit of a backseat. I sort of got the first book out and then just kind of, I don't want to say collapsed, but I kind of just got through all of that and was like, okay, I need a little bit of a break. So yeah, I think mostly just I'm redoing a lot of my marketing strategies right now. That's kind of what I set aside December to do, was making it look, giving it more of something to draw you in, having more stuff to get out there for when I'm either at conventions or if I'm trying to get into comic stores in person. Just kind of revamping the actual physical marketing a lot, I think, is definitely important. If you just keep using the same images for marketing for years and years and years, they start to get old. So I'm definitely trying to update that a little bit more than in the past.
That's, I mean, again, smart revamping. And I know Dan will probably have something to say about that too. Once we'll get to him right after Dylan next. What is Sierra Nova doing in terms of distribution? Are you on this panel? I feel like you're on this panel because you're in the room.
Yeah, I'm on this panel.
What are you guys doing in terms of distribution on your level? What are your goals for it? What has worked for you so far?
Yeah, definitely. One of the biggest things that we've been doing. Whoop, what's that one? Get out of here. This one. There we go. I have. Oh, your other one's still in here. Get out of there. But yeah, the thing that we're doing is honestly the biggest thing is getting to conventions, getting new people to see our stuff. One of the big things that we learned a little too late was that a lot of independent comic shops they'll take one shots, but they don't want the start of a series and not the rest of it. So it took us a while to finish the rest of our series so that we had enough to either make the trade paperback or at least have a completed series. So that was something that we're now going to be reaching out to comic shops. But in the meantime, what we've done is Kickstarter has been a huge help. Somebody asked earlier, like, what does Kickstarter help with? It's the audience that Kickstarter has that's helpful. It's the fact that there's people on there that may never have heard of you, but they've heard of other comics. And because you might get some traction at some point, you might get bumped into an email or bumped into Discover. And that's a huge benefit. The other thing that we're doing this year, and we're going to be moving on to next year doing this as well, is getting into a lot of digital distribution. So right now, we just uploaded all of our comics to like a simple platform called Gumroad, where you can just buy it outright. But then there's how do you get people to also see it and then want to buy it? And that's where Global Comics comes into play. That's a huge advantage, which the next panel that we're going to be doing is actually about interactive comics. And part of that, I think, is I love the idea that you can frame each of your panels and you can zoom in and move around and, become interactive, even though it's just a digital flat piece of paper, which is kind of interesting. But yeah, I think getting digital distribution is huge. Getting out there in people's faces so that people know your name. Doing things like Kickstarter is big because then you're doing both. You're getting recognized digitally and you're putting yourself out there in the physical space because people are ordering the comics themselves. And I think another really important thing that we're going to be doing, and we've been doing, but we're going to be using this in the future, is keeping track of what you're selling and going, hey, local comic shop, we would like to put our books in your store. We have sold, 1,347 of these books, whatever the number might be. That might be an awesome number for some creators. And for some people, they're like, it's a dream number. But whatever you're actually putting out there, you want to work on making sure that you actually can leverage what you've done in the past to continue to grow. Don't just do stuff and then lose that leverage and then try to do another thing. Keep moving forward and go, like I don't remember who it was yesterday or earlier. No, yeah, it was yesterday. Somebody mentioned they had 100,000 views. Oh, it's Carissa, like 100,000 views on Global Comics, and it's like that's a great number to be able to show a in-person, local comic shop. Like, hey, this isn't just a random fan thing. There are 170,000 people that saw her comic or read through her comic. Like that's a huge deal. So yeah, keeping the stats and using those to grow further.
I love that. And that's just being strategic, you know what I mean? Being accountable for your inventory, kind of like measuring your growth and overall performance as a creator. And it's something like I'm terrible at as Apollo. Like that's something I need to zone in more to actually produce. And that's where probably people like Anthony and I should be counting how many books we're giving away for free, like who, all that type of stuff. And that's pivotal because I could actually give us metrics, because even if it's just like I haven't sold this many, but I definitely know that this many people have gotten it in their hands.
A real good way to do that is to go back to Comics Wellspring and look at your order count. be like, this is how many we ordered. This is how many we don't have left. So we must have sold them or gave them away. I don't know how much money's in the bank, but at least this many comics are out in the world.
Yeah, hands down. And well, speaking of Comics Wellspring, let's rotate over. I saved Dan for last because this was a little strategic on my part. Being a good employee, we just got a bunch of information of creators who are talking about their needs for distribution, what they've been doing, what's been working, what kind of hasn't been working, what they're wanting to pivot towards. And Comics Wellspring is doing this really cool thing called print on demand in a very unique way. So how is what we're doing with distribution going to kind of rattle and kind of help people out and make this easier on creators? What is print on demand going to do to actually make things more accessible and help them get them in further areas of the world?
Yeah. First, I'll preface with I've never liked distribution. I don't like distributors. I see their purpose in them about 20 years ago, but these days I think they're just an extra set of hands in the cookie jar. And when we're talking margins, like creator margins, independent creators, there's not enough room in there for another set of hands. So my mission with CWS is to eliminate that as much as possible. And I think another important thing in this discussion around distribution is what Dylan mentioned. I think it's probably the most critical thing you should be doing as a creator who wants to take themselves serious as a business, and it's collecting data. Your data is your power. Demand is important, and proof of demand is extremely important when you want to get into shops or anywhere with any industry. You got to show that this product will sell. So if you can't do that, then you're making your life a lot harder. So one of the focuses for us, print on demand, it gets thrown around a lot, but we've always done print on demand. But the fact is we're moving into the book of one realm. Not only that, we're expanding our operations to multiple regions and locations, countries. We've put a standardization on our, like, how we print and the product output and stuff like that. So we really want to be able to, like, bridge the gap between creators and entering new markets. But also, with all that being said, we package it up into a really beautiful professional dashboard, which I developed with my team. And the dashboard is basically a centralized system for creators and publishers to operate from projects of book of ones and full orders. This will enable creators to not only, even when they're integrated with platforms such as Global Comics and stuff, they'll be able to collect data, because every book that is ever printed with us with that title is processed through our system. So you'll have live data feedback of how many books have sold, printed, ran through our system, and it'll give you kind of like analytics and proof of demand. But also, obviously, the big thing that I kind of glazed over is the book of one. The book of one in general will completely disrupt and change the way we think about distribution. The way I see it is you need data, demand, but then you need a fast and reliable service to a retailer or print shop. So the problem with traditional distribution was it was built on large print runs, warehousing, and freight costs. Retailers, like any other retail in any industry, is relies on, like, risky pre-order kind of guesswork. High rates of, like, over ordering, or like having too much inventory. I mean, even creators, just too much inventory. You have to, you're running the risk every time. And it's good to have a lot of inventory, for continued sales. But if you can get your prints rather quickly and at the exact amount that you need, I think that's just a smarter, economical way for creators to scale. So, what we're doing is building this system. We're building an ecosystem, a global ecosystem. We've already started doing testing some stuff in different countries, but also we'll be rolling out kind of this dashboard with all these kind of cool features and stuff in 2026. So it's like no more printing large runs, especially when you do these free books and these proof of concepts. You can order the exact amount that you want, give away. You can track all that on your dashboard. I mean, I think it all comes down to every other industry has some sort of professionalism and some sort of, like, tools that you can use that are taken seriously. I mean, that are all integrated in one HubSpot, if you will, and you're able to see your business from, like, a bird's eye view, and you can dive into the details and stuff. I wanted that for indie creators, and I think that's what it does. But really, what it's really affecting is the margins for the creators. I want creators to make more per sale. without the guesswork. I want creators to take it seriously, like they're running a business, and they need the tools and the knowledge and insights to be able to do that. That alone will completely change the way we think about distribution and getting books in the shops. I would like someone like Brandon, you to go into a shop and do the thing Dylan just said, and be able to, export a analytics document saying I sold this much and here's where I sold it, here's how I sold it, this is what I sold it for, do you have room on your shelf? And even if it's geolocation, like we sold a lot in this region, I really want to be in your shop, on the shelves here, I can guarantee it'll move product. I mean, that's a way stronger case than kind of like cold calling and shooting in the dark of retailers and shops and stuff like that. So I really want to give the tools. I think that's the missing element. We've as creators, we've put all the trust into these middlemen that put together a list of comic book shops, and it's more complexity than that, but basically that they're just there and they're charging an arm and a leg, which you don't have an arm and a leg when you're selling comics. So I think I won't be brutal, but I think they're an unnecessary player in the creator to fan ecosystem. And I think I'm really gung-ho about giving an opportunity, because as I think we opened up with this, that there's a bunch of new distributor companies coming out left and right. They're doing the same thing, that claim they're doing something different, but they're doing the same thing. They're just charging you. That's it. So I think what really I'm aiming for, and I like this, I like hearing all of this because it gives us kind of more confidence in what we're building. I think just eliminating that part and changing the way we think about distribution and giving creators the power of inventory, margin, distribution, I think that's the only way forward.
I love that. That's so much, and that means there's so much coming from Comics Wellspring in 2026. So please sign up for our newsletter. You'll get so many updates regarding all of this. And so real quick, we'll answer one last question that popped up. Roman was asking Dan, is it over or under 50% creator return for a second printing, second issue for you guys? What's the return rate on creators reprinting with us? I know the answer, but I love hearing you.
It's really, really, really high.
Yeah.
Retention is the name of the game. I mean, you guys should know that as well. Creators in general. I mean, in our creator ecosystem on any front, like we want fans. You want fans. I want fans. I want CWS to have fans. That's great IP value. So it's everything that we do is all about that. This is why I mean, not many companies need to hire someone like Brandon, a community director, but we do because it's about curating the relationships with the community, and that's what leads to retention, and retention keeps you growing and flowing, and predictability is key in this industry. So our return rate is, I mean, shoot, I have no idea what the percentage is, but I'm gauging probably over 80 to 90%. It's really high. We have people who have been printing with us since day one, and I've witnessed people starting printing, I swear, I can name off some names, but printing small print runs of 25 a decade ago. Now they're dropping 10K every couple of months, and just it has plenty of creators under them. Like it's awesome, and that's important. So I don't know if that really answered your question.
Yeah. Perfect. That's seeing the growth and the expansion of what you've done, and what we've continued to do under Comics Wellspring, not only from a creator perspective, from going small indie to growing into 25 copies to 10K. CWS has done the same thing over the course of the last few years, and I'm so excited for what we have coming for our fans and for our creators. I'm so excited to be part of all this, and knowing all the background stuff that's happening. So thank you so much, Dan. Dan Hill is the CEO of Comics Wellspring. Thank you for your time today and speaking with all of us and just hearing out from the community. I know we all adore having you around and doing that. We'll do a quick round of just who, what, when, where, whys. We'll be a bit more brief about that, but we'll do our sign offs now. Dan, do you want to do any quick shout outs before we sign off?
Yeah. I mean, shoot, I just want to shout out my team, to be honest, and all the indie creators who have literally been there just cheering us on this whole time. It's insane. It's wild. My team, they've just been working day and night. One piece of business advice. If you're taking your publishing house or your business serious, hire the best sign of like your team. The best type of people are the people that stay up all night stressing. It is. And when you get a team full of people who are staying up all night stressing about the same problem of solving that problem, man, you won because things get done. And our team has been insanely tenacious in jumping on problem solving, and it's been super exciting. So I just want to give them all a shout out. I mean, some are probably working right now, but they have just been so strong in this and seeing the vision for what we could do to this industry, and also to the creators who have always been by our side. I mean, I just saw a comment in there. Thank you, Lulu B 5711. It's awesome. But like I love seeing that, and I love seeing kind of like being in relationships with the creators and just cheering each other on, because we all know that this industry needs some sort of shake up, and I think it's up to us. So
Love it. And if anyone wants to learn more about print on demand, we just unleashed the episode. You can see it here first on the day one convention. I did an interview with Dan Hills, and we talked all about POD and what to expect from CWS. So thank you so much. Let's do a roundtable. We'll start with Anthony. Dude, tell us where to find your stuff, what you're up to, and anything you want to promote about Super Guy.
Sure. So my everywhere online, I'm Mr. Tony Nacho. So all the social medias, TikTok, Instagram, Blue Sky, all that good stuff. I also host a weekly comic book podcast called Comics and Chronic. Every week we talk about a comic or a movie or a TV show, mostly comics though. We give it a rating. We have a lot of fun. Super Guy issue 2 is coming out in early 2026. Right now we have the pre-launch page up on Kickstarter. We got preview pages up there, and yeah, we're excited to launch. So if you want to check me out, again, Mr. Tony Nacho everywhere, and look out for Super Guy issue 2.
Love it, dude. Thank you so much. Great seeing you. I'm glad we're on the panel today. It's
Yeah,
makes
hell
me
yeah.
so happy. It's good to see you. Let's circle back to Christian. If you want to promote what you do and where to find your work as well.
Well, I just want to say that this panel has been amazing. Okay, just blow my mind. I didn't know about this initiative, and I'm like just taking notes. You can find us easy on the website. There you have all the socials and all that. The website is unpopstudio.com. So UNPOP studio STUDIO.com, and we are working on a number 2 of the second volume of Unpopular Tales. It's going to be Pinocchio. There is a reimagining of the classical folk tales with a 21st century spin to it, and that's about it. So thank you. It's been amazing, this panel.
Thank you, man. I've learned so much from you. We got to stay in contact. I'd love to bring you on the show and talk more about what you do, and then get you printing with Comics Wellspring. So it's going to transform what you do. So even more hype. Braden, let's circle around to you, dude. I'm so excited I got to meet you as well. We got to connect outside the con. But tell us about what you do and where to find your work.
Yeah, absolutely. So Rook City Comics is where you can find us. Also Rook City on all social medias. I just want to say, like, what you guys are doing, I think is really great. I think the indie space needs infrastructure, like what you guys are talking about, and I think, like, especially with comic stores, right? Like that's kind of where everything is. You know, they're used to a certain type of distribution. But I think because we don't have access to that, it makes, you know, the reach of indie comics harder. I think with the infrastructure that you guys are proposing and everything else, I think shaking up the industry, like you guys had said, I think that's the right move. But Haven Sketch Night on the Kickstarters, we are fulfilling Sketch Night. Still in late pledges. Also, again, just Rook City Comics. If you don't have Kickstarter, you want something easy. Awesome. Thanks, guys. Oh.
Love it, Braden, dude. I feel that our cameras do that all the time. That happened yesterday. Let's swing over to Anna as well. Anna, where to find you and what you're up to?
Yeah, so you can find me. Best way is on Instagram, lpeterson7689. That's where I have my link tree to all my past work and where I'm announcing any future projects. Issue 2 of Book of Rifters will be announced there first. Otherwise, yeah, all of my other past work you can find on the link tree as well.
Amazing. Awesome. Thank you guys so much for this panel. I'm again Brandon Blocksdorf. So I was fighting a cat the entire time I was introducing you guys. Brandon Blocksdorf, Brandon Community Manager here at Comics Wellspring. Please sign up for our newsletter. Check out Inspired Ink tomorrow night, Monday night, with Alex Segura. I'm super hyped about that interview. Spilled Ink, our live drawing show every Thursday night. Check out our social medias. We have so much news coming your way. Be sure you're following our socials and signed up to our newsletter because you'll know all about this POD stuff. And shoot me a message. You know, I'll give you some insight. Probably I'll spill some tea with you guys, and so that Dan will yell at me later. It's all good. I'll expose some secrets. But other than that, check out Apollo City Comics at apollo.citycomics.com. Right now, today's the last day you could get this Comic Coast Fascist digitally for free. Just type in the code. And then we're still accepting submissions for this Comic Coast Fascist dose in our anthology. Please send it in before the end of the year. And that's it for me. I have on other panels today too, so please stick around. We have lots more coming your way. Dylan.
Yeah, also Sebastian looks quite stoic there. But yes, and I just realized, Greg, we should be introducing ourselves too on these because we are running it. I feel like maybe we forget to do that. But yeah, I'm Dylan Mislewick, co-founder and CTO of Sierra Nova Comics. I do all the technical stuff as well as editing and hosting this whole event. And also just thanking our sponsors, Comics Wellsprings, who we've got some reps here today, maybe just a couple. We've got Global Comics, Blick Art Materials, Blue Rock Media, Apollo City Comics, Metal Ninja Studios. It's been great. So excited to have everybody here. And yes, our next panel, what is our next panel? Oh, it's the interactive. Yeah, the interactive comics. That's what we're going to be talking about. So definitely stick around. Thank you, everyone, for coming. And we'll see you around, especially if you're at future panels. And hopefully we'll see you back here next year as well.
Been a pleasure. Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Take care, guys.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
There's Greg. There's Greg. There we go. Yes, and we went a little over, but it was awesome. Very excited. I see Anton and Lulu were here. Brandon's here. I think that's everybody that's on here. I think somebody had to cancel, but that is totally okay because we've got so many people. It's been awesome. So, like I said, this panel, I got to get the exact name because I forgot the full name. Where is it? Interactive Comics, Engaging the Reader. So yes, that's what this entire panel is about, is how do we develop comics beyond just the paper and make it so that people are engaging with your worlds. And first up, I will bring up Lulu B. Who are you and what do you do?
I am Lulu B. I am the founder of Lumibug Studios. I also am in charge of Bear and Bee, which has about 5 different comics that's going on. I do a lot of stuff, a lot of random things behind the scenes. I also write, and I'm excited to talk about interactive comics.
Awesome. And next up, we've got Anton. Who are you and what do you do?
Hi, I'm Anton W. Blake. I'm a cartoonist based in Austin. I write and draw as Zethia Space Witch. I'm also the editor for the anthology comics magazine Lion Cosmique, and on the side, a TTRPG designer as well.
Awesome. And Greg, who are you?
I'm Greg of Sierra Nova Comics, co-founder and writer extraordinaire.
Awesome. And I am your lovely host, Dylan. I just introduced myself a minute ago, so I won't waste too many people's time, but Sierra Nova Comics as well. And let's get this show on the road. I wanted to first explain a couple different things in the interactive world and then see what you guys are actively doing to make your comics more interactive, to make people want to engage more with your world. So first, I want to start off with the very simple, the stuff that they did even back in the day, 3D glasses, right? Like that level of interaction is totally fine. I think world building, decoders, right? That's something that we've done in ours. But then I think there's also a whole other tier of interactive where eventually we're going to have holograms floating above our comics. And so there's so much stuff from there and all of the stuff in between. And that's what I want to ask. I want to know, what do you guys see as some of the most effective, means in which to get people interacting with your comics? And anybody want to take the stab first? Cool. We'll put Lulu B up here. What? Okay, get over there.
That's not Lulu. Hi. So one of the biggest things that I've seen that have really drawn a lot of traction and people wanting to know more about the comics is TikTok's reels and shorts of like different things that we do for a podcast that we have that explains the lore of our comics. We've also done interactive things like modalities, having voice actors, having motion comics, having different things like that. People love that. And that's been a really big draw, I'd say.
Very cool. When it comes to the voice acting, like how are you going about that? Are you going through, are you putting like QR codes in the comics, or are you putting a single QR code and say, hey, here's a link to all of them? Like, how are you getting readers to actually get the audio for that? Or is it only when you use digital? Like, what's the route that you're
the biggest way, okay, so I do it a couple different ways. First, I put all my comics up on Tapas and I put it up on Global Comics, right? And so then we have Kickstarters, and the Kickstarters are the ones that like pull all those people who have already read our stuff but want a physical copy of it. Mostly, I would say that our biggest pull from both any place that we pull from, including Kickstarters, is Patreon. And on Patreon, we post the digital things.
Very cool. That's awesome. And Anton, what about you? How are you getting your readers to engage more in your worlds?
I think, on the note of Patreon, one thing that I do on mine is have a lot of behind the scenes stuff. So like raw scans of pages and like process pictures, that kind of thing. That always I've found really intrigues people. When I'm tabling at conventions, I will often have my original art there, and since I do a lot of mixed media in particular, that catches people's eyes a lot, and that will often even like grab people before they see the book that's right next to it, but I think even some of the older sort of techniques, like I would say, including fan art or like pinup pieces, or even like a letters column, that kind of thing. It's, I feel like there's not a ton of books that I see that still have a letters column. That used to be like a standard thing. And, with internet and everything, that is, changed whether or not that's some people find that effective. But I still think that that's an interesting way to like get people engaged. And it can also, of course, mean that somebody will then get excited of like, oh, my name's in here. Like my piece is in here, something like that.
No, it's very cool. There's like I said, there's tons of different ways to get people engaged. I do like the idea of Patreon, kind of like pulling them into your world and then giving them this access. One of the things I mentioned earlier are like the QR code style things, where I showed this, I think it was yesterday. This was a comic I was given at a convention at IC3, and you can see there's a little QR code on the top of this. And that little QR code is like a general theme music for this, but as you go through it, there's QR codes throughout the comic, and you can keep them this small, and you can place them around the panels. So this particular one you can see is literally called a musical. And so this whole comic is actually a musical. So you get the visual arts of the musical, but then you also get the music to go with it. Side note, I did learn from this person that apparently if you use QR codes directly from Spotify and you put them on your comic, you must give your comic away for free, because you're not allowed to sell any merchandise or materials that includes a QR code specifically generated by Spotify, which is a very unique thing. So don't do that. So I think that's a really cool way to kind of get your readers engage, because now you're literally giving them background music or potentially the actual singing for it, which is awesome. And I see Lulubi showing off her QR code. What's the QR code you're showing off?
This is for our link tree. Yeah, we've got it a couple of different places in the comic, but this is for our generalized link tree.
Nice. Yeah, and I think that's QR codes. It's so funny. So I remember, man, this had to have been, oh my God, like 10 years ago. It might have been more than that. I was working at a fitness center during a summer off, and I saw some guy walk in wearing a T-shirt, and on the back of it, there was a QR code. He goes, yo, like, download this app, and then when you have the app, aim it at this thing, and if you sit it just right, wait, let me get the shirt straight, perfect, and then it'll open up this link. Look at all that cool stuff. And I'm like, man, that's really cool, but it seems like it's a little bit of a hassle to do it. I have to download a specialized app. I gotta open it up and then clear it to go through here. And now, like, you can open up any browser on your phone, you can open up your camera, and you can just enter through QR codes so fast. Mostly because of COVID, ironically, it sped that up real fast. But it's one of those things that it's super interesting how this piece of technology has existed for well over a decade, and it just was never used because it was just a little too annoying. But it's funny because if you look at stuff like that now, especially as independent creators, we can kind of dabble with that more so than the average business, because the business doesn't want to risk its entire livelihood going, hey, our new marketing is only going to use QR codes, right? But now, if you had been doing that for a few years and all of a sudden you're coming out and you're the first creator that has QR codes because everyone else is just catching up, that's a huge benefit. So I definitely see a reason to kind of do that more, like get into people's faces and go, look, I have this interesting thing. Another thing I mentioned earlier too, aside from, giving people extra stuff to get involved, one of the things that Greg and I have done in our series Inc. is we created a whole other language. We basically ended up going, hey, here's some writing that it's clearly like visible. Like, that it must be something. By the way, if you get to the back of the physical comic only, there is a transcriber, a decoder. So I think that that's a cool way to get people in the physical space, because people collect comics for covers, for example. They might display them. But I think another way to get people involved, like I said, the 3D glasses, sure, you could probably get those onto a screen. But the fact that you could deliver them with the physical comic or have it be like printed into the back potentially in the future, Comics Wellsprings, if they're listening, right? You can pop them out and all of a sudden you're looking at, the 3D stuff. People love like the cheeky stuff. Like, it's fun. So that's kind of what we do. Greg, if you want to elaborate on that a little further, what was one of the experiences we had specifically with the language that we wrote?
The last Comic-Con we were just at, which was our best one, except this one. No. There's a girl that came up to our table on the Sunday, and she came up last year and bought Ink, and we didn't have Ink 3 there yet, but this is about Ink 2. So she bought Ink 2, and we, like, how we got her was we kidnapped her. No. So we said that there's a decoder thing in the back of a comic, and she's like, that's really cool. And then we went through all of our world building stuff and annoyed the shit out of her. And then she came back this past Sunday and said, oh yeah, I deciphered like half of the prophecy. I was like, what? So yeah, that's cool. And then in our trade that's on Kickstarter right now, we're gonna flatten those pages of the prophecy, and you're gonna be able to actually like decipher the entire thing because there won't be any bubbles in the way or anything. So yeah.
Yeah, no, that's super cool, and I definitely enjoy doing the world building part of that. So I think that, like I said, it's not just making it interactive for the sake of making it interactive, but also the world building of it. But even when it comes to just being interactive for the sake of being interactive, there's something I wanted to share. I mentioned this on an earlier panel. Let me pull this up real quick. But one of the things that one benefit you get from the digital comics, like I mentioned, this was a physical version of what you can do. The QR codes, these are all for like physical comics. You can put them in the digital comic, but you honestly don't directly need them unless you want to correlate them to a panel on each of the pages. But honestly, if I did like that musical one, for example, I would have a digital version, but without the QR codes, I would just have like one QR code in a playlist so you can just kind of bounce through it, so you're not having to scan them each time, because that would get annoying. But when it's a physical comic, it's kind of like a unique, interesting thing. So when it comes to the digital comics, this is Global Comics for anybody who has not uploaded comics in here. And one of the very cool things that you can do in here is you can actually create frames around each of your panels. And so once this loads, you'll be able to actually see, oh, this is frame or panel 1. This is panel 2. And you can box them in so that when this displays, they can actually jump from panel to panel. So this is something coincidentally we actually just got started with. How do I go back to there it is, preview. And one of the coolest things that this does is it allows a reader who normally, if you're holding this in person, you just see the whole page. Like, it's the artist's job to kind of pull you across to each of these panels. But in reality, it's a little bit difficult when, you've got, where'd it go? Oh, it's doing the wrong preview. Get out of here. Where's my frame preview? How do I get out of here? Oh, it's a different page. I want the, where'd it go? How do I get the, wait, select a frame. Look at this. Look at it. See, I'm a noob here. That's why I want to get these guys. Come on, there we go. And then I want to view. There we go. And it's loading. Don't you worry. We're going to be there. Oh, there we go. Oh my gosh, I can't get the frames to work. That's okay. I've been playing with it too much, so maybe that's why I probably broke it. Traditional comic. There we go on here. I don't know how to get the frames to work now. I wonder if I broke it or if it's just bugging out. But basically, it'll zoom in on each of these individual frames, which is very exciting. So you can actually look at it and see the story, basically how it should be told, kind of like a storyboard, right? Like where you're like, oh, I'm going to look at this, and then I'm going to look at this, and then I'm going to look at this. And it's very exciting. So it's super funny that I can't pull it up right now, but it is something that's very cool. Obviously, I think it was a newer feature, so maybe it is just buggy right now. But the idea that you'll be able to highlight a frame by frame and get readers to get pulled through them. And I think I did talk with some of the people on the Global Comics team. In the future, it could be as simple as once you enter this new frame, the audio file you once attached to a QR code just plays. So now you could be looking at a frame where a guy's driving in a truck and you just see radio music tunes, but then a real song starts playing, right? I think that that's an incredible way to really get people involved. And I think that the next stage after that is you get physical comics, you hop on AR goggles and you're looking at this thing. And as you flip and you look at each of the frames, you can just tap the frame and now, boom, this is the experience. You could, like I said, you could have crazy stuff like holograms and audio files. And, it makes me think of video games where like there's like these cassettes you can pick up and listen to. Like there's tons of games that have this, like it's just a random side thing. It's not necessary. You don't need it to finish the story, but it gets you more immersed in the world. You learn more about the lore and the history. And I just think that's an awesome way to get readers, into your world. So you guys have mentioned stuff that you're actively doing. What's something that you plan on doing or hope you can do in the future that you think is going to be very exciting, that you're like, this is how I want to show my art to the world? And Anton, you look super excited, so I'm going to pull you up first. What are your thoughts? What are you looking forward to?
This also ties into a thought I had when you're showing off the Global Comics thing. Is like, I love to experiment with the like structure of a panel or a page, and so I think as a sort of like an inverse to that panel by panel kind of Global Comics thing, that if you find ways to experiment with the page, then having that full view of the page can actually become a benefit. Like you can really shift how people will be looking at the page, like how they're reading it, not just our sort of standard left to right, top down sort of thing. Somebody that I know who is very skilled at that is Jesse Lonergan. He uses a lot of his very meticulous gridding in surprisingly fluid ways to really change your eye or like how you're experiencing a page. I've done some amount of that in the past as well, and that's definitely something that I want to continue to do and push even further. I've lately been thinking about a lot of using some other comics have done this, but knowing what page will be like, or what 2 pages will be sharing the same side of paper or same piece of paper, opposite sides, and holding that up to the light and seeing how those 2 images can cross fade together and create something new. That's happened recently in Absolute Martian Manhunter. Another friend of mine, Raymar Brunson, did that recently in his book Ghost Man. I think things like that can really get people interested and like open up new like pathways for them, even of just like, I've never thought about engaging with a comic in this way.
Yeah, I love the idea of the seeing through. I'm definitely going to see how we could implement that in the future. When you mentioned Martian Manhunter, I could easily picture like, you draw him very faded on one side and mostly clear on the other. So when you lift it up, you can see it like he's phasing through a wall to the next panel. Like that would be such an interesting way. And when you mentioned, the frames, I think it's really cool because it's very hard. Like, let's say you wanted to do something crazy, like have a collection of panels. I'll go like this so I can do a little larger screen here. If you had a collection of panels, but instead of going left to right, top to bottom, you went in a circle like this towards the center. It's very hard, even if you have a really talented artist, to ensure that people know that without doing something as specific as like, maybe each box has an arrow that points to the next one. But if you don't want to be restricted by things like that, things like what Global Comics is setting up, where you can tell them what the actual next frame is such a cool way that you could go like this. Because one of the things you can do with those frames on Global Comics is you can overlap 2 frames. So you could say this is a frame, but also this is a frame. So you could have them spiral in like this and then zoom out and see the whole frame. And now you're like, oh, wow, like he was spiraling into something this whole time, which I think is a very, very interesting idea to play with. So no, I love the idea. I love the idea, again, that style in the digital realm as well as in the physical realm, looking through the paper. It's such simple stuff like that. I'm so excited. That's such a simple idea.
Yeah, I think there's for as exciting as like new technology is to utilize, there's definitely something to be said for leaning back on the limitations of how comics are now and were before. A similar layout thing that I wanted to point out is in the first issue of my book, Zethia Space Witch, I have this 2-page spread that it's 3 characters just sitting around having tea, and that it has a lot of dialogue that is very important to the story. But I also at the same time wanted it to feel like a montage almost of like just a long time. So like that's a strange, difficult challenge to work out. So in that instance, I have all of the speech that they're not speech bubbles, but they're just color coded with the different characters. And because this is such an unusual sort of layout for a comic, I knew that, if someone who is new to comics, they might get confused on like what order to read it. So for each like section of this, all of this text, it's basically one full thought, so to speak, of like this topic kind of starts and ends in this section. Same for all of them. So technically you could read it in any order and it would still be comprehensible.
Yeah, see, like that's a smart way to like get people to read it. First off, I love that. I love the idea of having different style stuff. I also noticed there's 2 things you did in there where you had one overlapping panel and you had one character breaking out of panel, which I think is important. If you're going to do something like that where it's very blocky, but you're trying to basically make it like, here's 2 people sitting at a table having some coffee, thinking about something. And that way, the conversation can kind of flow however it needs to flow. That's a very clever idea of like getting people engaged. So I love when people think about this. They used to have to print with what was it called, the halftone printing, right, where you print colors next to colors, and that's how you get the visuals of shades and things like that. And it's like they just figured out how to use the medium the way it was to make really creative works. And I think things like think about this: if you print your comic on cardstock, you can't do the light through it. It has to be regular thin paper. So like even thinking about that, there's the what is it called, the pulp. Pulp print, I think it's just called, where they use basically the same stuff they use for newspaper, where it's even thinner, right? So there's tons of different things to consider, and basically, looking at what you have, it's kind of what is it? It's not a lack of resources; it's a lack of resourcefulness. Like you have the tools, you just have to look at it at a totally different way, and I just love that. And Lulubi, so same question to you. What's something that you're not doing yet, but you would like to do, plan to do, or, aspire to potentially be able to do, because it's just so exciting. You're like, that would be such a cool way to get people interacting with your comics.
Yeah, so in terms of interacting with the actual physical comics versus the lore and world building behind it, I would say like an Ask Me Anything is something that I have been doing but need to do more of. You guys know like that whole process? Yeah. So like it's basically just you go on and you have the fan base ask you anything about the characters, and then I have voice actors and written things, little doodles and stuff like that. It's digital, but it is really fun. And then with the actual physical comic, one of my favorite things that I haven't done yet, but I really want to do is like a travel book, like you're in a car and you're doing tic-tac-toe, or you're doing like word searches or things like that. And I have it all planned out in my head, because one of my comic books is called Crossroads, and they go cross country on a road trip, and so it'd be like the perfect thing to do, right? And so I'm going to make a comic that is literally interactive, one that they have to solve different things in order to find different lore about the backgrounds of the characters and about the monster of the week and different things like that. So I'm really excited about that.
That's awesome. By the way, I'll share an idea that just came to me now based on this little conversation. That feel free for anybody to steal this idea, because I like sharing ideas, because I think that it's crazy to think that if I had a cool idea, I might get hit by a bus tomorrow and it never happens. I'd rather the world hear about it and have it come to be. Greg knows I've shared where I had an idea where I'll never know if it actually came for me or not, but the fact that it came to existence after stating it out loud was amazing. But for anybody who doesn't know what G Fuel is, it's like a powdered energy drink. I've been drinking it for years. I have way too much of it. They have all of my money. I bought so much, I have a free backpack hanging over there and free shipping. I didn't even realize it covered the cost of the bag and the shipping. Yeah, Greg's drinking G Fuel. But the what was I getting at with that? One of the ideas that I had was simply just adding seltzer to it, because I found out most powdery substances do not mix well with seltzer. They like clump and all that, and it doesn't work. Theirs does. Not all of them. There's certain ones they have that actually taste really good with milk, which is funny. Like they had milk cereal or cereal milk ones, like what was it? The Party Punch, I think is what it was called, as a Sonic one. And that one you can drink. It tastes like the milk of Fruity Pebbles. It's delicious. But enough about that. The whole point was I mixed seltzer with it, and now it tastes like a monster, like an energy drink. So I met the VP of marketing back in 2018 at New York Comic Con, and I told him that I do that. I told him I even mix flavors too, which, by the way, they also do that now. That was a new thing where you can get mixed flavors. But I told him, like, I'll mix and match flavors, which I was doing before, and then I add seltzers, and some seltzers have flavors. So now I'm getting like 3 different flavors. It was very cool. I had infinite amounts of flavors. It was awesome. But literally a year and a half later, they announced that they have canned carbonated versions of G Fuel, and a year after that, it was on shelves in 7-Eleven. So I think it's awesome, because like who am I to keep that to myself? That was such a cool thing, and now it's in the world. But anyways, the idea that I was thinking of that would be very cool. You were talking about having people like they're on a road and like it's an interactive thing. I was just thinking it'd be so awesome to like do something like drop one of those 5-digit cell phone numbers in there where if they message it, it'll respond because you can set up auto responders and it could be like a scene, especially if it's like a sci-fi thing where it's like, hey, we need a signal quick. Tell me what to do. And it's like, boom, all of a sudden you're at this other place. It's like, oh, like, thank you. And like jump to page 6. And it's like, now you can have choose your own adventure along with an interactive guide to how you do it. Right. I think that's such a cool way. And if there was one of those things where it's like, hey, I'm not sure if somebody's on the other side of this wall, quick, use your x-ray vision. And it tells them, hold the paper up to light. And they look up and they're like, oh, there's a monster on that side. Skip that thing. You know what I mean? Like, was it Dylan doing his own scientific research in the hot tub time machine? Oh, yeah. But what's it called? I think that like that type of stuff would be super cool where it's like, yeah, use your x-ray vision and see if there's a bad guy on the other side of this and hold it up to the light before proceeding. And if you proceed, you're dead. So anyways, I love that stuff. The choose your own adventure is really cool. I actually work with a company that built out an AI software for choose your own adventure where it kind of works with you to figure out what to do next. And they use it for education. Man, that'd be cool as hell if you could do that with comic books, because if you have a digital comic, you could basically make a graphic novel and then have people skip sections almost like they're going on an adventure. Like what's it called? Like, I was going to say Dungeons and Dragons, but I mean like something like Skyrim where like there's a main plot and there's all these side plots, right? Or if you played enough Batman Arkham Asylum, it's like you could do little Riddler, side quests. I think that'd be very cool. But anyways, those were all awesome ideas. This was a very fun panel. It was kind of like I was trying to think of what to do for this panel initially because I didn't have that many ideas. And then the more we left it on the wall of panel suggestions, I'm like, man, I got some more ideas for that. And then I was like, I feel like other people probably have ideas. So I'm glad you two joined. You both had awesome ideas and very grateful for that. Next up, we have trivia. You're both welcome to stay. But before we move over to trivia, I want to let each of you tell me who you are, what do you do, and where can people find you?
My name's Lulu B, and we are on either Lumibug Studios or Bear and B Comics. We just got merged together, so that's exciting. And we can be found on the QR code. That's our link tree. We just had a Kickstarter and that went amazingly. So we're really looking forward to that. It'll be issue 3 of Crossroads. And we've got a million different things coming up because of the merger. And I'm super excited to share it with you all one day.
Awesome. And Anton, who are you and what do you do?
Cartoonist, editor, and TTRPG designer. You can pick up my main series, Zethia Space Switch, at Cosmic Lion Productions, where you can also find the anthology magazine Lion Cosmique that I edit. Otherwise, you can go to follow me, Mighty_Peculiar on Instagram, Anton W. Blake on Blue Sky. I've got Patreon just today posted about the new TTRPG I'm designing. And new updates on comics very, very soon as well.
Awesome. And Greg, who are you?
Greg, Nova Comics. Ink is still on Kickstarter for like 40-ish hours. Back it.
Awesome. Very fun. Oh, get rid of that QR code. There we go. But yes, again, thank you so much, everyone, for being here. But yes, next up is trivia. So I'm going to boot everybody out. But if you'd like to stick around, feel free to stay in the background and I'll bring you back up. And if not, we'll see you around either at other panels or we'll see you next year because all of you love us so much. You're definitely going to come back. Awesome. Have a good one, everyone.
Thank you.
Boom. Whoop, whoop. There we go. Boom. There we go. Awesome. Next up is trivia. I do see some people in the YouTube and Facebook worlds. So I want to give it out to you guys or shout out to you guys. Thanks for being with us and watching all this fun stuff. In order to make sure this isn't dry, let me get that music going. There we go. We're going to get some acoustic cinematic, apparently. But I'll probably change that in a second once I figure out what the theme is. Where's the? There we go. Let's zoom out over here. That's so loud. Why is it yelling at me? There we go. That's a lot better. Also, Greg, how are you doing?
I'm okay.
Okay. You're not fantastic, living life on the edge?
No.
Oh my God. Was it? I'm a donkey on the edge. Comment, where is trivia? There it is. All right, let's see. So we did martial arts, we did sci-fi, and is that it so far? Did we only do 2? Oh yeah, because what's it called? Timothy Fling handled one of them. That's why.
Yeah, he's not going to be here for the rest of the day. So
he's not here for the rest of the day. What is he, busy?
yeah. Emergency.
Thank you. I got some fresh tea to keep me fueled, the hibiscus tea from the lovely Bruna. All right. So since only Greg is here and I don't see anybody in the chat saying howdy, howdy. If you are in the chat, say howdy, howdy, so I know you're here. But in the meantime, because Greg is here and Greg thinks that he doesn't know trivia, I think what we're going to do is we're going to do horror so that he has a chance to answer these. But first, make sure people in the crowd have time to answer. So let me see. Is there any fun horror? Let's see. Media assets.
I know trivia. I'm really good at trivia. I'm just saying I can't win, so there's no point.
Is this one good? Night driving? What is this? That's not creepy. We're not feeding the ducks. It's not creepy, but it slaps, so we're going with it. Awesome. So, do I see someone in the comments? Who is that? There you go. Has anyone made Hasbullah? What is that? Hasbullah in a comic book? Maybe it's time. What's Hasbullah? Look at that. We're terrible nerds over here. Sorry. We're so sorry, Roman. But Roman, since you are here, you're going to have to participate in our. And if you leave, we'll come and find you. So now you're trapped here forever. Yeah, we're just going to go through. I'm going to ask the questions. We're going to give some time, and then we'll give Greg a chance to fail, which will be great. So the first question for this trivia, again, this is for horror, is in The Walking Dead.
Oh, what the fuck?
What is? I know, I love it. I'm just getting those ones where you're like, oh, this. In The Walking Dead, what is the term the survivors use for zombies? All right, wait, Greg. Nope, don't answer it yet, Greg. I know it's your favorite TV show. Apple.
Oh, okay. She's an MMA fighter. Did I?
Yeah, Roman. In The Walking Dead, what is the term the survivors use for zombies? I think he's had enough time. Do you know the answer?
Is it walkers?
Helicopter? Yes, that is correct. It is walkers.
Cool.
Awesome.
That's
Next
about a show I don't like.
No, next question. He got that. Yeah, there was the time delay, so he definitely got that. So let me get Roman over here. Which I think Roman won the other one too. So Jerome won 2. Roman might be about to win a second one. So Roman just got 1. All right. Next question. Who wrote the novel It? Oh yeah, super hard. Right now, Roman's like, oh my god, novels. I don't even read.
Give him a chance, you know. I know it's really hard. Oh, well, you got it.
He's like, horror's not my thing, but I know the answer. Yes, it's Stephen King, not Stephen Hawking's. Although some people. So Roman, he's got 2.
What is Stephen King?
All right, ready? This is very new. Oh, I see some more people in the chat. We're doing trivia. If you can hop in now, you get a chance to win some awesome prizes. We've got free memberships for Global Comics. We have free digital comics. We got free physical comics. We got free shirts. We've got gift certificates for Blick art material. So if you want to get some art supplies for your artist career, it's going to be awesome. So stick around in the chat and you'll hear this is trivia. And right now the category is horror. And if you want to get a quick catch up on what we've done, the first question was, in The Walking Dead, what is the term for the survivors use for zombies? The second question was, who wrote the novel It? All right, two very, very difficult questions. The third question is much more timely. Look at that. I scared everybody away. It was like 10 users, and then it's like 2. It's like, oh, my God, they hate us. But anyways, the third question is, in Stranger Things, very timely.
Better not be the new season.
What is the parallel dimension inhabited by the Demogorgon?
Oh. Let's see if he guesses it.
I'm trying to see if Roman's still there. I wonder if Roman left. He was actually one of the new people came and he's like, I'm getting out of here. Roman, let us know if you don't know. Just say you don't know, and then we can answer it. I don't know. Winona? Yeah. So, Greg, what's the answer?
Like upside down.
Indeed, it is the upside down. They were very clever. Basically, the parallel dimension inhabited by the Demogorgon is, in fact, the upside down. The next question. Now we're going old school. So that was new. This is old school. What 1978 horror film introduced the character Michael Myers?
You said that like year, and I was like, I already know what you're talking about.
You already know what I'm talking about. See, I made sure that these weren't super difficult. It was funny when Timothy Fling was sharing his. I'm like, I don't know, we're gonna get the. Here we go, we got it. Romans 3 for 4. Awesome. Next question. In comics, what character transforms into a monster after being bitten by a werewolf during a secret mission?
Wait, what?
I know that was a tricky one to follow. In comics, right? So not film. We're in comics. Which character transforms into a monster after being bitten by a werewolf during a secret mission? This one's definitely a little bit harder. I feel like if you're not into horror, this one would be very hard.
I know, like the story, but I don't know, like his name.
Do you know the name? Do you know the name of the story?
Pretty sure.
All right, it's been long enough. You can try to answer the name of the story.
Werewolf by Night.
Yep.
Van Helsing.
But yeah, we got to. I want to know. I want to see if we can get the Van Helsing. No, I don't think it's Van Helsing. But yeah, the character's name would be Jack Russell. Although the Werewolf by Night is actually the answer we were looking for. So Greg gets 1.
Oh wow.
-1 for answering the question. That's what he gets. All right. Oh, we're gonna bring up Joel. Joel, you're gonna have to join us during the rest of our trivia.
Yeah, I can beat him at trivia.
Now you have competition. Now you have competition, Roman. So Joel, you have to wait just a few seconds to answer so that Roman gets a chance to respond. But
Okay.
I'm gonna do a quick speed round for you so you can see if you can get these questions. All right. In The Walking Dead, what is the term for the survivors used, or what is the term the survivors use for the zombies?
Walkers.
Yes, indeed. Who wrote the novel It?
Stephen King.
Indeed. In Stranger Things, what is the parallel dimension inhabited by the Demogorgon?
The Upside Down.
Nice. What 1978 horror film introduced the character Michael Myers?
Halloween.
Indeed. And in comics, which character transforms into a monster after being bitten by a werewolf during a secret mission? If you don't remember the character, it's the story.
Werewolf by Night.
Yep.
I believe his name Jack Russell.
Oh, look at it. There you go. So you're getting
character name.
there we go. Look at that. You're coming in strong. So we got Joel, and he's got 1 point. Nice. I'll give you 2 points because you got all the other ones right, and I'm assuming you weren't listening beforehand because those are too fast. All right. So number 6. So right now Roman's at 3, Joel's at 2 because he got a bonus point. In the ring, how long do you have left after watching the cursed videotape? So Joel, wait 1 second. 5.
Or wait that long to answer.
2, 1, 0. Joel?
7 days.
Indeed. All right, now I got to wait to see if Roman gets it in 5, 4. Ah, nice. Oh. Yep. So that's each of you get a point. Boom, boom. All right. Number 7. Oh, so now it's 4-3. Number 7. What horror manga artist created Uzumaki and Tomi?
Oh.
Ooh. This one you could probably answer as fast as you want because that's probably going to take a second.
Is that Junjo Ito?
Hey, look at that. All right, I got the countdown timer for Roman over here. He doesn't know. Nice. And Joel catches up. We're now 4-4. That was correct. Junji Ito. Nice. Number 8. In Hellboy, what organization is Hellboy a member of? So wait a few seconds here if you do know this one. All right, you can answer now if you want.
I don't got it.
Doesn't have it. Let's see if Roman knows the answer. He should be here soon if he knows the answer. It's funny. It is about 10 seconds, so it's like the delay. He might not know. Does Greg know?
No, I don't know the name. Oh.
Shadow Society. No, it's not the Shadow Society. It looks much more. I'll give you one hint just because that one's pretty. This one I think is a little bit harder. It looks like an NYPD. You know what I mean? Like the name is like an initial. Okay, Greg might know. Give it a second though. So I'll give both you, Roman and Joel, a few more seconds. So like I said, it's like an NYPD. It's not like police department. It's initials like that. It's not an acronym. It's not a name like Shadow Society.
Oh, never mind. I thought it was that. Never mind.
Nah, I don't have it.
It's like, and that was enough time for Roman over here. Just giving him the countdown timer. Okay, I'm going to assume that he does not have it, so I'll give you the answer. It is the BPRD, the Bureau for Paranormal Research and Defense. Yeah, so nobody gets those points. Dylan gets a point. Yay. Greg goes -1. Greg's back to 0. So number 9, what classic horror novel features a creature assembled from stolen body parts? Wait.
Frankenstein.
I gotta watch that.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. He went before the timer, but yes, yes, that's correct. And let's see if Roman gets in there in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. I don't know if he's there yet. No, it's Frankenstein. Oh, you're crazy. I said classic horror. All right, but yeah, so Joel gets 1. Joel is now ahead. Joel has 5 points. Roman, what are you doing? You can't let this happen. All right, next one. A Quiet Place. The monsters hunt, in A Quiet Place. The monsters hunt based on what sense? Now you gotta wait a second, Joel. What is it? What are they hunting on?
Sound.
Yes. Now let's see. Smell? What? It's a quiet place. Oh my God, Roman's falling behind. Joel's now at 6, Roman at 4. And Greg's like, what's quiet? All right. Now, which author created the character Pennywise the Dancing Clown? Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot to give Joel the countdown.
Bates.
Right, there you go, Joel.
Stephen King.
Yes, that was more just to make sure people were paying attention and they're not just well, only because the TV show. Sorry, I forgot to do the countdown timer to keep track of Roman. Is Roman there? Where's Roman? There he is. Okay, yeah, yep, that was around that time, so that's good. So Roman got a point. Joel got a point. So now it's 5-7. That was more to make sure people don't just know it because the TV show or movie is to make sure people know what they're talking about. Okay, in Resident Evil, what corporation is responsible for the virus? Now wait.
See, I've never watched or played any of the games, so I know what that is.
All right, Joel.
Umbrella Corporation.
Nice. And let's see. Let's get Roman's countdown timer going here. I'm looking. I don't know if he's gonna get it. He had Umbrella. I'll give him that one. That's like he knew what he was talking about. I wonder if he was just panicking to type it fast. But yes, the Umbrella Corporation is correct. All right, now, Mr. Greg, I want you, because we're pretty close with the numbers, I want you to come up with a question yourself that you think that might stump these guys, because these might be too easy, but you're a nice horror fan, so now I want you to come up with the question.
I prefer the easy ones.
Damn you give him the easy ones.
Okay.
All right, wait.
No, I
got one bonus one. I totally forgot about the bonus one. What is the name? I will accept either the nickname or the full name of the turtle possessed by a demon that attacks in Chronicles of Horror. And if Joel
Not
has
a clue.
Oh, but it's the best-selling horror anthology.
Indie comic. It's the independent comic published by a really well-known independent publisher called Chronicles of Horror, and it contains lots of short stories, one of which has a turtle who is a homicidal maniac. What is his name? And if you've been here all day, you've probably heard it at least once during the anthology section. Right now, Roman's like rewinding. He's like, oh.
Let's see. What time was that anthology panel?
Okay. Oh.
You didn't vote, right?
Huh? No, it's the second anyways. No.
But there's the early vote.
Cannibalistic humanoid underdweller? No. Is that Chud? I feel like you should have came up with another one, so it would have been Chad. Like cannibalistic humanoid.
Airborne dweller.
Airborne. Yeah, there you go. That would have been nice. But then it wouldn't be a turtle, so that's kind of hard. Actually, is it underwater? I got like something blocking it.
Underground.
Underground. No, it should have been underwater. It's a turtle. Anyways, no, the answer is obviously Robert Turtleton or the famous Bobby T.
Obviously.
Your Bobby T t-shirt over at SeerNovaComics.com.
Yeah.
Brought to you by
Have it on the website yet?
No, I got to put that on. I should put that on this later. But look at that. You scan the QR code, go there, get disappointed, and realize we'll put it there later. Okay. Now, Greg, did you say you have a question ready?
Yeah. In the third Nightmare on Elm Street, what is the quote that Freddy says to? Oh fuck, I don't know her name, but the girl that's smoking in the room all by herself. I forgot her fucking name. What is the like famous quote that he says to her? It's a quote from the what?
Smoke this? I can't remember.
I'll give you a hint. She's watching TV.
No, I can't remember.
Oh, she's not smoking. She's using cigarettes in order to like stay awake. There we go. Oh, yep. Okay.
Is it prime time, bitch? Is that what it is?
Yeah, that's welcome to prime time, bitch. Yeah.
Nice. Roman got a point. So, all right, Greg, because there's one more question left. You got to come up with one more question. If Roman gets this, there's a tie, so I'll have to come up with a tiebreaker question, which I wasn't prepared for. But if Roman doesn't get it and Joel does get it, or if neither of them get it, then Joel is the declarative winner. But yeah, so real quick, Greg, what's the last question? You got one?
What's the killer's name in the movie Terrifier?
Art the Clown.
That's way too fast.
Yeah, see if he gets it. I think it's what is it? I think it's a 10-second delay. Did Roman get it? I haven't seen it. Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's no plot, and like at least the first two. I didn't see the third one.
Nice. So Joel took the lead, but little did Joel know he is a sponsor and he's not allowed to win, but he had to.
Oh, I knew. What was I going to get? My own comics?
So, Roman, you actually won again. So now we have Jerome with 2 wins and Roman with 2 wins. So you'll be getting an email after the convention because there's another prize that has not been announced that I don't know what it is. So I can't tell you all the prizes yet because I don't know what it is. So I have to, once I learn that, you'll be getting an email and then you'll get to pick which one you want. I believe Jerome won first and then he won a second time. So the order is going to be Jerome picks one of the prizes, then you'll pick one of the prizes, then Jerome, and then you. And we'll have another trivia later, so whoever wins that one. But it's going to be awesome. Going to be lots of stuff. Yes, thank you for participating. I think did we go past intermission? Are we supposed to have intermission right now?
I think we're
I think we might have overdid it. What time is it? It's 3.
Yeah.
Bumping right up. It's bumping right up. Let's see. I kind of want to run this intermission only because this intermission actually has some cool interviews. Hey Joel, I think we're going to run the intermission, but we'll bump yours back a little bit, but I'll push it on to the next one because the very last one of the day, which is Kickstarter Comics, goes into the closing ceremony, which originally was planned to be 15 minutes, but it's only 1 minute. So we can basically bump everybody about 10 minutes. So I think it'll be fine. So I think we're going to run intermission. So Brandon, I know you're there, but we're going to bring you all back in a minute. Greg, do you have the intermission video all set?
Yeah.
Perfect. Cool. So I'm going to boot Joel. See you in a bit. Boot. And we're going to get this intermission going. It'll give Greg and I a second to stand up and feel our legs again because my legs went numb 2 hours ago.
Ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right.
Hey everyone, I'm Brandon Blocksdorf. I run Apollo City Comics. I also work for Comics Wellspring, so I'm really lucky to be here today. I'm kind of bumming the table off of my boys at Snowden Comics and Cross-Eye Comics. I'm really lucky and thankful that I get to rep everything I print through Comics Wellspring, from the Punk Anthology, my very first book that I ever put out, 60 pages of punk rock insanity here. And then we have CyberSync, which we collaborated with the co-owner of Apollo City Comics, Alex Batts. This is his first anthology he put together and put out. Beautiful 80 pages, perfect bound, astonishing, beautiful wraparound cover by Max Flowers here. The second book Apollo's ever done. Really happy about it. And our emo response to the Punk Anthology is, of course, the Shadow Anthology. Another astonishing wraparound cover by our friend Tanner. Great book. I have 2 stories in here. Mark has stories in here. And of course, we got Teenage Babylon Ashcan. This is by me. This is my first actual story. We're all building up towards it. Really happy to have it out here. It's my first year at Buffalo. Super excited. This is a beautiful city, beautiful people, wonderful con, full of just amazing, just humans. It's been an extraordinary experience, and I can't thank you guys enough for letting me do all this. So thank you.
Hello. Anton W. Blake here. Shout out to my boy Brandon here. It's day 1 of SPX. Been a great day. We've got some new books debuting. Wizard Weekend, brand new today. Also, second printing of Bebop and Rocksteady Mutant Mosh Pit by myself and Manny Gomez of Apollo City Comics. Some of this work was done pretty recently on Spilled Ink, our great time. Otherwise, I'm doing my same old thing. I've got Zethia Space Switch from Cosmic Lion Productions. Got RPGs, comics with pros as well. We've got Experimental Noise on cassette, original art, stickers. It's good stuff.
Make it clap.
Hey everybody, Mark Bernal here, Let's Know Comics, here at Buffalo Nickel City Con. So this is the second time I've been here. Done both times with Doug Knight. Awesome con.
very indie comic friendly, and then also get to see amazing people like John Brugman, Kevin Delgado, locals here. They're awesome. Also Band of Bards, awesome dudes, another indie publisher. So it's awesome kind of Buffalo to hang out with other amazing indie creators. What I got here, got my two titles, Den Still Dying, which I did with Jade Louder illustrated, and then Either Them or Us was the first book I ever did. But I got them here on my nice little wham stands. Thank you, Moose, for the amazing wham stands. And then along with that, I have so many other LKC books. Probably, we got up to, we're getting close to like 100 titles here. All printed with Comics Wellspring. Amazing printer. Amazing people. Yeah.
This is my first year at Heroes Con. I'm looking forward to seeing a lot of friends that I don't get to see that are out of state. Hopefully we sell a lot of books. That's always what I'm looking forward to. And then I got my first issue and my third issue reprinted for The Power. It's my series about a boy creating a comic only to discover a realm beyond space and time within his own mind. So I got those three reprinted, and then I brought along my exclusive Cosmic Cat preview for Heroes Con. So I got those with me this weekend.
I'm the writer, creator of like all of these comics. The SN17 universe, that's what it's really called. It started with one story, which was this, and then it blossomed from a 1,200 page story into all this. So I was bored one day, and then I started writing a story, and then my uncle was a firefighter for a long time, and then he's a character in one of our series, and then I just took that and I made a story centered around that kind of, but with superheroes, and then that blossomed into this, the horror anthology, and Mittens came later, but yeah.
I'm Dylan Meisluik. I'm co-founder of Nova Comics with Greg, and I do a lot of the editing and a lot of the story arcing. So Greg writes, awesome, unique worlds, and then I'm like, okay, now let's make sure it's in a formatted story, so when people read it, they can follow along what's actually going on, not just what's in your head. So and that's part of what I do is I help edit a lot of these stories, like the Ink series. I help basically build out a whole universe around it. So I like doing the world building. One of the cool things I like to do, I have a background in engineering, so I used to do 3D modeling, and I ended up making 3D models of various buildings that are in our world so that we could give them to the artist and say, this is what we're trying to do. So we have there's a scene in our next comic that should be coming out, or third to next comic coming out, where there's this crazy guy going around in a diner. And in order to lay it out so we could tell our artists, like, okay, this is what we were envisioning, I literally built a 3D model of the diner, and so we could send it to them and rotate it around and take screenshots of it at the various times. So yeah, I do a lot of world building, a lot of plot editing, and a lot of basically a lot of just general editing, like looking at the artwork as it comes in and going yes to this, no to that, stuff like that.
Hey, we've got a lot more coming, so don't go anywhere. We're going to be talking about collaboration in the indie comic space, as well as lettering, which is my pride and joy as it relates to the industry. Don't miss out.
Howdy, howdy. Oop, am I muted? No, I wasn't muted. We're doing good. Howdy, howdy. Welcome back. Thank you so much to Blue Rock Media who put those videos together. Joel, it seemed like that last one cut a little short, which is funny, but I can't remember if you stumbled on that when we were talking about it. Oh, to get rid of the audio in the background. Yes. But yeah, I'm excited to continue on the panels. I like these intermissions. It helps us, reorganize, get set up for the next panels, and get all excited about them. So time to rope you back in. Next up, we have how to make a comic, the questions you didn't know to ask, presented by Concept to Comics over at Metal Ninja Studios. And first up, we're going to bring up Joel Rodriguez. How are you
hello
doing?
there.
Who are you and what do you do?
I am Joel Rodriguez, CEO of Metal Ninja Studios, home of the done-for-you comic creation service called Concept to Comic. And we just launched the Concept to Comic Academy so we can teach other people how to make comics. And this panel is meant to answer some of the questions that people don't know to ask.
Awesome. And now we've got Brandon. Who are you and what do you do?
Hello, I'm Brandon Blockstorff. I'm the branding community director at Comics Wellspring, and I am the CEO, editor-in-chief of Apollo City Comics.
Amazing. And let's bring this up. This is Joel's panel, so he gets to tell us what to do and be like, shut up, it's my turn. But yes, and by the way, you can share your screen, do whatever you want. Let me know what you need, but yeah, take it away.
Perfect. So, what we are going to be doing is kind of a modified version of our how to make a comic panel that we do at conventions. And basically, what we're going to do is I'm going to explain what the creator framework is as it relates to comics and how we explain creating comics. From there, I am going to ask you guys the questions that creators should be asking themselves along the various stages of comic creation. And then we get to use all of our experience to answer those questions. So, with that, any questions before we get going?
Let's do it.
Good. Okay, perfect. So, first up, I'm going to share my screen and show you guys what the creator framework is. As soon as I can slideshow. Okay, come over here. Share.
Boom, got it right here.
Okay, so at Metal Ninja Studios, when we're talking about making comics, we broke the comic creation process down into 7 stages, a 7-stage framework that we call the creator framework. And this is the process that we use and we recommend that everyone uses. Anyone who's currently within the industry will recognize different elements of the creation process as they know it within this framework, with a few extra things. So taking every letter and building upon the previous one. First step, C, is clarify the concept. This is where you're going to define the core idea, your target audience, and who you're really talking to with your story. Refining the roadmap is going to be planning your project scope and your timeline, figuring out exactly what you're doing, how long it's going to take, and then the budgetary restrictions, all of that. Establishing the script is where people usually think comic creation starts, and that is developing your narrative, creating your script, and creating the dialogue. Assembling the team is where a lot of people get tripped up. This is reaching out, figuring out who you need to hire, who you need to bring on board, and how to reach out to those people. Translating through art is really the fun part. That is where you are having your artists and your art team develop the story based off of the script established in step 3 and orchestrate the finish. This is lettering as well as a few other roles that are often overlooked within the comic creation process. And then the final step, which is arguably the most important and also the biggest single role that can set your comic up for success, that is revealing the vision and strategizing on how you share your comic with the world. So with that, we are going to go into a series of questions based off of each of these steps. And these are questions that creators should ask. So in order to keep things moving, let's get started. All right, step number 1. Could my story make a good comic? Brandon, how would you recommend that a creator asks or determines whether or not their story would even make a good comic?
I mean, that's it. Almost any story can make a good comic. There's no defining rule of what could be a bad comic. If you have a story, if you have a concept, but flesh it out. That's where it gets like difficult. Like you've got to like be able to flesh it out. Like look at comic book scripts and your story could be a good comic, but are you going to put the work into it? Are you going to be able to like map this out for me? Like kind of what you're saying, especially in that scripting and conceptualized aspect. Like it could be a good comic, but what's the one-line pitch? What's give me a synopsis? Like what's your pacing for it? What's the conflict? What are you trying to say with it? Basically, if you have something you can clearly say with whatever your comic may be, it probably can be a good comic, and I encourage you to go make it. But take the steps back and kind of reflect and be like, well, am I a good idea? You might have an idea, but flesh it out. Like an idea, it's a dime a dozen. Everyone has ideas, but unless you could put pen to paper or, put your fingers to that keyboard and really map it out, and then really just kind of get some feedback, that's where it could become a good comic. So yes, your idea could be a good comic if you follow through with your idea and actually put the work into it.
Fantastic. And the next question that people really need to ask themselves is, who am I writing this story for? So, Greg, you write all sorts of stuff from ink to mittens. When you are coming up with the initial concepts for these stories, how do you determine if Mittens needs to be this super grounded story, realistic, or if it's going to be a funny cat in space?
Well, when I originally wrote the script for Mittens, I did like have swearing in it, so it wasn't aimed for kids, and it was actually like kind of like murder in a sense, but like space murder, if that's a thing. And the artist J.R. Harris is like, yeah, just tone that down and like remove the one swear word, and then now Mittens can like just go pew pew. So I did that. And then ink is like all of our superhero stuff is like, mature. So it's like for teenagers and up. So I don't know. That's just how I wrote those stories. And I wanted Mittens to be something so that we could actually give like to a kid, but also an adult. And it would have been fine either or.
Yeah, I think those are great points. And it really helps being able to figure out and go into the process knowing who you're writing for, because like you said with Mittens, you wanted to be able to give it to a kid, and all it took was a couple tweaks. If you didn't know that your target audience was kids, then it could have been a lot more costly in the end. So I highly recommend making sure you know who you're going to talk to. And the next question is a question that everyone asks at some point or another, is how do I protect my idea from theft? So Dylan, what steps do people need to create to protect their idea from theft? You're muted.
Oh, it's great because we actually had our panel Monday about this with Gamal. And some of the simplest things is, first off, actually writing out the idea, having it in writing somewhere so that this exists. But also you should go through the various processes of when your comic is actually completed, making sure that you get this to copyright. But even before that, making sure that this is documented somewhere so that you have timestamps on when this stuff was created, because you don't want to start going down the rabbit hole of building out a universe in your mind, and then suddenly there's something on television, you're like, oh man, that's the thing that I created. It's like, yeah, like, no, you didn't. Like, you didn't create it yet. It's not, you didn't write it down. You didn't develop anything. You didn't establish a world or rules or characters or plots. You have to get all that stuff down. So in order to be able to protect it, you need to have something to protect. So you have to be keeping an eye on what is a necessity, what's the minimum barrier to getting something protected, and make sure you reach that before you start claiming something's yours.
The next one, then we're going to move into refining the roadmap. And I'm going to pass this one off to Brandon, because as the guy who works for a print company, he is probably the most experienced among us to talk about the various formats of comics. When people are starting to create a comic, there's a wide array of what they can do. They can do trade paperbacks, they can do graphic novels, they can do digital, they can do vertical scrolling. So with that, Brandon, given your experience, what makes a comic a good single issue versus a straight to graphic novel?
I mean, I think it depends on what the intention is for that story too. I think all that formatting comes into play once you know where you're going with your story. And then if you're presenting something in the sense of like, I just have something short to tell, or if you're a beginning creator, like, you should start off small. Like, first off, if you are a starting off creator, so do a 4-page story for an anthology, or just make your own little mini comic. Like, I encourage you to try doing that and messing with it and learning the process before you try embarking onto a graphic novel. First off, like, that is a big reach. Start small and grow. Have intentions to figure out how to build into a graphic novel. But like, make a 24-page comic, 22-page comic first. Especially if you're doing all this on your own. Because then you could put up something where you're gonna learn so much in that process of making that first comic or your first 2 comics, 3 comics, that once you get to that graphic novel phase, you'll be like, wow, if I would have tried to do this from the start, I would have crashed and burned pretty fast. And you'll be amazed at the quality that you'll get if you start small. If you consolidate your story and just try to tell something tight and quick, you'll actually become a better storyteller. And that's a big intention with your formats, is like, do you want something that's 200 pages of kind of nonsense? Like, I've read, what's a good example, and it's probably a bad example at the same time. But it's because it's not anyone's gonna know, and it's hard to find. But so Coheed and Cambria first did they have comics for their albums, and they have a big concept, the Amory Wars, and they did one for Good Apollo, a Burning Star for their fourth album, third, I believe. Sorry, Coheed fans, I'm a big Coheed fan, but with the one with Welcome Home on it. But they put out an original graphic novel, and it was try reading that and understanding the story. Like, it was not put together well at all, and they've since then redone that volume, and it's fucking awesome. So cool. So it tells you what you could do if you just set up your storytelling right and figure out your format. Start small, build up into it, and just study. You got to study and figure out how act structures work, and pacing and whatnot. But it's not going to happen until very first step, write it all out. And once you write it all out, get some people looking at it, then that help you determine it too.
That is fantastic. I couldn't agree more. For the next question, I'm going to take this one because this is the one that no one likes talking about. How much is an investment into comics? And with that, I'm going to say it very much depends on the amount of time that you have to invest, because there are creators called cartoonists who do everything themselves. And with that, they spend a lot of time mastering every single aspect of the craft. And basically, as it relates to comics, they are, without a doubt, the most cost-effective visual medium that you can get into. If you try and get into animation or film or TV or anything along those lines, you're going to be spending a few $100,000 bare minimum, depending on what you want to try and do. But with comics, you can get in for as little as a few $1,000s, depending on the quality that you want to do and how much time you want to put in. With that, the more expensive and more professional you want to get with it, the more that price tag is going to increase. And if you want to do a service like Concept to Comic, where it's completely hands off, that is going to be a very hefty investment into comics as well. And all of it comes down to what is personally a good trade-off for you, balancing the quality that you want, the time that you have to commit to it, and what aspects and how involved in the process you want to be. So those are my personal thoughts on it. I want to open it up to the panel. Does anyone have anything else to add relating to the investment?
I guess it does vary. Like, you always pay your artist, but also, like, find people that want to make comics with you, and find people that have similar tastes and like in the vision of what you're trying to pull off. And sometimes you actually get a really good deal and really take care of your friends that they end up becoming. I've been real fortunate, and I've made a lot of comics, and I've made a lot of comics with a lot of friends, and we've worked out deals where I pay them in books instead of like actual forms of payment, so they could sell those books and actually make way more than what I could have paid them in general. And I typically do that for like anthologies and whatnot. Like, I'll cover their stack so they could table with X amount, and then I'll just, whenever they need new books, I'll be the one who puts in the order and then pays for the books and then ships them off to them. So like, finding a way to negotiate and make deals with people will help you out a lot. Like, even me and China Rosemaria were working on a book that's called Fake or Death. We were very experimental in how we created the book. And so, like, we didn't really start talking about finances until recently. And the book's done. We're in the design phase. We're going into lettering. The art's done. The script's done. But it's because we created such a strong relationship, and we were doing something fun and experimental where we were challenging each other. And so, therefore, the cost of that book, making 64 pages, charging X amount, can be very costly. But my approach towards that help someone like me who doesn't have a lot to give out to make comics, but I could do things to help people make comics, if that makes sense. So utilize your skill set. Sometimes you could, make trades instead of having to work out actual cash finances for page rates and whatnot, depending on what the duties are.
Oh, that's definitely a great point. Greg, Dylan, do you guys have anything you want to add?
Yeah, I would just say, that one thing to consider is how much time you want to get invest in it, and how much capital can you expense to save that time if you don't want to, because that's basically the main trade-off. It's, there's a max amount that you probably could pay for a comic that would be substantially higher, and then there's, I don't want to do anything. I want somebody else to do it. I want to be heavily involved, and then there's a ton of range in between, and all of those things are going to have different costs. But yeah, obviously the cartoonist is the luckiest of all of them. Basically, just needs an editor and maybe somebody to handle production. But outside of that, they've got it under wraps. But no, I think that's it.
All right, moving on to the next question. This one goes to the writers in the group, and this is more a trivia question. When you are writing your script, who are you writing the comic script for? And there is a correct answer.
Oh, it's always just a love letter to your artist. I feel like it has to really be communicated and have that vision with your artist, and you're really writing towards their taste. And I really like starting off doing anthologies. Like, it gave me an opportunity to work with certain artists and find a way to communicate. So doing these 2-page stories, 4-page stories, it gave us a short, fast way to figure out how communication works. And that, I think, is probably one of the best ways to embark that further relationship into a bigger story or bigger, series, is just do something small. And if it doesn't work, that's fine. That means you just saved yourself a comic you weren't going to be 100% happy with, and that's what you want at the end. We put so much time and energy into this stuff. Be collaborative and really just give someone the opportunity to have their input and enjoy it as well. And so it comes out as a product you're both excited to share and promote.
Yeah, and when I said there was a correct answer, Brandon, you got the correct answer down to the word, because the answer that I give to that is it's a love letter to your artist. So great job. Yeah, and
10 points.
With that, one thing that I would like to add on is, as you're writing your scripts, the reason why we accentuate the fact that it's for your artist is you need to spoil the hell out of it, because you're not, as writers, we want everyone to experience the full story in its full effect and get all of the twists and the turns and all of that. But your artist is there to help set all of that up. They can't set up this Easter egg that you need on page 2 if you don't tell them about it, because it leads to a reveal on page 22. So you need to spoil everything in your script and know the fact that your artist is your partner making the story, and they need all of the details. And no one else is going to read your script unless you decide to put it in an extra special edition and release it to the public in whatever way you do.
Hands down.
Do I really need to deal with contracts? Now we are moving on to the aspect of assembling the team. So as you are hiring different people, Dylan, as the most business savvy out of all of us with your 86 different businesses, do we really need to deal with contracts when we're hiring people?
Yeah, that's a big yes. The reason why is that, first off, it could be your best friend and neighbor. I'll be honest, the closer they physically are to you, it's a lot easier to make sure they fulfill the contract. But outside of that, it's one of those things where you don't want to be left holding nothing and be screwed over. For example, Greg knows this. One of the biggest things that we do is we pay through PayPal always, and it sucks because of the money. But the problem is we've already had it happen, I think at least 2 times, maybe 3 times, where we paid somebody and got nothing for it. And the reason why was we paid using outside of PayPal. Now, that's not just the contract. That's literally the payment contract, essentially, because if we pay through PayPal and they don't pay us, or they don't supply the thing we paid for, we can just contact PayPal and go, hey, the goods were never delivered, and we can get our money back, which is hugely beneficial for creators who can definitely get screwed by fake artists or, people that are just online scamming, or just people who they'll tell you, oh yeah, we'll get it done in a week, and you have a deadline you have to meet, and now it's been 3 months, and you're like, okay, like I want my money back. It's like, it's gonna be very hard to do that if you Zelled it over, or Venmoed it over, or Cash Apped it over. So it's super important. The other part of that too is it's also good because you want to meet deadlines. And that's another thing. If you want to have, let's say what does it say? Does the contract permit the artist to do other work while under contract? That's entirely dependent on the project. So for example, let's say I'm hiring a first-time artist. They're going to be doing a job for me. I need it by a certain deadline. So I'm like, okay, this needs to be done in 3 months. So I need the pencils done by this date, the inks done by this date, and maybe they're doing coloring, but we'll just say it's those two for now. I'm going to say, hey, I want this done by the end of this month. If so, this is the amount that I'm going to pay you. Maybe I pay you half up front. Maybe I pay you in segments throughout, depending on how large the project is. If it's a 4-page, anthology, you're probably going to pay at least half up front. But the whole idea is you can then say, hey, if you meet this deadline, you get all of the money. If you miss this deadline, you're not getting paid all of it, but you'll get paid a chunk of it, because you still want them to be incentivized to finish it. You can't be like, and no more payment. Now give me my stuff. Like, they're not going to finish it, but there does need to be penalties for not finishing on time. Now, if this is a well-established artist and you know that they might get busy, one of the things that you can do is you can ask, like, hey, while you're working on this, I can't have you working on other stuff. But understand, as a creator, if you're going to ask an artist to do that, you're going to be paying extra for that. You're not going to be able to get someone exclusively to work on just your project. You know what I mean? Like, especially if you've got 24 pages and they finish your stuff, like, what are they supposed to do? Wait till there's approval before they can make more money? It's not going to happen unless you're the one giving them that more money. So, contracts can do anything from, hey, we get the full rights to this. We can use it for merchandise. We can use it for our comics. We can use it indefinitely in perpetuity, etc. All the way up to, this is only for this anthology. It's only for this one print. You own the characters, but we own the story. There's tons of different ways to work out with artists. Like Brandon said earlier about being creative when you're paying people. Again, if you're going to be doing something like the concept of comic, you're getting that thing done beginning to end. You walk away. You don't have to worry about it. You've got everything. But if you're going to be going with artists and you're trying to, reduce costs, one of the ways is to go, hey, I want to work on a story with you where maybe we share in revenue and I pay you less, or I don't pay you at all up front and we just split revenue. But you can't really just wing that later. You want a contract that states that clearly, because you don't want it where, the creator or the artist finishes, especially if, like, let's say you hired a cartoonist and you're just a writer and they do everything for you, and now they own all the files, and then they just go off printing it and selling it at cons and not giving you any revenue. Like, you don't want something like that to happen and you find out later. So yeah, there's definitely a purpose for contracts, and it definitely protects you. But yeah, if you're working with anybody, use something like PayPal to be paying, so you can, make sure that you actually get what you pay for, and then have contracts so that when they're complaining about pricing later in the future, which hopefully they're not, you can handle the actual legalities of that.
And I find that people tend to get nervous about contracts, specifically because it's legally binding. I don't want to get into the legal stuff. It's very intimidating. One of the easiest ways to look at a contract is the whole purpose, legally binding or not, the whole purpose, or legally binding aside, is to make sure that party A, you, and party B understand exactly what's going on. By putting it down on paper, there is absolutely no confusion as to what the expectations are on either side, so no one can get confused and misunderstand something. So it's a point of clarity that also makes it to where you have ground to stand on to say, hey, this is what we agreed to. Here it is on paper. So don't let the contracts intimidate you. They are just there to make sure that everyone's on the same page. And the next question for assembling a team: am I prepared to be a project manager? Personally, I think this is one of the most overlooked questions for up-and-coming writers, because of the fact that when we get into the industry, we want to write, we want to create. We don't think about the business side of things. And with that, you're going to be a project manager if you're trying to do it yourself. You're going to have to find your artists you're going to have to find, which could potentially be a layout artist, a penciler, an inker, a flatter, a colorist, a letterer, a production designer, a logo designer. All of these different people you will have to find, you will have to manage to make sure that they hit their deadlines, that they hit the quality that you expect from them, and are able to turn things around, handle revisions properly, all of these things. There is a project management aspect that is very heavy in comics. And when you get into it and start assembling a team, that's one thing that you need to make sure that you stay on top of, because one project that could have taken 6 months could end up taking 2+ years, because I've had that happen. Concept to comic is a 6-month turnaround time, because I've personally experienced projects where we messed up on specific things and there was miscommunications, and some projects took up to 2 years to complete. Shouldn't have happened, but those were learning experiences. So we've all experienced problems like that, and one of the best ways to overcome it is get used to being a project manager and get comfortable in holding your team to the same standard that you hold yourself to, assuming it's a good standard and you're not just slacking off all the time. Does anyone else have anything they would like to add before we move on to the next section? All right, so moving on to the next section, translating through art. So now you've assembled your team, you've established your storyline, you've figured out your budget, you've written your script, you've assembled the team. Now they're getting to work. When you're working with an artist, should you provide templates? Because they're the professional artists, they should know. Yes, but the problem is there are a lot of different file sizes. There are a lot of different page dimensions depending on what you want to do. And remember, they may be the professional artist, but it's your responsibility to tell them what you want back. So as a production studio, my recommendation is have a template and provide the template to your artist. That way, again, there is no miscommunication. Whenever Metal Ninja Studios works with a new artist, we send our templates to make sure that everything they send us is within spec of what we need and what we expect. And then it makes the entire process flow even more smoothly. So Brandon, I want to toss this one over to you as well. From the printer, do you think that if more writers were comfortable sending pre-set up art templates to their artists, and more artists were more receptive to receiving those templates, do you think that would simplify the process all the way through to the final printing stage?
Oh, hands down, but that should be also something that's brought up in formatting. When you're picking your format for your book, if you're doing, once you're deciding that, you're also deciding, okay, is this magazine size? Are we doing it square? Are we doing it, because we decided perfect bound to saddle stitch, to like zine or mini comic, whatever, like you really should know, like, okay, so what is the template we're working with? And so that is just a clarity thing out of respect. And it's not even to diminish the artist at all. Like, as professional artists, it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, you should probably have a template. But dude, I work at a printing company. I was asked to do some pinups for some friends, and so I did them digitally. And so I learned some lessons. I thought I utilized a template correctly, and it turns out I didn't format it correctly onto Procreate. So like I messed up there, and mistakes like that will happen. But like clarifying it and then just doing double checks and even mapping it out, like, figuring out what program they may use, and just understanding a little bit from the artist side, because they have to understand a lot on the writing side. You should try learning more about what the artist does, just so you guys can speak some similar language. And that's just learning more about your craft. You don't need to know how to draw to know how to operate and format the art for your book. Actually, Jonathan, who just popped up right now, he was just telling me how much he does when it comes to like resizing stuff and like the programs he uses. And he works a lot to make edits and learn these programs to better enhance his book. And he has a killer book that just came out from Kickstarter and everything. Very successful. He'll actually be on the Kickstarter panel in a bit. But that's the thing. Like, if you take more responsibility and learn more about the craft outside of, just being a writer, just being an artist, you will be an exceptionally better comic book creator. Also, CWS offers templates, so take the CWS templates.
All right. Who's ready to get controversial? So, AI. Gonna make this one super simple. AI art, no. Don't go near it. Don't do anything relating to generative AI for multiple reasons. A, we are in a very creative industry, so ethically, pay the people you want to work with. At the same time, you cannot copyright or trademark anything related to AI generated art. So even if you create something using AI, you will not own it. You cannot do anything with it. You cannot build a business off of it. So as it relates to generative AI, stay as far away from it as you can. With that being said, there is absolutely nothing wrong with leveraging AI tools for administrative and business purposes. Dylan and I think very similarly as it relates to this, because both of us utilize AI in the administrative side of business, because they are tools to accelerate your business, and they are a much different beast as it relates to generative AI. So for Metal Ninja Studios, our very, very public stance is we will not do anything related to generative AI. We hire creatives for everything creative that goes into any of our projects and any of our clients' work. But we do use AI administrative tools to accelerate the business and better support our clients. So Dylan, I would like to pass it over to you for a quick response to that, and then we'll move on to the next question.
All right. Yeah. So definitely AI is something where, like, for whatever reason, this happened in schools as well, where they were told they can't use it for tests, and then they're like, yeah, but you could use it for like organizing your schedule. Like I highly recommend that people in the comic book space get over the fear of AI taking their roles and instead use it to accelerate everything else. Like, that's definitely the big thing is, musicians, comic creators, novelists, all these people are afraid that their jobs are going to be taken away. It's like, it will be if you don't speed up everything else, because independent creative stories are still going to be very unique coming from humans. It'll be very difficult to like replicate that. Now, sure, you can make like really good music and stuff using AI tools now. But the thing is that if there's not like a band behind it that goes and performs, and I can go follow them, and I see them backstage one day, and now I'm friends with them, and I'm like, oh my God, this one time I met this one, like, that stuff is still going to be prominent in the future. And it's so easy to see that because you can see live events are exploding again. People are coming out to them in record numbers because people are just tired of being behind the box, right? We're trapped in the box. So yes, AI for the win. Just don't use it in your art, because like Joel said, if it touches anything in the creative realm, the likelihood that you're going to be able to own any of that IP is basically zero. And at any moment in time, it could be like, government passed a law, and now it's like you can't use it at all. You can't use it for monetization. You can't blank. So you want to avoid that. Maybe someday in the distant future, some way of recognizing the artist whose work it's taking it from will get happen. But until then, yes, run away, run away
as far as you can. Does anyone else have anything to add? We've got a couple questions left before we wrap up, but we're running short on time. With that being said, I want to make sure that everyone has a chance to pitch in on this particular topic if they would like.
I think just like a quick mindset of it is that, as a musician too, if you use like a guitar pedal, you should know how to play whatever song without your pedal. And AI kind of feel like it's kind of like a guitar pedal. It's there to enhance things. It's here to like help and transform some stuff, but it's not like you're dependent. You still got to learn how to play guitar to sound good. You still got to master the craft. You still got to pick it up and still got to learn all that, but use it as like maybe to help you like push boundaries a little bit, but like learn how that happened too, like, because if your pedal board goes out at a show, like you still got to play the show, and you still got to figure it out. And it's the same thing if you don't got your AI tools, or if you're your AI assistant, you should know how to still be able to do that no matter what. Like you got to figure it out. But if it helps you speed up making a chart or a graph or something like that, like do it. Like, I mean, by all means. Like, I think there's gonna be a lot of up and down controversy about it, but it's there to, everything has its ups and downs and pluses and minuses, but it's just one of those things. We just got to figure out the right spot, use it responsibly, and just move forward from there at that point too.
I just see the meme of like Anakin, I hate
you. But no
right.
AR ever, never
No.
AR. Yeah.
No. Okay. What is the mystery last step after lettering? Everyone knows about lettering, and lettering is known as the invisible art because it's often an afterthought. But when you're orchestrating the finish of your comic and you're in the final stages, there's one step that even fewer people know about. And just to jump the gun, that step is production design. This step is assembling the comic, doing all of the design work that is needed for literally every aspect of the comic that is not story. So this is applying the trade dress and the branding to your cover. This is designing the interior front cover, more commonly known as the credits page, designing any back matter or supplemental material that's in the back of the book. And then one thing that will make David and his bosses very happy is print prep, making sure that everything is properly prepared to the specs and the requirements of the printer that you are working with, which I recommend Comics Wellspring. But with that, you need to make sure that all of that stuff is handled properly, because if it isn't, you run the risk of errors happening in printing, happening in distribution, whether that's digital distribution. And Dylan has a really fun story relating to this topic, so I want to pass it off to him.
About getting the production set up. You talk about having all that stuff organized. Yes, it's very fun.
And the word that you learned because you'd been doing this for years.
Yeah, so it was very funny because I think it was this past year. I've been doing stuff in the comic space since 2017 when Greg and I first officially started our business, although it took us 2 years to get the comic book to come out. But yes, there was a word that I had never heard until this past year, and we have given our comics to other creators. I've spoken with other creators, and no one ever said this word out loud. No one ever mentioned like, hey, why don't you do this to your comic? But it's I'm going to see if I can say it correctly again. The Insidia page.
Indicia.
Look I still can't remember it. Indicia. I got to spell it out. Indicia. Yeah, inside cover page that has your credits, and it's like, hey, this is copyright. Don't take the stuff. This is my stuff.
And point of clarification: the Indicia is just the legal text at the bottom of the page.
Yes, exactly. But they'll sometimes it's called the Indicia page, which I didn't know, which is where the credits and those things go. And it was just one of those things where like, it's crazy. No one ever mentioned that. Like I've talked to like 300 creators, at least 100 of them have seen and held our comic. The what's it called? The credits page is the first page and nobody pointed it out. And I was like, that's crazy. So all you guys keeping your secrets. I see you. I'm watching you.
So ultimately, I love that story because it's a great point in, while you think you may know everything relating to making a comic because you have the experience, chances are there's stuff you don't know. And there are even roles that people don't know exist. Like flatters are a common one. Layout artists, another common one. And one of the most common in my experience is production designer. I can't tell you how many people I've talked to who thought that lettering was the final step and you have a lettered story and now you have a comic. No, there's a huge step there that people often overlook. So make sure that you know all of the stages of making a comic before taking everything else into consideration. As a fan of Adobe Illustrator, I 100% agree, Jonathan. All right. Quick last question. What is the hardest part of comics? Dylan knows my answer to this. Brandon, what do you think it is?
All of it. every step. There's not one step that's difficult. It's all brutal. It's all hard. Thinking of the story is hard. Writing the story is hard. Getting someone to draw the story is hard. I'm drawing right now. I'm drawing the story is hard. Learning to letter is hard. Design's hard. Production's hard. Figuring out the right specs to print and then making your mistakes with print is hard. And financially getting to pay for it is hard. Kickstarting is hard. Marketing is hard. Promoting it for years afterwards is hard. Having the willpower to go on is hard. Finding any hope in getting money out of it is hard. I don't know anything easy about making comics. But it's so rad and it's so fun and it's the coolest thing in the fucking world and I love it and I wouldn't trade anything for it. And it's brought me the coolest friends and the people ever in the universe and given me a dream job. But it's so hard. All of it. It's hard. I open floor at that point.
Yeah, I mean that pretty much sums it up. Everything is hard. I think the hardest part for creatives in general is going to be the marketing and the promotion of your book. And that one thing will be the most discouraging aspect of creating a comic. And here's why. People get into comics because they want to create. They are very much creatives and they dislike the business side of things. With that, nothing will break you more than putting your heart and soul into a comic, putting it out in the world, and no one cares. And 90% of the reason why no one cares is because you didn't talk about it enough and your marketing wasn't on point. The audience is out there. If you like your story, I can guarantee you out of the 8 billion people on this planet, there is at least 100 people that like this same story. But it's on you to reach them. They aren't just going to find it. And that all comes down to marketing. So from my personal experience, from talking to people for years about this, the biggest problem that people have as it relates to comics, and I think the one thing that creators would benefit the most from outside of the creative realm is learning marketing, learning how to market and sell your comic. So that is my answer. And with that, I'm pretty sure we went over on time. So I'm going to pass it around to the rest of the group, starting with Brandon. Who are you? What do you do? And how can people find you?
I'm Brandon Blocksdorf, the branding community director at Comics Wellspring. And just hit us up on all of our shows. We're interviewing Alex Segura tomorrow night, Building Thursday night. And I'm also the editor-in-chief at Apollo City Comics, all this comic book stuff. You see me behind me. And so check out Apollo City Comics. Today's the last day you get this Comic Goes Fascist for free digitally. Check out our post. There's a code. You can type it in. And then we're still accepting submissions for this Comic Goes Fascist Dos until the end of the year. And a new Kickstarter in January for Outer Space #3.
And Dylan, Greg, who are you people?
Awesome. And yeah, Dylan and Greg over here. We are Sierra Nova Comics. We're the one putting this whole crazy mess together over the last 3 days. It's been exciting. I am co-founder and CTO of Sierra Nova Comics. Right now, we've got our we got our website. Is that our website or Inc? That's our website. This is Inc.
That's Inc.
All right, this is Inc. Right, cool. So right
That's
now,
our website.
That's our website. Yeah. But anyways, yeah. So right now we're on Kickstarter. We have our first trade paperback for Inc., the series that has been our first comic we ever actually printed based on tons of issues, and also our first series we ever finished based on a bunch of issues, all with other comics, but not with this one because it's my personal favorite and I think it's our best comic. And it's probably your favorite too once you go and pick up a copy of Inc., the trade, over on Kickstarter. So yes, go do that.
Listen to him.
And I am Joel Rodriguez. I'm the CEO of Metal Ninja Studios. We're a full-service comic book production company dedicated to making your life easier as it relates to creating comics, whether that is having us do it through Concept to Comic, our done-for-you comic production service, or by learning how to do it in the newly launched Concept to Comic Academy and getting direct feedback and direct education from industry experts through our Capital of Comics Masterclass podcast, which you can find at metalninjastudios.com/academy.
Awesome. That was a great panel. And it's fun because I know I've been a part of it before, but it's different every time we do it, which is great. Even though it's the same thing that we talk about, which is fun because there's always like new ideas. We're like, oh yeah, somebody mentioned that one time. So that was very fun. Anyways, the next panel, which we're pushing into, but it's okay because we timed too much for our closing ceremony. So everything's just getting bumped a little bit, is polishing your work, the indie editorial process. So I'm going to bump everybody out real quick, and then we're going to invite back the people. I don't know, Brandon, I don't think you're coming back for this one. So have been awesome having you. I don't remember if are you on the Kickstarter one later?
I am. Yep.
Awesome. Cool. Awesome. So we will see you later at the Kickstarter panel. But it's been great having you. So I'm going to boot you out. Bam. He's gone. Oh, missed him. There he goes. Boom. And Joel, I'm going to boot you out. I don't think you're on this panel either, right?
I'm not. I'm back for collaborative indies.
All right, cool. Well, you get out of here too later. So anyways, very excited. Like I said, this upcoming panel, polishing your work, the indie editorial process. I actually can't remember who suggested this, but somebody who's on this panel, I believe it's somebody on this panel, is the one who suggested it. And then
Steve, probably.
What, Steve? Probably. I remember they came up with a name which was More Than Meets the Eye, and I'm like, I don't know if we could use that, so I'm going to change it. And so now it's polishing your work, the indie editorial process. So I'll bring everybody up so they can introduce themselves. And first we have Steve Cole. Who are you and what do you do?
So first of all, I'm a freelance editor. I've been doing it for 38 years. And I'm also the administrator and lead in the Comic Book Editors Alliance Facebook group, where we have been doing it for 7 years there, where we have industry professionals from 30, 40 years in the industry helping new editors and creators in learning how to edit comics.
Awesome. And next we've got Chuck Pinot. What's up?
What's going on, everybody? I am Chuck Pino. I am a freelance editor and writer. I also am the CCO of Ethereal Comics, Chief Content Officer. And I'm excited to talk about editing as always.
Definitely fun to have you back. And Jonathan, who's been with us all weekend. Who are you and what do you do?
I'm a human being. I write comics. Probably the other two people on this panel are going to be way more knowledgeable about the editing process. But maybe I can give some practical advice for young indie creators where you're kind of doing all the steps on your own and you're going into the dark, figuring it out as you go. But creator of a graphic novel called Eric. I've been a screenwriting professor at a film school in LA for about a decade. Screenwriter in the industry for about 15 years.
Awesome. And where am I? And I'm Dylan, and I'm going to be your host. And I also edit Sierra Comics, although we also work with other editors from time to time. But very often I come in and go, Greg, that's terrible. Do it better. And then hopefully he does it better. But yeah, that's kind of what we're doing here. So yeah, I guess my first question to the pool of editors and Jonathan. So, but yeah, all of the interesting stuff. I would like to ask, what do you think when it comes to comic creation is the most neglected role that typically occurs when creating comics? Shy.
Now, when you're talking about most neglected or most afterthought?
I probably both, to be honest.
Okay. So the afterthought is the lettering. Definitely the lettering. Because it's the last stage in the process, typically the rest of the creative team does not always accommodate for the lettering and the importance that the lettering actually has to the story. So part of the problem that happens is the other stages of production will take longer, and then suddenly the letterer has to rush at the last minute to try and get the pages done in a minimal amount of time. Quite often when it comes to hiring a letterer for a project, we don't consider the same type of value that the rest of the process will take. So the lettering might be from somebody who doesn't have a lot of experience, and as a result, it ends up making the project look kind of substandard and not equal. So there's a lot of issues with lettering and it being an afterthought and not being taken seriously.
Yeah, which is a great point because we that's actually even our next panel, the unsung heroes. So I definitely agree. And Chuck, what are your thoughts? What's the most neglected of all
how do you argue with a dude like Steve? And I don't think I would, but also editing. Like, to me, that's such an easy one. It's editing. And actually, Jonathan accidentally hit on it right away when he was doing his intro, because he said, maybe I can talk to those who are working alone. Here's an idea. Don't fucking work alone. You don't have to. You know what I mean? And having an editor means that all the other steps, as long as that editor is worth their salt and they've worked with artists, writers, letterers, everything all the way through, like with the entire process, which a good editor hopefully has, then all that stuff should kind of be taken care of because they can give you advice and they can help you along the way. So I really do 100% believe it's an editor.
Nice. And what about you, Jonathan? What are your thoughts on the most neglected?
To be honest, I would agree with what's been said already. The lettering can sink your project like 100%. If it looks like garbage, you can have the best stuff on earth. They cover your character's face. They're putting the bubbles right between an eye line. Like, the simple things that you don't really realize mess up the read of a book is huge. And, that's probably something we're not thinking about as creators. And editing, I don't disagree at all. The thing that I would, I guess, just add instead of just repeating would be, and it was an eye-opening experience for me, just like as a writer and creator, and I did do everything alone on my book except for the art. When you really get boots on the ground and you're ready to start production, the realization of how expensive everything is, will really hit you. So I would say the most neglected part would be actually the two elements that we just discussed, 100%, but then the actual script itself, getting it dialed in so that it's you've done all the work that you can as a writer or creator. On the backside will save you a ton of headaches. The better the script can be when you get it to your editor, the better they can be at their job, because they're not just having to be a teacher at that point,
or a proofreader. You know what I mean? I feel like
exactly.
Proofreading is important, but I feel like, if your script's not even structured properly for an editor to go in and clean it up, you're asking them to do. They're going to miss the stuff that you're actually hiring them to find because they're busy just cleaning up mistakes. Which obviously they're going to catch those too, but hopefully that's not 95% of what they're doing. So Chuck actually started touching on the next question I wanted to ask, which is basically, what is the role of an editor? What should a good editor be doing? Right now, you kind of mentioned they should be touching all those spots, but what's you bring an editor on. What's the thing that you believe? And I can tell Chuck really wants to answer this. What's the thing that you believe that is their most important role when you bring on an editor?
So first off, that's not a thing. There is no one singular role, and Steve has this. Steve, I hope you've got it somewhere. He's got this awesome infographic of what an editor does, and it's filled with shit. And I love looking at that, because what an editor does and can do, depending on their abilities and whatnot, obviously, is ridiculous. The difference between what an editor does for your novel and what an editor does and needs to know for your comic is just miles apart, miles. And so, Steve, if you could go, dude, you've got this. I wish you could just throw up the picture and go, fuck off, there it is.
I actually have it on my wall and I can read everything off.
There we are. There we go.
Basically, there's 2 or 3 divisions. The first is obviously the creative and the quality control side. And then there's the project management and the administrative aspect, and and then there's what I consider more the team and the counseling that's involved. There's the mediation and stuff like that. But just in the quality control aspect, you've got developmental editing, you've got structural editing, copy editing, proofreading, art direction. So there's so many different aspects to it. I will say though that not all editors are skilled in every single one.
Yeah.
And so that's an extremely important distinction, because I quite often will see an editor say that they're a full service editor and find out after the fact that, they specialize in developmental editing but have no experience with art direction, or are not very strong with proofreading, for example. And so working, first of all, to your strengths as an editor, but also being aware of it and being honest with the creators or the publisher that is hiring you of what it is that you're actually strong at and what you're not. And I know a couple of seasoned editors who recognize that they aren't very good with proofreading, and they actually subcontract when they're hired to do a project. They subcontract the proofreader to come on as well.
That's actually very, very important to know, because you don't want to be hiring someone and thinking you've got everything covered and then you're missing something. And actually, speaking of that, if you are a solo creator or you're working with a team, so whether you're a cartoonist and writer, or you're the creator and you've got a small team of artists you're working with, what is the first stage of editing? When should they engage with an editor in their whole process? The last panel we kind of talked about it. It's like from idea all the way to getting this thing printed. When is the first moment where they should be getting an editor involved before they proceed, so that they save themselves, like Jonathan said, like tons of money down the line, where it's like, oh no, I made a mistake way back here that's now costing me fixes up here. So yeah, if we're bringing an editor on board, I've got my work, I started writing a comic, when am I going to stop and go, all right, time to bring an editor on board?
Okay, so first of all, I'm going to ask if either of the gentlemen want to answer that before I do.
Sounds like you got.
No. Go ahead. You're the man on this one.
Okay. I would hire an editor right at the very beginning when the concept is established, mainly because you want to have a breakdown of how many issues or how many pages your project's going to be. Okay. If you hire too late in that initial stage, then it's one thing, let's say, to create a graphic novel that you can go however many pages you want. But as soon as you say that you want to create a mini series that you foresee it as 4 issues, and then you hire someone like me who sees that, oh, in your first issue you have this plan, but you've introduced something that now requires you to have 6 issues. So you want to bring on an editor, a qualified editor, I will say, who understands the developmental stage and actually the marketing aspect of it, so that you have a better understanding of how you can divide that story up, how many approximate pages each issue is going to be, how much money you're actually going to be dedicating to it, not only in paying the editor, but paying all the creative team. So I would say as soon as possible, as soon as you have that outline established, hire an editor, get them involved so that they can give you as much guidance as possible.
So the outline, that's a big one. What about you, Chuck?
Well, you know what? Absolutely. Like 100% totally agree. And I actually have a really good story that goes along with that. I was reviewing a book way back when, and I only like to, like, when I'm reviewing the books, I usually just like to talk good mostly about the book. If it's that bad, you won't hear me talk about it at all. So when I was doing my review, I told people it was a generally good book. I enjoyed it a lot, blah, blah, blah. But then I spoke to the creator afterwards, whom I knew, and I said, hey, that ending, what's going on? Like, it's just, the book's just suddenly done. He goes, oh, that's because it's a graphic novel. I said, no, it's not. And he goes, well, yeah, no, like, it's a graphic novel. It's going to be, these 3 issues will become the one graphic novel. I was like, it's not a graphic novel. You sold me an issue, and that ending fucking sucks. There's no reason for me to buy issue 2. I have no interest in reading issue 2 because it's just suddenly done. And if you don't even know how to end a singular issue to move into your next one, then what am I doing here? And he was like, well, again, it's a graphic novel. No, it's not. Release it as a finished thing, and then it's a graphic novel. If you don't do that, it's a mini series, and you done fucked up, kid.
Yeah, I think one of the big things I learned was the difference between a trade paperback and a graphic novel, where like when you go to make a graphic novel, it's like you're going in with the whole story in mind and the whole story is getting told in one story. Where, yeah, if you plan on having a trade paperback in the future, each of your individual series needs to have its own loop that's closed. There could be, there's this overarching loop, but if you don't have a closed loop in any of these, it's like, watching the latest Star Wars. Enough bashing of Star Wars. The next question I have, if actually, Jonathan, do you have any thoughts on that before I go to the next question?
I would actually like to hear, Jonathan, from a creative perspective. When do you think an editor should be brought in?
So I can give practical experience to these exact steps, and the lessons learned of producing this book and getting it. So there's 132 pages, excuse me. And my job, I edit 40 screenplays a semester that are thesis projects. So that's in essence what I'm doing. I'm teaching, if your script's 70 pages, that's not a feature, all these things that we're going into figuring out exactly kind of the structure of a story. So the what Steve was talking about bringing in an editor right away, this is a lesson learned in my process. Was when I first wrote my graphic novel, and I wrote this as a graphic novel, the final script was something like 255 pages, and I literally got to the end of it, and then I was like, okay, my God, this is going to cost me $3 million. So the editing process started then, but for me as a creative, as a story, kind of my brand is as a fixer. I immediately knew where the good stuff was, and this is exactly what probably is being discussed as a story editor. So hopefully my book is good. Maybe when Chuck reads it, he doesn't comment on it, and then we know the secret secret of it. But the truth. So again, it's kind of a little bit hard to say this, as the creator of the book, but I building towards culminations and act outs or watershed lines or whatever you're doing in from panel to panel to page to, in my book, the 6 chapters. Like, you want that gunshot cut to black. Like, are you going to come back to see if the guy gets shot or not? Can structure your story and then kind of get you to where you need to be in terms of the production. Like, if it's going to be a floppy, is it going to be is it going to be a graphic novel? What is it going to be? And part of that is an editor can obviously absolutely do that. And then as a creator, it's yourself, like kind of knowing the craft also helps quite a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Before we move on, I'd like to add that as an editor, it does happen that sometimes I will say, okay, you have too much. But quite often, I see the potential in the story where more can be added. Okay? So the story is actually what's guiding it. And, sometimes we can break the story off and have a period of time before another story is followed up on. It doesn't all have to be in one book, but the story kind of has its say as to how it's going to be told. And sometimes there's a lot of filler that we need to get rid of, so we end up reducing the pages. But other times the story's telling us that, hey, I have more to say. And so you might end up with 6 issues instead of 4 issues just because the story has more to say.
Yeah, and I was going to say when you mentioned that like cut to black, I feel like you could still end a single series or single issue in a series with a cut to black. I know one of our first comics that Greg and I released, or sorry, the first comic we released, it did kind of end on like a what's going to happen next. But it was to the point where people were begging us for issue 2, not like, damn, that sucked. Like it was like, that's kind of what you want. You don't want it where, you have some issue where there's no cliffhanger, and I don't want the next issue, especially if the goal is to have a series that eventually becomes a trade paperback. But obviously, in Jonathan's position where he's putting together an entire graphic novel and he's just breaking it into parts inside of this one piece. You definitely want to have something that's like, oh, I want to read the next chapter, like kind of like the page flip, like don't spoil it right here. You know what I mean? I'm like, I still haven't even read this page, and all your cool stuff's over here. Which, speaking of page flip spoils and other things that editors should slap creators for ruining, if you had to break down, we mentioned this already, stuff like proofreading, developmental things. What are the different phases, right, from beginning to end? Like, again, we talked about it right in the developmental phase. We're looking at what they're doing, and is this going to be a graphic novel? Is this going to be a single issue? Is it going to be a collection? What are the stages in which an editor comes back into play, right? So the first one we got is developmental. What's after that? When's the next time I want to bring my editor back, and when's the next time, and when's the next time until this thing sees print?
Chuck, you want to go first?
Yeah. Okay. First off, everybody, when Steve earlier was talking about editors who work, organizing the team and whatnot, Steve is giving you a clinic right now, right here, because he is keeping this panel going. And Dylan, you're doing a great job too, but he's making sure that both Jonathan and I get to speak, get to have our turn. Like I'm not good at that. 100% I'm willing to state. We have someone in Ethereal who is excellent at that. April, I love you, because that's not my world. But Steve is giving you a clinic. Make sure everyone gets their word in, everyone gets a chance, blah, blah, blah. What was the question again?
Totally. So the question,
the steps.
The stages, yeah.
Okay. So for me, you get them in right away, go over what are we building, what are we doing, blah, blah, blah. From there, I want an outline. And preferably, if we're working on more than just like a one shot, I'm going to require 2 outlines. It's going to be an outline for whatever issue we're working on, and then an outline for the overall arching story, whether it's the graphic novel or the mini series or just this arc, whatever it is, whatever that's going to look like. I'd like to see both of those, because we need to make sure that if this is going to be even an arc and an ongoing, and it's like, say, a 4-issue arc, we want to make sure that everything that we need in issue 1 to make issue 4 pop is there. So I want my 2 outlines. Then once we're both very happy with what's going on there, I say go to scripting. And then we're going to go back and forth, and we're there anytime. Like if you hit a pothole, if you don't know what to do, if you're, any number of things, come back to us, hit us up. There's no reason to be out in the desert by yourself. It's our job, and it's something that we know well, because most editors are also writers. So, and if they're not, it's like a tattoo artist who's never tattooed, or who's never gotten a tattoo. You don't know the pain. What are you doing here? So, so I would then go on there, and then once we're happy with our script, then it goes to art. And if you're doing art development, I would like to see roughs of the pages first. Then I would like to see pencils. And then once we're happy with pencils, we'll go into inks, colors, etc., all the way through until we've got everything together. It's done. We've got a package, and we're happy. That's my quick way.
And Steve, what's is there anything that Chuck missed? We can judge. We can edit Chuck.
Edit away, man.
No, I find that if you're defining some of the different positions, so for example, a structural editor is involved right from the script, and the art director is involved with the art, obviously, but an artist or an art director who doesn't understand the structural aspect of the story isn't going to really understand how certain pages work, how many panels are actually required. You know, do we require more panels for the pacing, less panels because the pacing doesn't have to be as long. Even a matter of switching scenes in the book, because quite often I've had at least 5 different instances where scenes that have appeared later in the book, I find that they actually work earlier. Or if, for example, I have a 24-page comic that we've decided is a max of 24 pages, and I find that I have a scene that needs an additional page at the beginning of the book. I need to look through the rest of the book to find another scene where I can take a page from that, And sometimes it's just taking a scene out. If the scene itself is 1 page that doesn't require to be in the book, it's just filler. Other times it's a scene that, for example, has too many actions to it that are redundant. So let's cut it down and get to the point. In structural editing, a lot of it is trying to figure out what needs to be done to the story to make sure that it's not only clear for the reader, but it reads well. When it comes to the art direction, it's anything in the art. It's, all the way from, does this car look like an actual car? Didn't we have the Superman symbol on the back of Superman's cape in this panel, but suddenly it's missing? Why is this wine glass that keeps appearing on the counter on the bar at the pub? Why does it keep changing shape, which has happened? So it's the art, but it's also the way that the panels are drawn. Sometimes the panels themselves, you might see that there's as an editor, I might see a panel that is drawn small, but you realize that it's actually a focus that should be much larger on the page. And so I'll tell the artist, okay, you got to make this a little bit larger. It might even require its own page as a splash page, But then there's copy editing, which is a constant, not only with the dialogue and making sure that each character sounds distinctive, or it's a matter of ensuring that who says what, when they say it, and how they say it, and when is it important to the story? Sometimes giving away detail might be a foreshadowing, for example, of something that happens later on. And so it's deliberate. But other times, if we never see the result of that statement, then it becomes filler. So we need to make sure that, it has a purpose to it. And, proofreading is obviously a huge thing because, the wrong punctuation, the single dash instead of double dashes, inconsistency of spaces. I had one book that in one issue uses kilometers, and another issue they use miles, just ensuring that things like that are maintained. There's so many different things.
Yeah, world consistency is a big thing. So like when I'm editing our comics, like one of the big things that I do, and Greg knows, is we have a whole Notion database of like all the characters in the world. We've got a Google map build out of like our territory. So they're running down Elm Street and take a right down 15th, like what buildings are there. We build 3D models. So like, this is what this place looks like. The TV's over here, the chef's over here. Like, yeah. So like that, I love the world consistency thing too. And I do feel like, that's a miss, like of all the other stuff, I can see like, oh, make sure it's structurally sound, make sure like you don't forget any characters, all that stuff. But I do think that consistency throughout a story is a big deal that's missed a lot.
From one issue to another of this one book that I'm editing, suddenly there was a massive renovation of a kitchen and it was in a very short time frame between issues. And how the hell did the window move over here? How did the cabinets move over here? You know, why are the walls a different color? Why is the floor a different pattern? You know, things like that. And I actually had to talk to the writer who was the one who hired me, and I said, did your artist actually create like a model of, you know, what the kitchen looks like or what the landscape looks like or whatever? And he says, yeah, he did. And I'm like, well, I don't know what happened, but this has got to change.
So that's probably more of an issue of working with people who, like, if you hire an artist and they're not like, they're not a professional, like they do this all the time. It's their only living. It's the only way they make a living, things like that. If you hire an artist, the likelihood they're even going to think to build a model of your like kitchen because they might draw future comics for you, they might not even cross their mind to do that. So I definitely think that having an editor to even suggest that, like I said, we took the initiative and we built 3D models of them because I can do that. I can't draw the 3D models, but I could definitely use, you know, CAD software to do it. So it's definitely something that people, I think the thing that'll break that fourth wall in a negative way is, when you're looking at a comic and then like suddenly you're like, wait a second, am I in the same place? Is this the same person? Right? Is that the same car? Is this the same, tree? Like what's going on here? So consistency is definitely a huge important factor. And I wanted to ask Jonathan too, based on working on your story, is there any point where you're like, oh, like I should have got an editor involved here along those paths we've just discussed, and you're like, man, this would have been crucial or important, I had to go back and fix it, or whatever it might be? Has there been a moment where you're like, dang, I either should have got an editor, or dang, I'm very glad I got an editor?
That's a good question. I think I can expand or give practical boots on the ground experience for basically everything that has been discussed so far in the process of creating the book, to be honest, whether it's story editing, all these things. For me, the biggest editing thing that I needed for sure, because I lettered my book also, was the actual prose themselves, like in making sure spelling was all there. Has there been a moment? I guess, to be honest, I just kind of, all these tasks I put on myself. So I kind of function as my own editor, and I can give like art examples. Like by the time we got to the end of our book, for some reason, one of our central pivotal characters, like his clothing had changed color. And I, because of the way the art was coming in, and we got all the way to the end of it, and I was like, my artist's name is David. I was like, David, okay, so now in the first chapter, see all these? Like we have to go back and like rework all these because they don't line up anymore. So that was a situation. Here's a cheat for like to help yourself out to streamline the process that I did. When to comment about, like Steve mentioned, this kitchen and the model, like I couldn't afford to do any of that stuff. So what I did was, when we got further out in my book, to help my artist, not only did I do an Excel spreadsheet where my script was actually broken down into panels so you could see where everything was. So I had the script, I had the Excel spreadsheet, and then I also made a PowerPoint with like reference art, and then also like comments back into the book. This is panel 4 from like chapter 1, chapter 2, whatever it was, so that even he's doing this now 6 months, 9 months, 10 months later, he can reference back and be like, oh shoot, okay, I'm glad I drew it. I'll draw it exactly the same. So it's like when we're reusing locations and stuff like that. So the biggest, again, the editing stuff, like I ended up rewriting my book because I was the letterer. So I went in, and when dialogue didn't kind of function correctly, or I felt like I could do more or less, like I was trimming that stuff away. So do I think bringing an editor would have helped me? Absolutely. Do I think my budget allowed me to do it? It didn't, just straight away. So everything they're saying is spot on. I can give you boots on the ground examples of everything. But yeah, the proofreading is the thing that has terrified me the most. If to directly answer your question of like what where did I need an editor? And I did have somebody proofread my comic, actually, like multiple times. And there's probably still grammatical errors in my book, which bums me out. But it is what it is, to be honest.
No, totally. Yeah. No matter, even if you get the best editors, I feel like you still might eventually like just miss something. There's just a lot to handle, especially if you, I would actually say the hardest thing would be if you get one editor who's good at everything, well, then they have so many responsibilities, they might miss it. And if you get individual editors who are all individually good at stuff, it's the coordination between them to make sure there's not an issue. So there's really always there's no way to make sure that it's perfect, but honestly, the whole goal is to just make sure, I don't know, the story doesn't suck. If people can enjoy it, if there's a spelling error, like I'll be honest, there's been times where somebody does that. Like I'll give an easy example of like a TikTok video and someone misspells something. You get thousands of comments and everyone's pointing it out, but you're not realizing that means that thousands of people saw it, right? Like I think that it's something that's that minor of a problem isn't going to detract from the whole book. It's the bigger stuff that editors will catch where it's like, hey, like, why is the ship like circular? Wasn't it square before? Like, what's going on? Like, is this still the same ship?
Yeah, I will say that people who notice a consistency in the lack of corrections, they will drop a title. Okay, so it's, yes, there are those major, things, but if you keep seeing misspellings or errors in placement where you're covering faces or important parts of the art, people do get fed up, and so the whole idea with comics is to give them a reason to get the next issue. And if you're giving them the reasons not to get the next issue because there's so many mistakes, there was an issue of Deathstroke the Terminator where the writer, who's been writing and editing comics since the 1970s, literally, started at Marvel. And so he wrote the character of Slade Wilson, Colonel Slade Wilson, where his ex-wife is talking to an admiral and about Wilson, and the admiral turns around and calls him Colonel Slade, and the ex-wife does not correct him, which tells me that it was slipped in by mistake and it wasn't a deliberate thing. Otherwise he would have had the ex-wife correct the admiral. Okay, so there are things that slip by, but the idea with editing is that once a book is out and we recognize that those mistakes were there, the idea is that we don't make the same mistake twice. And I spoke with a writer back in the early 90s about, do you have any regrets when a book comes out and you know that there was mistakes in it, that you could have made those corrections? And he said, because of the tight timelines that you have, and this applies from writers to artists to editors, etc., because the timelines are so tight, all you can do is hope that you make corrections in the next issue and try and work with it. You can't make changes in the past. You can only make changes for the future. Of course, if you're doing a trade paperback, you can make those changes, but yeah. ultimately what it boils down to is, learn from your mistakes, try not to make them again.
Yeah. And I also agree with the, you don't want to give readers a reason to not come back. I bust on Greg sometimes because we have one of our first issues of comics and he's like, I just want to give it away now. But I'm like, hey, if they're interested in this one other series, don't give them this one because that might deter them from coming back for the other one. Like, give this one tastefully to people, maybe like collectors who are interested and we're like, yeah, this was one of our first drafts, blah, blah, blah. Like, but yeah, you don't just want to give it to everybody because you don't want to give people a reason not to come back. Our next panel is coming up right now, and I want to be able to get to them because I see a bunch of people in the waiting room all looking at me like, what are we doing in here? And so really quickly, what I want to do is we're going to do one last intro of everyone, but I also want you to very briefly, like 10 seconds, 30 seconds, say the one thing that a creator should be looking for in an editor to make sure they've got a good one. That's what I want to do. And we'll start with Jonathan. We'll put let me move you up here. Maybe there you go. Boom. Who are you? What do you do? Where can people find you? And what do you say to look for in an editor?
There's my Instagram. I'm not great with the social media, but you can find me there and send me a DM. I'll get back to you. You can get my first graphic novel at comicavalon.com. There's the A and B cover is right there, or this is the A cover, sorry. And what to look for in a great editor? Watch this panel and then hire these two guys.
Excellent. And we're going to bring up Chuck. Who are you? What do you do? Where can people find you? And what should people look for in a good editor?
First off, Jonathan's a fucking keeper. So you can find me on Facebook, Chuck Pino. You can find me on Instagram, same thing. You can find me on Twitter because I'm not calling it anything else. You can find me on Twitter at Chucky Pin. You know what? Talk to people. Talk to other creators. Who did you use? Who did you work with? And ask around. You know what I mean? Like a lot of times that can be really helpful. And definitely ask about the things that you think that you need to work on the most. You know, how are you with this? Can you give me some thoughts on your process where that kind of stuff comes out? Because again, you can hire someone like Steve and myself, and we can be absolutely amazing, but we might not be perfect for you because it's also about bedside manner, how we work together. And so we might not be for you. You know what? You might find that actually Jonathan is the perfect guy for you because Jonathan can relate to you. He can talk to you in the way that you want to be spoken to, and he can still get across everything that needs to be done. So you never know who it is. And also, by the way, everybody, just so you're aware, look at that, the comments. There were no fucking questions or comments during this entire panel. How dare you people? How dare you? This was a fucking master class, and he asked a fucking question. How dare you? How dare you?
Maybe it's because it was just so thoroughly answered over here. He was just crushing it.
I'm still being a dick about it.
And Steve, who are you? Where can who are you? What do you do? Where can people find you? And what's that one thing they should look for in an editor?
Okay, so first of all, you can find me on Facebook. You can find me on LinkedIn. The Comic Book Editors Alliance Facebook group that I run is a private group, but if you are interested in learning how to edit comics or looking to hire an editor or want to be involved in learning as much about editing as you can or getting into editing yourself, answer the 3 questions and I'll allow you in. I'm the administrator and lead for it and the primary instructor, if you will, because most of the time I'm teaching. I also teach comics. And I especially teach comic editors. Like I said, I've been doing this for 38 years. So I spend most of my time teaching and not editing at this point. So to find the right editor, the very first thing I would do is have a conversation with them. I always try and set up a Zoom call with them. And part of it is for them to identify what their needs are, and for me to pull out what their needs are, because I might see something different than what they tell me. But they're learning about me, I'm learning about them, and we're also developing a relationship. And if I find during that initial conversation that we're getting along, that we're understanding one another, communication is clear, perfect, I'll move forward. But if I find that there's already miscommunications happening during that initial conversation, I'll kindly, suggest another editor to them. And the advantage of the Editors Alliance is that we have so many editors that I can refer them to.
Yes, and scan that QR code that's up on the screen to go check out the Facebook page. This was an awesome panel. I'm so glad that you were all able to join. I keep forgetting that I have these fun little where'd it go? Like right here. But yeah, it's great having you all. I definitely hope to have you back next year because this was awesome. And yes, I do agree with Chuck that it is a shame that nobody was asking questions. Blasphemy. Shuns. You have all been shunned. In the meantime, again, thank you for coming. Next up, our panel that's coming up is, if I can pull up my screen, I've got two monitors and it's still not enough. Is collaborative indies, teamwork, and small studios. So I'm gonna boot everybody that's in here now and bring it back up. Again, thank you, Steve. Thank you, John. Thank you, Chuck. Awesome to have you.
Thank you.
Boop, maybe. Got it. There we go. Yep. And we're going to go here. There's Greg. Say hi, Greg.
Hi, Greg.
All right, Greg's gone. Just kidding. Anyways, again, that was an awesome panel. I hope everyone that was backstage was also enjoying that. Sorry it extended a little bit past this. Like I said, we're running a little bit behind because we're crazy and we're always running around. But yes, I do want to start bringing everybody up. Whoops, 1 second. Come on, switch. There we go. And for the collaborative indies, the host of this panel, I'm going to bring him up first, is Joel Rodriguez. Who are you and what do you do?
You have asked that question way too many times. It's starting to slip. You, sir, have had a long weekend. I am Joel Rodriguez. I'm the CEO of Metal Ninja Studios, a full-service comic production company that is dedicated to make your life easier when it comes to making comics. That is through our done-for-you comic production service and our educational platform, the Concept to Comic Academy, which just launched this weekend.
Awesome. And next up, Anna. Who are you and what do you do?
I'm Anna Peterson. I'm a writer and artist for, I've been in several anthologies. I had a series come out last year, Book of Rifters, and I'm hoping to have an announcement on my second book coming up soon.
Awesome. And next up, Jesse Sosa. Who are you and what do you do?
Hey, I'm Jesse Sosa. I'm an art director over at Gearbox Software, and I run my own small indie studio called Dinosaur, and we do all kinds of stuff. Currently working on a comic book project called Teen Strike, where I'm art director, colorist, writer, everything like that.
Awesome. And next up, we've got Braden.
Hey,
who are you
how's it
and
going,
what do you
guys?
do?
I'm an art director for Blizzard. No, just kidding. Rook City Comics, Haven Sketch Night on Kickstarter and rookcitycomics.com. Yeah, make comics, writer, good times.
Awesome. And next up, we have Alan Silverwood. Who are you and what do you do?
Who am I? I'm Alan Silverwood, former staff editor at Marvel Comics under another name. I'm not on the lam. It's just under another name. I currently am the CEO at Pop Skull Press and writing and editing comics and also novels.
Amazing. And next up, where is he? There he is. Mark Bernal. Who are you and what do you do?
Hey, sorry about that. Had to get my mute working. Yeah, Mark Bernal. I'm the founder of Lesser Known Comics. I write there as well. Actually work with Anna Peterson, who's on the panel, one of our very talented creators. So, yeah, we're a indie comic incubator. We've probably helped, at least over 150 artists or creators get published for the first time, whether it be in anthologies or their own books. So yeah, that's generally what we do here at Lesser Known Comics. So we're a publisher incubator.
Awesome. And so yeah, this like I said, this panel is collaborative indies, teamwork in small studios. So Like I said, Joel's the host for this. I'm just the guy pushing buttons in the background. So I'm going to fade into the background. Joel, take it.
All right. So with that, hi everyone. Thanks for joining the panel. And I think we will get right into the juicy bits of what do you think are some of the most difficult aspects of collaboration that new creators can expect. And my goal in this question is to help give tips on how to overcome these complications. So, Alan, we'll start with you. What do you think would be some of the most complicated and common hiccups that new creators can run into with collaboration, and how can they overcome them?
God, I'm like trying to like, how do I sort and organize one of the things that you can run into? One of the biggest problems that I've had is, you've heard the term herding cats. When you're collaborating, if you have multiple collaborators, you are herding cats. Everybody's doing something. Everybody's got a life. Everybody's got things going on. So trying to keep track of who you need to get what from and when, and all of that, it's really it's like juggling in a circus. You've got to make sure that all of the whatever you're juggling, bowling pins, balls, chainsaws, are up in the air when they're supposed to be, and when they come down, then you're catching the right end. I mean, you need to make sure that everything is where it needs to be. You have to be really good at communicating effectively with deadlines and specifics about what you need, and you got to expect that you're going to get back the standard, I need these 5 things from you, and you're going to ask 10 people for that, and 7 of those 10 people will get back most of those 5 things to you. Some of them will get none of them back to you. Some of them will just get 2 or 3, and so you have to know how to get the rest of those things back from them in time that it doesn't tank your project. So this kind of time people communication management thing is going to be your it's going to be your major. I would say probably that's the number one. I'm like going through these in my mind again. It's like, that's going to be your number one thing I have found is my number one challenge in doing big collaborative things. It's just basically kind of getting everybody back to you with what you need by the time you need it. If that answers your question.
That does perfectly. Before we move on to the next question, does anyone else have anything they would like to add or build off of that? All right, Mark, we're going to come to you. With everything dealing with project management, and you said you've helped 150 creators. That is impressive by all means. How do you recommend creators deal with interpersonal conflict when dealing with small studios and small productions? Because these things can be complicated, tensions can rise, emotions can get involved. How would you recommend a new creator deal with that?
Yeah, I think so. I'm going to give 2 examples. I think many creators, when they first work in projects, I think anthologies and zines are a great way to get started. And something.
The suspense is killing me.
Yeah. Everything.
I think we lost you, Mark.
Okay, I see you guys now, so I'm not sure if you can still hear me.
We can hear you, but we can't see you.
Okay. So yeah, I've seen anthologies where you've had, 1 or 2 people, have a negative interaction with the rest of the group. And that's a good chance for, if you're, leading an anthology or you're part of an anthology, how you compose yourself in a conflict situation to really show your professionalism. When you're giving somebody more grace than they probably deserve, what it tells everybody else in that project is that this is somebody you can count on. This is somebody who's not going to let their emotions, dictate the success of a project. So I would say that those conflicts are a really good opportunity to show your character and professionalism. one-on-one, I see a lot of times too, creators, when they have a negative experience, take to social media and start trying to play a blame game, try and start, summoning a crowd and a mob to, hey, let's all talk about how much we don't like this particular creator. That's time spent not making comics. It's a really tough pill to swallow, but a lot of times it's, hey, I learned my lesson. I guess this project is, maybe dead in the water because, this person is somebody that, I'm not going to be able to continue to do a project with and, and count on. And sometimes it's best just to walk away and just start working with, an additional or a new person. But I'd say anything that takes you away from actually making comics or anything that takes you away from displaying professionalism is a waste of your time.
No, that's great. I completely agree. And yeah, it's best to keep everyone on the team from airing their dirty laundry on social media, which is a trend that I have seen far too many times. So I think that in particular is a very good point. Braden, what are some tips and tricks that you can provide to new creators on managing the timelines? Like Alan said, it's one of the most complex aspects of creation, especially someone who is more of a creative. Jesse, just so you know, to give you a heads up, I'm going to have you show that Miro board again in a little bit because that was awesome, and this panel needs it too. But Braden, what tips could you recommend to creators?
Yeah, I mean, it's, it depends on where you're coming from, right? So like if you're a writer, I'm a writer, and you're managing projects, you're managing timelines with artists. It is one of those things where a lot of things could come up, right? Like especially with artists, it could just be things that I've had artists say like they're not inspired, to draw that day, or that, it's just not, something's not catching, right? So it's important to give yourself enough time, right, to give yourself more time than you need in order to complete a project, to get things done, because there are going to be delays, right? Like nothing is ever going to come out exactly the way you want it to. So really just like in terms of time management, making sure you have more than you need for anything that comes up.
No, that's great. And with tools, Jesse, I gave you a warning because we had a panel previously where I talked about tools for project management, and Jesse showed this awesome Miro board. For anyone who's not familiar, Miro is a whiteboard software. I'm familiar with it, but I've never seen it used like this, and I think it warrants showing again. So Jesse, I'll pass it to you.
I want to add something really quick on the time management. In my industry, in the game industry, that's what we operate on when we hire people. Every piece of software, at least modern drawing softwares, generally have some kind of like information on how long you've spent on any one piece. Outside of that, start timing yourself, because it's a disservice to yourself to make a bid on a project and say, yeah, I can get this done in one day, and then you're working 24 hours a day just trying to get it done. Be honest with everything like that, because anyone who knows how much time it takes to do something, can make accurate bids, is pretty much invaluable. So going on here to Miro. Miro is an awesome interactive whiteboard. I've been showing this off, I think, in all the panels I've been in, just because I love it so much. But this is how I stay coordinated with my team outside of we meet like 3 times a week for various projects, not just comics, but for like Gearbox stuff and all that. Miro is in resolution. It doesn't care about resolution of images. You can drop anything in here, scale it up however you want. But in here, for my upcoming comic Chancla, we're going through, doing all the character design, myself and my concept artist going through here. As an art director, I can put notes for everyone in here. I have my team meetings on Discord. My Discord server is work only, and so I have all my projects in there. Everyone from all projects can see what we're doing, because that's the way I like to run things. I like everyone to be able to cheer everyone else on. And so the same thing with the Miro boards. I'm very transparent. Everyone can come in here and look. Sometimes I get artists that are like, "Oh, can I do something on that? Because that looks awesome." I'm like, "Sure, go for it." But you can see here doing all these kind of like color iterations and stuff. this is a really great tool. It allows me to come in here and really see everything at a single glance. You can do documentation. You can link it up to your different APIs like Google Docs and everything else that you might be using for this. And so I do all my character design and getting everything here ready to go. Designing, casual outfits for the characters, everything like that. Prints, we're doing tons of prints over here. And so it's just, I got one artist working on this side. My main concept artist and I, my main concept artist and I work in the middle to develop all the characters. I do all my logo treatments over here on the sides. And then I got my sequential artist where I'm just like sketching out real fast storyboards with notes. Communication is key, as was mentioned before. I do speak Spanish natively, but I'm not the best at writing it or anything. So I use translators and stuff to talk to my artists here, and I speak in their language. That's something that I've learned from the game industry is when you're working with external artists, speak in their language. Use a translator if you have to. Be transparent. Tell them you're doing it, but it's really unfair to really expect a foreign talent to adapt to you because you're the one that's going to them. And so with that, they deliver their sketches or rough sketches that I do rough words on, and then we just take it step by step. We just iterate and keep iterating to the right till we finally get these the final ink pages here. Sorry, my Miro's going a little slow right now, but we get all these pages here where I come in and I do my editing notes on what needs to happen, what needs to change, and yeah, that's basically how I do it.
Yeah, I love that Miro board. So thanks again for sharing it. I think that anyone watching this will get a lot of value from that particular tool.
Before also one more thing,
Yep.
Miro is free. Miro is free, so go get it. Go sign up for it, and you can share it out to people, and you can pay for it as well for added security. But it's free. Go get it.
It's a great tool.
Yeah, I love it. I use it more so for the business management and strategy planning side of things. But in terms of project level management, that's a very unique use that I obviously love. Anna, continuing the theme of communication, what do you think is an example of a great situation of communication that you've dealt with when collaborating with some of your teams?
Yeah, I can't remember who said herding cats in the beginning, but yeah, it definitely can feel like that for sure. But I think one I had, I was working with an artist who they reached out to me because the person that they had previously hired, they kind of just gave them 4 months to work on it and then checked in with them like 2 weeks before they needed it, and they're like, they hadn't started it basically. So so we kind of worked together to set up like check-in points. Like we had a Zoom call that was a couple hours of going over like, okay, what are what is the rate? What is like he was just looking for black and white. I asked him, what is the demographic, like what is the age range I need to stay within? Because it was a horror book, and I'm like, okay, well, I need to know if it's going to have gore and stuff. I need to know like where am I keeping this at? Like what is that going to look like? And we had several check-ins every couple of weeks just to figure out where we're at. And yeah, I would send him everything. He'd send me notes back. But it was just he definitely kept on top of checking in for sure. And we did make a contract in the beginning, being like, this is when something's going to be due, and if that changes, it needs to be. We need to know within so many days of certain checkpoint. It's just really organized, even though it was just me and him working on it for that project. But I think just having a really clear idea of what vision he was looking for, and then how long I had to do it. It doesn't sound like much, but it made a big difference for sure.
I find that sometimes the smallest the smallest actions done consistently can make the biggest results. So just those small check-ins periodically, it takes a lot of stress off of both parties. So I completely agree with that. Alan,
Yes.
one of the things that Anna mentioned was the contract. So with that, a lot of new creators get intimidated by contracts. What bit of advice could you give them to kind of ease them through the process of developing contracts and minimizing that stress?
You asked the wrong guy that question.
Well, then I'll open it up to anyone else as well.
Yeah, I mean, my experience with contracts is that there are some cases where it winds up being almost, you never want to count on this, so you should do it. But sometimes I've found that it's like it just winds up being almost irrelevant in some cases. It really depends on the situation that you're in. In my cases, it hasn't really been a big deal, and no matter what I do. But as far as getting a contract, look at what you need the contract for and talk to someone who's used a contract like that and get one from them. There are people out there who have really good ones. And I just ask guys for, this is what I'm going to need. Do you have this kind of a contract? Yes. Boom. Here's one. Boom. Template. I'm going to use it. Fill it out. Get whoever I need to fill it out. Get it back. Good to go. That's my advice, is get that help from somebody. There are specialists in the contract thing. That isn't me.
Yeah. I YOLO that stuff, man. I'm just like, whatever.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I have a small thing to kind of insert on that. This may be a unique experience, and some of the other folks here may echo some of this. I have found collaborators' insistence on contracts commensurate with their difficulty in time of conflict. So, like, the contract is, versus an experience where, say I was going to work on a project with Anna, right? Who we worked on projects before together. Or we say, hey, we're going to bring in Brandon. Both of us, Brandon DePillis, is somebody we both know, we both worked with, we've known for an extended period of time. The likelihood that we're going to run into conflict over the, and need a super pedantic contract that's going to spell out things, because everything's subject to change. I would look at the quality of the person that you're working with. Now, like, it is good to have deadlines laid out for expectation management. I'd say that's more important, necessarily than like an overly, prescriptive contract. I've just experienced where people are very down to like dotting T's and I's on contracts. They end up being very rigid, very unflexible, and combative in some cases. So that's been my experience. I don't know if anyone else has had that.
My day job, I deal with contracts all the time. I'm signing contracts that are worth, $500,000 and things like that. When you're dealing with like entities and studios and stuff, that's a given. You really need to do that. Setting up expectations is probably, in my opinion, more important in the indie field. But I do consider myself a good read of character. So as I've mentioned in previous ones, I just tend to become friends with the artists that I plan on using. I give them the smallest little tests that are only like $20, $40, whatever it is, something small. If they don't deliver, then I'm out just some pocket change or whatever. But I usually get a good read of someone like that, and then if we vibe and stuff and everything's going well, then it's just go time at that point. Because at the end of the day, I want to work with my friends, right? Like I make sure that I get a good personal relationship with all my artists. That's just the type of art director that I am, because I just want to make art with my friends, and if I get new friends making these comics, then that's fantastic. More friends, it's great.
No, I think those are all very fantastic points. Personally, I kind of counter several of them, not in a negative way, because I agree and I've used all of those strategies myself. But with our studio and the way that Metal Ninja Studios works, because we are dealing with client projects, everything that we do has to go through contract with any of the talent on our roster, not only to protect ourselves, but to protect our clients. And the best way that I explain contracts to anyone that I'm talking to is it's less about, to Mark's point, the legal kind of nitpicky dotting T's, crossing I's. And it's more so about managing those expectations in writing to where everyone understands what's expected. And that way, no one can try and change things. And for example, dealing with client work, we have to hold things to a very specific timeline, and the contracts and those agreements, while they are essential in making sure that everyone across the board is just on the same page. So with that, I always find it interesting, the type of people and the type of responses when contracts come up, because some people are super for them, some people are super against them, other people just don't really care. So that's a very fascinating conversation to me. Okay, Braden, gonna come over to you for the next one.
For sure.
With working in a small collaborative team, what do you think has been a standout moment that really highlighted this is why I love doing this? Because working in something like film, you're working with much larger teams and there can be a lot of added stress. But on comics, it's a relatively small team, comparatively speaking. So, what draws you to working in a small team?
Yeah, I'm gonna echo a lot of stuff that Jesse said. I think getting a really good relationship with the artist, right? Because at the end of the day, we're making comics, and it's a two-way street with people. I think like what some of the nicest moments and some of the nicest collaborations I've had with my artist Victor Silva on Sketch Night. You know, I always ask my artists like, what are you passionate about drawing, right? Like what brings you joy when you're doing the art, right? What genre? What thing? Do you like action scenes? You know what I mean? Like what do you enjoy doing? Because at the end of the day, if I get an artist to work with, whether I'm paying them or not, if they don't like what they're drawing, if they don't like, you know what I mean, like if they're, hate anatomy and I'm asking them to draw, you know what I mean, like super precise, whatever, like the level of enjoyment on a project is huge, is huge. And I've had some of the best pages, some of the best comics, come out when people are having fun making what they're making. I think that's super, super essential. And I almost, like, a lot of times I'll talk to an artist, I'll just be like, hey, I want to draw, or I want to create, right, as a writer, what you're passionate about, right? Like if I'm working with you, and I'll sometimes I'll like tweak or build stories even for a series around what an artist really holds center to what they do.
Hell yeah, dude. That's awesome. Learning about your artist is really important.
Yeah.
I come from a day job where, Gearbox is just under 1,000 people to, Dinosaur, which is like, 8 people. And I know on my upcoming book, Chancla, my artist, he's fantastic. And I was looking at his artwork and I said, well, shit, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna increase this book by 10 pages, because now I'm gonna increase, I'm gonna put more splash pages, because he's a phenomenal artist. And I was just like, I have to get this guy going. Plus, I'm training him as well to do concept art, because a comic artist is not a concept artist. But I see a lot of potential in him, and that's something that you don't necessarily get with larger teams. You can go in there and you can really harness someone's artistic talent and help shape it and form it. But asking what they're passionate about is really important. I would never ever put someone on a project like Chancla's, like Mexican Grindhouse. I'm not going to go put someone who only wants to do safe for work, kid-friendly stuff on there. You really got to get to know these guys' passions and stuff. So it's real important.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so we've got about 10 minutes left for this panel. So we're going to do one final question and then move things towards the outros. So I will kind of open this up to anyone. And if you are advising a new creator on how to start building a team, you're coming into this from scratch, you have no connections, you don't know how to reach out to anyone, what piece of advice would you give that creator? And I'll open this up to anyone who wants to talk. Alan, go ahead, you're muted.
You really just kind of have to, what's a good term for this? You have to just kind of, screw up your courage, and just say, look, I'm going to approach somebody. I'm going to ask them a question. I'm going to talk to them. This is it. I mean, if you're out there and you don't already have a team of people that to work with, maybe you have somebody you can ask and they can refer you to people. But if you don't, you have to go, like through social media and send someone a message and say, hey, I'm thinking about this thing and I wanted to talk to you about it. And, you start a dialogue with somebody and it's either going to work or it's not. You get a vibe and you start feeling like one of us was saying earlier, it's like you get to be a good judge of who's a good match with you character wise. And you start reading that. But you have to reach out. You have to get out there and put yourself out there and start talking. If you don't reach out to people, you're not going to go anywhere. So reach out, check in with people, ask. I've had people come to me and say, hey, people I was surprised. It's like, oh yeah, I'd love to, do some work with you and stuff. And it's like, I love having that. And they come to you and it's like, great. I mean, I already know who you are, and, and boom, off we go. We're running and we're working. But you just approach somebody, you find the people and you start looking for them, and you look at like who's doing things that you admire or respect. Do they fit in with your vision and the things that you want to do? Are they doing that kind of thing? Will they get what it is that you were wanting to do? If it looks like that, that's the kind of person you want to reach out to. You can kind of follow someone around on social media and get an idea a little bit of where they are and what they are and who they are. And you take that and you establish contact, reach out, talk.
Yeah, absolutely. That's real important. I think also approaching your team with confidence as well, to make sure that they are confident in you. It's real important. I have a lot of my friends who, they'll see some superstar artists that they've always wanted, and they're like, "Oh man, I wish he could do a cover for me." And I'm like, "Well, why don't you just ask?" Straight to your point. You kind of have to get over that, but at the same time, it is a certain amount of confidence that you must exude in order to be a good leader.
Yeah, what I would add is start small. That was the best piece of advice I ever got. Was I was trying to make my first, I was like, oh, I'm gonna jump into a graphic novel, and somebody early on told me, hey, no, do a 4-page, comic, like do a 5-page, do short ones, even 1 page. I would work with somebody, try to work on, things for anthologies and zines and stuff like that, because it's a growing experience for yourself as well. Like the creators that you'll work with are not going to be perfect, but you're also not perfect as well. There's going to be things that you do that annoy the bejesus out of people, and you're going to have to learn that as well. It's kind of like dating. The more you get out there, the more bad dates you go on, and the more you know what kind of ground rules you want to set right away and what kind of vibes you're looking for. So that would be my biggest piece of advice.
All right. So with that, we are going to start wrapping things up so we can move into the next panel. This has been a fantastic conversation. Thank you all for attending. So we're going to go around the room and basically say who you are, what you do, and where people can find you and connect with you. Anna, we'll start with you.
Yeah. Hi. You can find me at mostly on Instagram. I've got a link tree to all of my current work. I work with lesser known comics. I've got my Book of Rifters is out currently, and I'll have my announcement on Instagram when the second issue is available.
And let's keep the LKC train going. Mark, going to you.
So yeah, Instagram's pretty much the main platform. So at Lesser Known Comics. We're also relaunching the website. We will hit our 5-year anniversary this year. We got a lot of fun things planned. We're gonna have a lot of zines for people to get involved with, anthologies and whatnot. So just follow us at Lesser Known Comics.
Fantastic. Alan, how about you?
Did I go black? There we are. Alan Silverwood, and I am the owner and CEO of Pop Skull Press, and we are doing several books. We're just finishing up speaking of collaborations, a book that I'm working on with several other indie creators is finishing up a Kickstarter right now. It's called Infinite Souls. It's a supernatural book. Kind of started around Halloween. This is the second part of that book, and it's an ongoing series. It's going to roll into an ongoing series with several of my collaborators. And you can find me, and on Instagram and Facebook. That's it.
All right, Braden, how about you?
Hey, Braid Valoria, Rook City Comics on all social medias, Instagram, TikTok, all that fun stuff. We recently just did a Kickstarter for Sketch Night, which is a little blurred out there, but so late pledges are up and we are fulfilling. RookCityComics.com if you want the website for anything shopping related.
And Jesse.
I have a Kickstarter on its final days, just teenstrike.com. I have a Substack as well. I keep forgetting to send that one out, but it's just Dino Dev. You can just find me anywhere with Dinosaur Entertainment, Dinosaur Comics, Dinosaur Dev, whatever it is. You'll see it up there. But we're in our final days. Real quick though, what are the Kickstarters they're on right now, so I can go and give them some money?
Oh, hey, I'll put mine in the chat for sure.
Yeah, just pop them in the chat there. Mine is teenstrike.com. You can find me, especially all around Texas. All the conventions, we're trying to hit up as many as possible. Let's see, what do we got here? Rook City. What was the other one? There was another one that was doing the late pledges. Let's see. Cool. I'll grab a Sketch Night.
Hey, appreciate it.
Not a problem. Let's see. What do you got here? Sketch Night #1. Oh, I like this one.
Hey, thank you.
Awesome. Done and done.
Appreciate you.
No problem.
I'll check out Scene Strike today.
Just saw Jesse Kepler's thing. Joel, I think you're the only one that didn't outro yourself yet. Right? Did we miss anything else?
I think that's everyone. I am Joel Rodriguez, CEO of Metal Ninja Studios. We are a full-service comic book production company dedicated to making your life easier as it relates to making comics, whether that's through our done-for-you comic production service called Concept to Comic, or our brand new educational platform, the Concept to Comic Academy, which just launched this weekend, and our masterclass podcast, The Capital of Comics. You can find both of those at metalninjastudios.com/academy.
I gotta check that out.
Awesome. Cool. Well, yes. Actually, that's perfect timing. Right at the 1 minute marks. That gives me time to say thank you for everyone for coming. It's been awesome hearing everything you guys are working on and your insights into working with others. Next up, the panel is the unsung hero, which is comic book lettering. So I'm very excited about that. I know Joel's excited because that's kind of his big thing into the community and space. So it's definitely going to be very exciting. So again, thank you everyone. I'm going to slowly boot you out of the room, but it's been great having you.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks everyone. It was a great chat.
Oop, 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 wait, boop. There we go. Cool. Now I got everybody's out of here. Greg's like, oh crap, I got something in my mouth. Anyways, like I said, great panel, very exciting. Awesome to learn all that new stuff from all these cool people. Next up, comic book lettering, the unsung hero. And our host for this, again, is going to be Joel Rodriguez. Who are you and what do you do?
I am Joe Rodriguez, the CEO of Metal Ninja Studios. We are a full-service comic book production company dedicated to making your life easier as it relates to creating comics, whether that's through our done-for-you comic production service, the Concept to Comic, or our newly launched Concept to Comic Academy, which is our educational platform, powered by our masterclass podcast called Capital of Comics. You can find both of those at metalninjastudios.com/academy.
Awesome. And next we have Anna Peterson. Who are you and what do you do?
I am a writer and artist. You can find me on Instagram. I've got a link tree to all of my current work, and I'll have my announcements for when my next issue of Book of Rifters becomes available for purchase.
Awesome. And next we're going to have Steve back to the panel. Who are you and what do you do?
I'm a freelance comic book editor who's been in the industry for 38 years. And I am the administrator and founder of the Facebook group Comic Book Editors Alliance, which has been around for 7 years, where we have people who've worked in the industry with Marvel, DC, Dark Horse, etc., who are actually helping the younger and newer editors learn how to edit comics.
Awesome. And next we have Mark Bernal, and his camera's working. He's back.
Hey guys, good to see you again. Mark Bernal from Lesser Known Comics, and glad to be on the panel because the number one thing that we kick comics back for when they're submitted to us is lettering. I would say 90% of the time.
Definitely. And now we're bringing to the table Jesse Kepler. If I can, let me get him up there. There he goes.
Hey everybody, Jesse Kepler. I'm a indie comics creator. I'm a writer, and I guess do everything other than the art person for my series Robo and a couple of other companion books that go along with that. And why am I on a lettering panel? It's because I had to teach myself how to do lettering. I've been doing this about 6 years.
That's awesome. And like I said, Joel's going to be the one handling this, so he's going to take my spot, and I'm going to fade into the background, right? Doodle-doo.
All right. Hey, everyone. Thanks for joining the panel today. Anyone who knows me and my history on this panel, I think that it equates to Steve, knows that I started as a writer, and similar to Jesse, I learned lettering as a way to quote unquote save money. Luckily, I found that I loved the craft, I loved the art, and ended up building a career out of it. Switched over to lettering and graphic design through that. So this particular topic, while I admittedly don't do much lettering anymore, just because of how my career has shifted, this particular art holds a very special place for me, and I love it and hate it in the fact that it doesn't get the attention that it deserves. So I would like to thank Dylan for putting on this panel, both Dylan and Greg. So with that, let's get right into it. We all know that lettering is called the invisible art. If it really, the only time that you notice it is when it's done incredibly well or incredibly poorly. So with that, what do you think are some of the biggest mistakes that new creators make as it relates to hiring a letterer? Because with that, lettering is also one of the quote unquote least expensive aspects of making a comic. So with it being the invisible art, it's often overlooked. So Steve, we're going to start with you. What do you think is one of the biggest misconceptions about lettering that a new writer will run into when trying to hire a letterer?
So the biggest misconception is that anybody can do it. Plain and simple. And so to save money, a lot of writers will actually do it themselves, even if they have no idea how to do it. Or they'll have the artist do the lettering instead. The problem is that as soon as you believe that you can do it yourself, you're placing yourself in a position where you're not necessarily going to get it done to the quality that you can if you who knows what they're doing.
Yeah, I actually feel like a little bit of a hypocrite every time I say that, because I 100% agree, but I started my career by not doing that. What people don't necessarily realize about my career, though, is I started as a writer, became a letterer, and completely stopped writing. Like I wasn't a writer that lettered. I became a letterer, and now I talk about being a letterer more than I do a writer because I don't write anymore. So with that, I had a full career shift, but one of the common things that I personally see is the artist who thinks that they can letter.
Yes.
So Mark, we'll come over to you. You mentioned that the vast majority of the comics that you kick back are for lettering. And if you have audio issues and have to drop out, I can move this to someone else. But when you are reviewing lettering, how common is it to have an artist letter? And of those issues, how many good ones do you see? I think we lost him for audio, so we will circle back to that.
Can I finish off what we were just discussing before we continue?
By all means.
One word: aptitude. If the person who is not hiring a letterer has an aptitude for lettering, then that's one thing. But if you do not have an aptitude and are just doing it to save money, that's where things start to fall. It's like a writer doing their own art. It's not just lettering, it's also the art, it's also the inking, it's also the coloring. You know, if you do not have an aptitude for it, that's where things start to drop off.
Yes, 100%. Jesse, I'd like to invite you to chip in. Sounds like you had a very similar path to me when you were starting out, so I'd like to hear your perspective on this.
Sure. I guess it's tough to know. When you're starting out in comics, it's always tough to know whether or not you have aptitude in everything. And I think that's usually the writer's curse in general, is to know or to question your aptitude in writing forever. But when I started, I definitely hired a letterer for the first issue, and it went well. I liked working with him, but I mean, the criticism from Steve about purely for saving budget, it was literally I needed to save whatever pennies I could, so I decided to learn how to letter in order to make the second comic. Mm-hmm. And it's not as good. Certainly not as good as my third or my fourth, but I think if you are starting out in any part of comics, you should be trying really hard to learn everything. You should be
Exactly.
trying to learn how your artist is doing panel layouts and how to critique them. I think you should be trying to learn how, like my ongoing work of still trying to develop better and better characters, more believable plots, leave more space for the art to breathe, as a writer. And then when I work with my artists as a letterer, he's learning to leave space for the word balloons. I'm learning to place them in a way that doesn't affect the art the best or the most, and also how to fit those words in a way that still makes them tell the story of the voice that's in that artwork.
Yep.
Yeah. And Anna, do you have anything that you would like to chip in relating to this?
Yeah, I think a lot of people when they're doing a comic, they kind of view lettering as this thing that they have to like get through rather than a tool that can make your story more effective. I think, you know, the way that your eye travels on the page is done not only through the art, but through the dialogue, the word balloons, whatever. So I think if you approach it like this is this thing that I have to put in here, and I'm gritting my teeth the whole time because I just want to be done, it's going to end up looking that way. But if you look at it like this is a tool that it's not only a tool you have, but it's a tool that exists specifically in comics as a medium that makes it different and special from a lot of other forms of art. And if you treat it that way, it's going to look better in the end versus if this is just a step that I have to get past so that my story is done. I think you can usually tell a big difference on that.
I think that lettering is a unique art form in that it can take what had the potential to be a beautiful comic and drive it straight into the ground. So with that, Steve, going to circle back to you and then jumpstart the conversation, same way we did with the last question. How would you guide a new creator in telling what is quality lettering? Because specifically when people are starting out, they may think that this is quality lettering, but at that point, you're not trained enough to know what makes lettering good or bad. So what advice would you give to a new creator?
Well, you know, first understanding that it's an art form and that, for example, not all fonts are appropriate to all art styles. Not all fonts are appropriate to all characters. You know, the placement on the page where it, you know, a word balloon that doesn't lead to the actual speaker or covers up important pieces of the art, or where the font is much too large. And, you know, when I'm teaching about lettering, for example, I always talk about a baseline font. And if you start too large, then when you're doing bursts, it covers up even more of the art. But if you start too small and you go to a sides and whispers, it becomes too small. So having an understanding of the reading clarity and, you know, understanding how the lettering applies to the story, whether it's the art, the genre, the character, are very important starting points, I find.
Yeah, Jesse, Anna, would you have anything you would like to provide as advice for those up and coming creators trying to hire their first letterer?
I would say my early experiences hiring a letterer were that prices were all over the place when you're hiring somebody, and you have to have a real idea of what you envision your words are going to look like in your comic in order to have an idea of whether or not that person's portfolio matches up to your art and to your writing. I you know, tried to sign on with somebody who is high quality, but their style didn't really match mine. And so they wouldn't have been a good fit for a science fiction cyberpunk comic. And the first person that I hired, I think it was really nice for him to sort of walk me through the whole lettering process because I was such a newbie. So yeah, my second piece of advice, I guess, would be very open to feedback and to knowledge from somebody that you're hiring.
Yeah, I think I've mostly been on the side of being hired as a letterer rather than having to hire somebody to do lettering. But definitely, if you're hiring a letterer, it is something to keep in mind when you're actually creating the art. Is, if you have characters that are going to be doing a lot of dialogue, you need to account for that in your art. Don't force them to have to shove a huge block of text into something that has no space for it at all. If you know that there's going to be a lot of dialogue there and you're an artist and you're creating this, don't try to force the letterer to have to just shove a huge thing of text into something that it's not going to fit. So just if you're writing or if you're doing the artwork for it, just obviously you want to bring the vision is really important, but just it's easier for everybody in the end if you at least have a little bit of an idea in your mind of like, is what I'm drawing going to be completely covered up with text, to just kind of just have that in the back of the mind. Don't make anybody's job any harder than it needs to be. You'll get the best result if you keep lettering in mind in the beginning.
No, that's fantastic. Mark, are you back? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can. Thanks for you guys' patience on that. Yeah.
Oh, no problem.
Yeah, I think with everything, I'm a strong proponent. And anytime you're working with somebody who has a specialized skill set, whether it's an illustrator or a letterer or whatever, having somebody who brings multiple skill sets to bear. So the letterer that we predominantly use at Lesser Known Comics, he's also a writer and he's also like our chief designer. So in terms of like prepping books to go to final press, so a lot of things, even his day job is he's doing a lot of print media stuff like that. So font sizing and things like that, is something that he understands really well. But you get a secondary thing by the fact that he's a writer. Like, hey, do you really intend for this much dialogue to be in this one panel? Okay, it's useful.
I think we're having some technical difficulties. So with that, he brought up a very good point. And since everyone here has lettered or assisted with lettering from the editorial perspective, what is your opinion on quote unquote pushback between the letterer and the artist or the creator? So for example, I mentioned this in a conversation I was having not too long ago, where there tends to be two different types of letterers as it relates to the script. They will either get the script and letter it as is, no modifications whatsoever, or they will allow a bit of artistic flair, discussion with the creative team, and then elevate the script based off of their skill set as a letterer. So with everyone on the panel, I'd like to get your feedback on that and where you would recommend letterers sit kind of in that spectrum. So Anna, we'll go to you.
I've been pretty lucky. I haven't really had to work with anybody that I've had to really push back with on the script. I think I've had maybe a couple of panels in one where I was a letterer that I'm like, hey, is there any way we can maybe shorten this a little bit or break it up into just is it okay if I try breaking it up a little bit? And I haven't really had to worry about pushback so far. But yeah, I think it's a little bit easier if you've been working with them for a while, but if you're working with somebody brand new, I think as long as you approach it being like, hey, your stuff's great, but I feel like it might be a little bit stronger if we did it this way instead. I feel like usually people are pretty responsive to that. I haven't had any major issues with that. But yeah, I think that's kind of why it is important to know that you kind of vibe with whoever you're working with, to know if, like, if I met somebody and I asked them for a small thing and they got really mad about it, I think we were talking about professionalism in one of the other panels, and yeah, I haven't had any issues with it. But if you, in the end, it's kind of up to you to make it work with what you've got. So, yeah, there are times where, like, if I was the one writing it, I would have written it shorter. But ultimately, it's kind of up to them how they want it done if you're doing it for somebody else. Obviously, if you're doing it for yourself and you get to a point where you're like, I can't shove this much dialogue into this, it's not going to make any sense, then you can obviously change it. But I feel like writers are usually fairly open to tweaking things a little bit, as long as it doesn't change the content entirely.
Steve, I'll pass it over to you.
Well, I'll start by saying that I'm a strong proponent of allowing the artist, the colorist, the accommodation of voicing their opinions and injecting their own creativity into the project. And they obviously have their own ideas that will benefit in some cases, not all cases, but some cases. And that accommodation should be given to the letterer just as much. And, the fact is that if I'm hiring a team that I want to function as a team, then I don't want to be the person who's limiting their ability to perform their task at the best of their abilities. And so even with letterers, I'll say, if you have an idea of a font that you think would work best, or using a particular balloon for this character that's better, or if you think that there's a better spot to put, a dialogue instead of from one place to another to enhance the pacing, let me know. Give me some ideas.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Jesse, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, I think I would mainly agree with what Anna was saying, which is if I'm hiring a letterer, or if I'm working with a letterer, or even if I'm working with a colorist or an artist, as Steve was saying, I try to be as hands-off as possible in terms of letting them express themselves. And the biggest thing, that Anna was saying was, as long as it doesn't change the core meaning of what's going on. So if I wrote way too much dialogue and my letterer were to cut out a sentence that doesn't change anything and wasn't my favorite piece of dialogue, that's fine with me. I don't mind. And one of the biggest things that I like about being both a writer and a letterer is I do that a lot. I write way too much dialogue. And so when I get to the lettering phase, I'm like, oh, this isn't going to fit. I need to cut 15 words out of this. It gives me a lot of leeway, which probably I need to learn to do that on the front end sooner or later.
So what do you guys think is something that you wish more people knew about lettering as a craft? A good example for me is I wish that more people knew how intertwined it was with graphic design, because people think of graphic design as an art form, and lettering is essentially, it uses the same typographical theories and implementations as graphic design. And I actually learned graphic design as a way of improving my lettering. So with the amount of interplay between those two, one of them gets a lot of recognition for being an art form, and the other one goes relatively unnoticed. So I wish more people knew about the interplay there, both so letterers can improve their own craft, and also I feel that recognition would bring more widespread credibility to the role. So with that, Steve, we'll start with you.
Well, one of the things that I usually tell people, especially when I'm teaching other editors, is that without the art of lettering, you're looking at pictures and reading prose. Plain and simple. And so you need the art of lettering to even understand something as simple as the addition of bold italics, the changes of font, for character to character, the changes of balloon shapes for, a burst from a word balloon to an electronic balloon, different caption types and how they apply to different genres and so on and so forth. And because I go to at least once a month, I will go to a retail store and I will bring samples and test people on their editing skills. And one of the things that I do is I give them a bunch of samples of lettering. And in one case, I have 9 separate pages of different lettering, but it's all from the same art sample. And so I will ask them, okay, well, first of all, who would you hire as a letterer based on these criteria? And I established 9 or 10 different criteria. And so I have them immediately eliminate the ones that visually are not appealing to them or are hard to read or whatever. And then we bring it down even further. And finally, we'll have like 4 different samples and they'll tell me one, another one will tell me another one. And I'll say, well, why would you choose this person? And so by me asking them to assess why the lettering appeals to them and why it functions for them, it brings an awareness to them of why lettering is important. And one of the biggest things that they come away with is I'll tell them that I'll hire this letterer instead of that letterer, and this is why. But then I'll tell them that doesn't mean that they aren't capable, and it doesn't mean that all editors will agree to the same letterer. It's just that is my personal perspective. And then there's other things like speed and cost and stuff like that. But just by doing this exercise, I'm teaching them to look at the lettering a lot more as an art form, and they get a lot from that.
I'm biased, but I love that. Anna, your turn. What do you wish more people knew about the art of lettering?
I definitely think you mentioned it being similar to graphic design. I definitely think they're very comparable in that people don't understand how much work goes into it. If you were to see a really simple logo, I think a lot of people have the reaction of like, oh, I could make that in 5 minutes, and it's like, no, you have no idea how much like playing around we had to do to get it to look that clean and easy to see. So yeah, I think just I think what people don't realize is, it's responsible for a lot of movement, kind of the same way that, editing in movies is responsible for the story. Like if you don't do it cleanly, it's super obvious, super fast. It takes away from the story so much. So yeah, I think just really appreciating and taking the time to understand what's going into lettering. It's anything but an afterthought. It makes or breaks the pictures for sure.
And Jesse, how about you?
As far as the thing that I wish people knew about lettering, I think this would be more addressed not to the creator aspect, but the reader aspect. They say time passes in the gutters in a comic book, and I think the interesting part about lettering is it controls the pace the tone and the volume of what you're seeing. So you may be reading through it, but you didn't realize that the letterer is the one who made you feel like that voice was coming out. And the one piece of prep that I did for this is I pulled up my favorite all-time lettered panel, which is from Saga, where Lion Cat just says lying. And that word balloon is so perfect and excellent that you can tell exactly the voice that Lion Cat has. And I don't think I've ever met anybody who imagined it differently. So an amazing job on that.
No, I love that, because I tell my team that our job is to guide the reader, and that's it. That is our only job. And if the reader has to pause for a split second to figure out what we're trying to say, then we haven't done our job and we failed. So the vast majority of my work as it relates to lettering nowadays is review. And one of my favorite things is that we're able to, with a few tools and a few techniques, we're able to control the voices and the speed at which people read. And we control exactly where the eye goes, and we're able to accentuate the art in a way that the artist may not necessarily have considered, just by placement of the balloons and what we draw focus to in our craft. And I keep saying my favorite thing, but I love this craft. So with that, what do you guys think is your favorite thing about lettering, either reviewing lettering or being a letterer? So Anna, we'll go to you first this time. What's your favorite thing about being a letterer?
I think it's so when you're drawing or inking or coloring, it's kind of this almost meditative process. But I feel like my favorite thing about lettering is that it's usually one of the last pieces to come together. So when you're doing it, it feels like you have made the final product really come alive. And that's always a really exciting moment when you've seen the other stuff before, but when you put those balloons on, that's when it feels like real, almost like that's when it's in its final stage. So I think it's just the exciting part about getting to see you put the final touches on it and just really bring it to life, I think.
One of my guilty pleasures is that being a letterer, we're the first person ever who gets to read a comic. Meaning we're the first person that will ever see the art combined with the lettering. And there's something kind of special with that. So I completely agree. Jesse, what's one of your favorite things about being a letterer?
My favorite part is I spend so much time like way zoomed in. I see all of the details of the art and all the mistakes and all of that stuff that goes on. I'm aware of which wire I'm covering up in the background and which one I chose to do that to, because I was like, oh, well, this hanging wire in this scene is just really beautiful. I'm not going to put the words over that. I'm going to put it, a little bit lower than that. You just get so much appreciation for the artwork that's come to you because you are looking at it for, several minutes at a time for each panel.
And Steve, coming to you as an editor, it is obvious how much you love this medium because of how much attention you've put towards teaching people about editing lettering specifically. I'm a member of the Comic Book Editors Alliance. I see all of the posts that you do, and you and I have been talking separately. So what draws you specifically to this medium, and why do you love it so much?
Well, I equalize it to the art in the comic, and it doesn't have any less value. And I find that any perspective that diminishes its value in comparison to the other stages to be extremely frustrating. But one of my favorite parts about lettering is actually the voices of the characters. And I'll say right now that one of my favorite letterers, his name is Aditya Bidikar. And I saw his work on an issue of John Constantine Hellblazer, where John is speaking out loud, and in the word balloon, he has different size fonts, and he's applying, the asides and the whispers at the same time in the same balloon as he's applying, the normal volume of speech and higher speech, with the thicker bold italics and all that. But all of it's incorporated into a single balloon where you capture every single tone. It's not moving from one to another. And so just the design aspect that goes into something like that, and Aditya is one of those letterers who he incorporates that as an artist and not just does the standard all font, for all characters. He brings, those distinctions, and I have little joygasms when I see things like that, that bring that artistic conception, to the fore.
So, fun fact, my favorite letterer, the one who actually inspired me to become a letterer, was Tom Orzechowski, for the same exact reason, because the work that he does in Spawn is beautiful. Spawn #1 and Orzechowski's work in that comic is what got me to look at comics as an art form as opposed to something to just read. So with that, we're down to about 4 minutes left. So we're going to start the wrap up. We're going to go around the room and say who you are, what you do, and where people can find you. Jesse, we'll start with you.
So I'm Jesse Kepler. I'm an independent comic creator, and I've been releasing a series called Robo, which is a cyberpunk series about AI and the disposability of workers in a world controlled completely by corporations. Got 6 issues out, and just recently released a collection of the first 6 issues there, and then 1 companion book in the same universe. And then this spring, I'm going to be releasing Robo #7, as well as another version of that collection that will now be fully colored. And you can find me on Blue Sky, Instagram, Moosecat Comics. You can also find my Substack, Moosecat Comics, or you can go to my website, moosecatcomics.com. It's all the same one, just all run together.
Perfect. And Anna, how about you?
You can find me on Instagram here, AilPeterson7689. I've got a link tree to all of my past and current work. And I've got, you can also find me on lesserknowncomics.com. And I will have, I usually announce everything that I'm working on Instagram. So that's usually the easiest way to find me.
Perfect. And Steve, how about yourself?
You can find me on Facebook and on LinkedIn. And you can also find me in the Facebook group Comic Book Editors Alliance. And I will say that Comic Book Editors Alliance is designed for people who either have an interest in learning about editing for comics, or are creators who are interested in learning or even hiring editors. And we've been doing it for 7 years. I'm the administrator, so if anybody wants to join up with the purpose of learning, not because you're a fan, I can let you in as long as you answer my 3 questions. Okay? And yeah, that's about it.
Fantastic. And I am Joel Rodriguez, CEO of Metal Ninja Studios, the company that is dedicated to making your life easier as it relates to creating comics. whether that's through our Done For You service, Concept to Comic, or through our newly launched educational platform, the Concept to Comic Academy, and our corresponding masterclass podcast, The Capital of Comics, which Steve is going to be a future guest on. So with that, you can find the Academy and the podcast at metalninjastudios.com/academy, and I hope to see you there.
Thanks, Joel.
Very exciting, very cool panel. And it's also cool to hear people talking so much about lettering, because I also was one of those people who initially was like, I can letter, and then I did it, and then I looked at somebody else's work, and I was like, no, I can't. So lettering, the unsung hero. I think that was the biggest thing between our first comic and our second comic, of print at least, where it was like, it's totally different just from getting an actual letterer. Shout out to Jerome. Anyways, again, thank you for all the panelists. Thank you for Joel as the host. This has been an awesome panel. Next up is Kickstarter Comics crowdfunding success stories. So I'm going to boot everyone here out. It's been awesome having you, and we hope to see you in the future next year when we do this again, and we have thousands of people following it. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be so crazy. So thank you so much, and we will see you later.
Thanks for having me. Great talk, guys.
Ciao. There you go. There's Greg. Hi, Greg.
Hi.
How are you doing today?
Okay.
All right, let's move on. All right, so anyways, we have Kickstarter Comics crowdfunding success stories coming up. It's so exciting. We're going to be showcasing, or we're going to be discussing successful Kickstarters and what they've done, how you can do that too, and talk about some of the Kickstarters we've recently run, are currently running, about to run. So without further ado, let's begin. First up, I've got, where'd he go? Brandon Blocksdorf. Howdy. Who are you and what do you do?
Hello again. And this is the end. Good job, guys. Good job. I'm Brandon Blocksdorf, Brandon Community Director at Comics Wellspring. I'm the Editor-in-Chief at Apollo City. That was great. Thanks for this is the last one. Greg?
And then his mic cuts out at the end.
Wait, his mic cut out?
Yeah, it was like glitchy.
I just heard like a vehicle. That's all I heard.
Oh, I thought like you played an effect.
No. Oh, that's probably Greg then. Somebody probably flew past his house. I thought so too. I was like, is somebody playing an effect?
I thought you were doing it.
Next up, we have Joseph. Let me bring him up. Come on.
Hey. Yeah, this is Joseph Dewis. I'm the owner and operator of Heresy Studios. I've done a bunch of horror and superhero comic Kickstarters, and right now I'm actually doing my first backer kit campaign too.
It's fun doing that. Anyways, next up we've got Jonathan. Medici.
Medici?
Dang it! I'm gonna get it eventually.
Dude, yeah.
Who are you? What do you even do?
You can call me whatever you want. It's all good. My name is Jonathan Medici. I am the writer, creator, kind of one-stop shop, all things except the art for the graphic novel Eric. Professor and screenwriter, a couple other things, I imagine. And I'm just on the other side of my first Kickstarter that was successful and funded, and hopefully I can give you guys some information from a first-time perspective on it.
Sweet. And next up, Braden.
Hey.
Who are you? What do you do?
Braden Lawyer, Rook City Comics, Rook City on all social medias. We just released Haven in March and Fulfilling Sketch Night, which late pledges are still open.
Were you muted, Joe? Oh.
Yeah, I was muted. I was talking to myself. I just realized I did it for everybody but John. I skipped him, so I got to bring him back up. Anyways, there we go. That was super fun. I think next year I'm going to need like 3 people in the back end. I have a touchscreen and it's still difficult to do this. I had Greg putting up the QR codes while I'm swapping people around, making sure we got the right banners floating on the bottom. Like when I'm like, hey, check out Global Comics, free 7-day subscription, SNCC 20, SNCC 25, right? Things like that. It's difficult. And then if I got to shout out all the other ones, there we go. Look at that. We got so much stuff going on. Anyways, like I said, this panel is all about successful Kickstarters, as well as how to not have a not successful Kickstarter. We want to talk about what to do, what not to do. So I guess I'll start with a really simple question. What is the worst thing that you did when trying to run a Kickstarter? And who wants to take the floor first? Brandon, he's laughing. He's getting jumped up there. What did you do? What did you do wrong? Tell the world.
I don't. Okay, it wasn't what I did wrong. First off, it's I worked with someone to put together a Kickstarter, and I was navigating them through what to do, and I'm very specific when I was like, send it for review, send it for review. That's what your next step. It's what you have to do to clear it, to open your pre-launch page, and this person decided to launch it, and there's a big launch button right there that says I'm ready to launch, and then it says, are you sure you're ready to launch? And you're like, I'm ready to launch. And then he's like, congrats guys, we did it, we're launched. And I'm like, I said to send it to review. I never said, see, why did you launch the campaign, my dude? We lost like the little leeway we even had. It was like a 2-week leeway anyways, but still it was like, there's that button, am I ready to launch? You can't go back, because now you could either go back and duplicate the campaign, and that's a lot easier than having to start from scratch, because that's would have been the option at that time without having to duplicate it. So yeah, just make sure you know who you're working with, and there's clear understandings, because that could throw off your entire campaign.
The lesson is don't press the button. Don't do it. It looks so nice. It's sitting there all nice and kind, like, oh, are you ready? It's like, yeah, I think so. No, you're not ready. Make sure that you know what that button does. I don't understand why they don't have like a "Are you sure?" Or anything else to kind of stop that from happening. But hey, did you press this too soon? Did you make a mistake like everybody else who's run their first Kickstarter? But no, they don't have that yet. So they added all the other stuff like duplicating, but they still love that people have to press that button and go, whoops.
The only thing that saved me, I will say, is I manually put the date and time for it to end instead of saying 2 weeks or 30 days or whatever. And so that actually just started the campaign early. Not that it helped at all, because the people I were working with weren't marketing stuff, but like it was one of those things. I was like, all right, at least we got like more time, but it didn't matter. It was a bad campaign. It was a bad group of people to work with. So. Not ideal.
All right, who else? I think I saw Joseph laughing over here. What did you do?
So I don't know. So maybe some people can do this right, but I launched late on a Sunday night twice, and that was like really hard for me. I know some people have done it and been fine, but it was like really bad. And I think also Monday morning was hard for me too. Just like you really got to do a lot of research about when the best time is, whether time of year, time of the week, time of day. But yeah, launching those like late on Sunday night was really a bad idea.
Nice. And Jonathan, since you're a first timer, what did you do wrong?
Everything. There's a big learning curve, to be honest. So anybody just know that you're going to make mistakes along the way. I think the thing that, if I had to rank order it and give you the top one, I didn't have a pre-launch like page up for 60 days, 30 days to build that out. So by the time I got to launch, I think that pre-launch page had only been up for a couple days, and I had, yeah, exactly. I had like 6 or 7 people, and there was actually, it's entirely my fault. I mean, you're doing it all on your own, so any mistake you make you got to own it. But I was having issues with getting a cover, and so I was like, I didn't want to have that stuff go out there with basically a coverless book. So then when all that's kind of came through, then that's when I got the pre-launch page up, and it was like a couple days before. That was a mistake.
Nice. And what about Braden? What mistake did you make?
Yeah. I accidentally put the delivery date too early. I wasn't super paying attention. I'm not gonna lie to you, and yeah, and so people are like, hey man, it's past the month. What's going on? And I gotta do a friendly update and be like, hey, it's coming, and we're all smooth sailing, but it's gonna be a little bit. So yeah, it's you're starting out, you're new, and you're running into some mistakes for sure.
The mistake that I made was not showing my pet Patty. Brandon got to see her yesterday, but I showed her in the behind the scenes after hours. But I wanted to get her because they only live for like 2 years, so I want to be able to look back at this later and be like, oh my god, there was a fancy rat named Patty. But and actually the real mistake is that we have a comic book called Mitten Space Pilot with tons of animals, and we have no rats in there yet, and that's a shame because I have fancy rats. Well, I had 2 fancy rats. This is the last of the fancy rats. But yes, that is the biggest mistake. But Greg, we know that you've made mistakes, and what mistakes have they been?
I was born. That was it. No. Actually, there is a mouse as a character in Mittens.
Mice aren't rats.
Well, anyway, yeah, so we launched our first ever crowdfunding campaign when we first started without me listening to Dylan at all, no audience at all, no mailing lists, nothing. We launched an Indiegogo and made $292 thanks to my mom. And that was it. And then now here I am, a millionaire in my house, mansion. But, yeah.
Yeah, no, that's definitely a huge one. Definitely, a lot of people try to be like, "Oh, I'm just going to get tons of money." I've never told anybody about this, but somebody will find it. Kickstarter is just going to send it to all those rich people. Yeah, that was one of the things that after I told Greg not to do it, then he did it anyways. I specifically shamed him into writing an article where I showed him, here's all the stuff you can do to really improve a launch. I want you to read this. I want you to read it again, and then on the third time you read through this, I want you to translate this into how you could use this for Kickstarter. And so after he did all that, I go, but what's rule number 1? Because it's not on this list. And it was, do you have 1,000 followers on Instagram? Now, this was a few years ago, so you could translate this to other platforms. But it's like, do you have 1,000 followers on Instagram? No, don't even bother reading the list. Go back to growing an audience, get some people to know you exist, share what you're working on, but 100%. So now that we've made all of you feel terrible about yourselves, the next part is going to be, what did you do right? What is one of the best things that you've done when running a Kickstarter campaign? Like, for whatever reason, you just nailed it. It did really well, or it went really smooth. Maybe it didn't get like a huge amount of money, but it was so much easier than the last time. Obviously, Jonathan's got, one Kickstarter. Some people have dozens. I don't even know how many Brandon has, like 350, something like that. But everybody's got different numbers. So actually, let's start with somebody who has a ton of them. What is the best thing that you did when running a Kickstarter campaign?
Honestly, like, I think my first campaign, on the numbers, it was the best. But I feel like there's reasons why those numbers got really high. But mostly, I was hyping it up a lot. I hyped up my first book a whole lot. I launched with an anthology so it could build a fan base for my other books that I wanted to create. So we launched the Punk Anthology, and the way I promoted that daily, like on Instagram with, updates, I wasn't like bombarding people with messages, but I was reminding people every couple days or weeks. But just being on like Instagram lives, that does wonders for your campaign. It's kind of crazy. If you just jump on there and talk to people, or dude, I'll just do an Instagram live, or I'll just play bass, and just to get like that like rank up there, and just to have that happen. And it does help, like, just engaging with social media and just pushing it, and just keep on pushing it every day. Just give me those little updates where people see you, and so that you click with that algorithm. I know we all hate it. It's really like crappy and shitty, but it's just like something you have to do in order to really actually like just help build your audience and find success. But I think that was the best thing, was just starting with an anthology. I had a group of people working with me on that and promoting it, and just doing as many updates on social media as possible with like video updates, not just like posts and images, but like actually me talking. Even if I'm just talking to the void, it did help for some reason.
Yeah, I do want to say, when it comes to anything in the creative spaces, music, comics, books, film, it doesn't matter. I tell music artists this all the time. There are 8 billion people on this planet. There's got to be at least 8,000 people that look and sound exactly like you. If you know what a doppelganger is, the fact that the word exists proves my point. There's got to be someone else that looks and sounds like you. So the two things that you can do to beat those people out, since they're trying to take whatever position you have, is A, never give up, because that's one of the biggest things. A lot of people, they do one thing, they stop, they never do it again. So you're going to beat them. And then some people go a little bit further and then they also give up. So you just have to outlast them. And once you outlasted all of them, the one thing that makes it so I buy your comic instead of Steve's comic is because I like you specifically. So yeah, you want to share yourself. So if you're only sharing the comic itself, you are missing out on a huge chunk of people that would gladly give, Brandon money because they just like Brandon. There are so many people, and Greg knows this. We get people that come up to us at conventions that we've been at multiple times, and they're like, "Hey, you're the guys that were cool last time. Do you have something new? Cool. Here's money." Like it's crazy. And the thing is that even if they're not like some huge fan that's going to tell 100 other people, they are somebody that's helping, basically keep your money up. It's making it so you can make the next comic. Yeah. And so that's something that you really have to consider, is sharing your authentic self so that they can actually like you. And if they like you, give you money so that you can continue doing what you love. So now that we've gone with Brandon, let's go with the opposite end of the spectrum. Jonathan, I know you've only run one. So what was something that you did really well that made things smoother or better or got you more funding, etc.?
I'll go one step behind Brandon. I think his advice is perfect. Like get it out there as much as possible. That dovetails exactly back into me not having a pre-launch page. But as someone totally new at it, what I did, I think correctly, was I asked so many people questions and I was annoying as shit. Like absolutely super annoying. Like I probably spoke to 30 people that had successful campaigns, and I was like, what don't I know? What don't I know? Like, what don't I know? Like, what am I doing wrong? Like, what is this? Like, at one point, when you're setting up your page, the actual tier, if you're completely new and you never run a Kickstarter, the tier page of setting up your rewards and stuff, I cannot, even now, I still don't understand how it's so confusing. I was messaging people in the middle of the night, what am I doing wrong? How am I setting this? Why does this not make sense? What am I doing? So I think what I did well, and I probably could have even done more, was just ask a ton of people who had done it before me, for advice, what I need to be doing, what works best, tell me how I'm going to be successful, tell me where I'm going to fail, tell me what I'm missing. And then once I had all that information, at least I wasn't going completely into the darkness, but and you're still going to make mistakes at that point, but ask questions.
No, that's definitely an excellent piece of advice. There's a book called, what is it? The First 20 Hours. It's all about how you can learn things way faster than you actually think you can, where you could potentially become top, up in the top 15% of experts in the world just because you do the right thing. And one of the best things you can do is find people who did it successful and not ask what they did do, ask what they tell you not to do, because those are the mistakes. There's that whole thing. What is it? There's no failing. There's only learning, right? Unless you give up and quit. So the idea is that instead of you having to make that mistake and then pay the price for it, somebody else already did it. So what is it? A fool never learns. A smart man learns from the mistakes, and a wise man learns from the mistakes of others. So that's one of the best pieces of advice I've ever heard, which is, yes, ask the experts what not to do. Joseph, what about you? What's a piece of it? What's something you did that made everything so much better, so much smoother? I don't know how many. First off, how many campaigns have you run?
I've done 17 Kickstarters, and now I'm doing the Backer Cut one.
Perfect. So with all that, so now you're right in the middle, right? Because Brandon's run 1,000 of them, and John's got one. So you've got a nice medium amount. What is something you did on one of your campaigns that made it run so much smoother or get so much more money, whatever it was that just made that campaign better than others?
I feel like I'm still trying to figure that out. But sometimes it's just like you have no idea. But I know one thing that I've done is, a lot of times you're marketing to people who already backed your campaign, and those people are much more likely to pay attention if you actually meet those deadlines and you set like Brayden was saying, like you set the delivery date wrong. Like be really careful about those delivery dates. Always under promise, over deliver. I mean, the same is true for something like a goal. Make sure you set your goal in a way that is realistic for your audience. Make sure you set your campaign length, not too long, not too short. I think when I started cutting days off on my campaign, it really helped. You get rid of kind of a lot of the dead time in the middle, and then then you also have more of an excuse to do updates during that time because you're meeting those milestones. You're having things to share. Not having that opportunity to share things in the middle, I think is kind of difficult for a campaign.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that middle lull is a very fun spot of most people's campaigns. And let's see, Greg, what do you think that you did that made a campaign run nice and smooth?
I marketed that early with pre-launch, and I made a comic with cats in it. So
I was about to say that might be the best piece of advice. If your comic doesn't have cats, you're missing out. There's so much opportunity for you if you just add cats. But yeah, I do think not joking on the cats too much, but the idea of having a hook, something that's interesting enough to pull in a regular reader who's kind of just walking by, looking through the discovery page, and then all of a sudden they're like, "Oh, that looks interesting." Having a thumbnail that is very attractive, having a video that's very compelling. I think all of those things can weigh heavily into whether or not the straggler or the stranger who's just going by is like, that's something that it's worth spending my next 2 minutes investigating, because most people do not want to waste their time. Did I miss anybody? Brayden, did I get you?
No.
No, let me pull you up here. What's the thing that you've done that made how many campaigns did you run again?
Just 2.
2, perfect. So then one of them probably went better than the other. What do you think you did for the better campaign that made it smoother, raise more money, whatever it was, but overall it did better?
Yeah, they did about the same, but Haven was my first one, and it was a lot of friends and family. Sketch Night was a lot less of friends and family. So we gained people, which was cool. It was a lot of marketing, right? Like a lot of marketing. Different things, right? Trying different things out, and just seeing what sticks. And yeah, right now we have a couple different like morning coffee and comics we do, and just promoting other people's comics and really being a part of the community and the ecosystem that Kickstarter is, I think just helps out everyone. And yeah, so the second time around, a lot more, I guess, community building.
Yeah, I definitely think community building is a huge one. So speaking of all the things that we have worked on, one of the things that was really important was marketing. We've mentioned a few times. What is a marketing strategy you use that you believe was very unique, like other people didn't do it, and you're like, oh, this was a really cool thing that you think other people should get involved in? Anybody?
I don't know. I think that's a process that everyone tries to figure out that works best for their book, for their niche. You know what I mean? with Apollo, we started doing these really cool, like, our Eric Allred is a filmmaker, went to school for film. And so we'll make these really cool trailers. And we always think that like does a little, like it helps with promo on Instagram and like social media. And it helps like having the trailer inside your thing. But really like now we're really thinking of bundles and how things work in the sense of I look at how bands do it. Like you get like the t-shirt and album bundle, you get this and this. And so, or even just like now we're doing these really cool things and they seem to sell pretty well because they're cost efficient, but it helps make an impact on your campaign. Is we'll have like, either the artist or artist and writer take a page of the script from the story and then do like a little doodle on the back. That's always super cool. Depending on how you are formatting your book or how your book is in general, like you could be in the book as well. That always does really great. And that's like an extra 50, 75 bucks you could just charge right there, plus the book. And that we did it for the horror anthology. And so that, you get 5 or 6 people. That's great. That's great for your campaign. And so like, the horror anthology was like a zombie thing. I think if I do it for Teenage Babylon, it would be like you'd be at the show, like maybe one of the last scenes at a concert or something. So stuff like that, like you have to kind of get innovative and find what you can unlock within your own campaign. It's kind of tricky, but you have to fail a couple times to figure that out too. Or just maybe, honestly, some of the coolest things I think we could be doing or that would do really well, nobody backs it. And that's just one of those, like, I thought this was the coolest tier. I really pushed for this and nobody got it, but then you try to do it again and still nobody gets it. And you're like, maybe I should stop.
So Greg and I have no idea what that's like. Yeah, it's definitely something where you're like, oh yeah, this tier will be perfect. Yeah, so
everything bundles though. Do an everything bundle. That is ideal. Like you always get at least one backer. If you offer everything in your entire campaign, you'll get at least one person doing that, and that could be anywhere between 100 something to $500. Random rants of advice. I don't know if it's smart to do like $1,000 tiers, because I've seen it's many creators where you'll get a very high backer and then they drop, and it happened to like 4 people I know back to back, and I've seen it in other chats I'm in. And so like I'm wondering if I should only offer tiers that I know I could make up if that backer, like $150 is my max. But if I got 4 of those, 5 of those, that's great. But like if I lost that, I'm not gonna die and be completely heartbroken. Like I could recover somehow from that. So that's something that's been in my head for a couple months that I'm pondering about too.
Yeah, I do think that it's important to look at the different tiers because, for example, what is it? The average tier is $25 for comics specifically. So if you don't have a $25 or $20 or $30 tier, you could be missing out on a few more dollars if you only have a couple $1, $5, $2, $10 tiers. So you want at least something like that. But also on the other end, this is universal for almost every business. There's a advice from huge business, coaches and consultants where they're like, if you sell a product for 1,000, figure out what you could sell for like 10,000 or 100,000, because there might not, like, nobody might buy that. But the thing is, by doing that, it'll be perspective. It's called anchoring, where you're like, oh, if that's $1,000, well, for $20, I still get, the book. Like, that's pretty cool. So that's very helpful for things like that. But also, there's some people who just want to buy all your stuff. They're like, man, this is really cool. How can I give them more money? And if you don't give them a way to give you more money, then they're not going to just give you extra cash. Like, people still want to get something in return. They want to feel like they not only contributed, but they're being rewarded for their contribution. So yeah, I do agree. I don't know about doing $1,000 tiers in the comic book space, but it depends. If you are a established comic creator and you've got a ton of backlog work, and you could say, hey, do you want all of our comics plus the original art of each of the covers in one tier of $1,000? There's only one available. You're not doing more than one. Sure, you can do stuff like that, but I probably wouldn't drop like $1,000 tier and be like, yeah, we've got like 10 of these, sign up, because it's going to really suck if you've got a $3,000 goal and somebody hits $1,000 and then takes it away and it's a third of your goal is gone. But no, I definitely agree on the have big tiers, but don't make them so big that it's, 30% of your goal. If, you think that that's anything other than like one specific guy, is going to buy it. Where if you got some guy who buys everything you ever make, and you're making it just for him, sure, but don't make one that, yeah, some, you know, scammer or somebody who thinks that they can afford it, but they can't really, hops in and then, you know, has to go away. I saw Braden disappear on us.
I think his internet cut out for a moment.
Yeah, it looked like he froze for a minute. So
actually, like honestly, and Jonathan, I mean, his campaign kicked ass. His campaign was packed with good tiers. Like we even like talked a lot during his campaign and whatnot. But he was really smart and kind of like pre-selling tiers before he even launched. Like he had items that people wanted that he was like, you have to go and back the campaign in order like for us to do this and whatnot. And so he was pre-selling things ahead of time. And I thought that was just brilliant on like setting yourself up for success. Like he already knew like, all right, I'm locked in for this. That means I need to just really work for X amount, because he had a pretty large goal in his campaign, but with a longer campaign in general. And it paid off pretty well for him in general. But no, I thought there's like his campaign is so cool and unique because there's so many positives and so many random things that popped up during that we had to figure out and navigate. But yeah, just good shout out to your first campaign in general. You learned a lot.
What is something that you did marketing wise you think really helped that campaign?
Man, it's funny. What is it? I've been on a couple panels now, and like every time someone brings up like Brendan's talking, I'm like, I could answer like 5-10 different questions based on what he just said, because there's like infinite amount of things. And the same thing is true about the marketing. I kind of don't know where to start. Maybe as somebody totally, a lot of our panels over this week, incredibly so, have had like really, really, really experienced people. So maybe if I go from like a 0.0, it's kind of what I've been doing in a couple of these panels. Like before I even really started the whole comic book process, I got invested in the community. Like I started going on YouTube and live streams, and number one, these communities are awesome. Like there's some toxic ones on YouTube. I've never even remotely, gone into a live stream of those people. But 99% of the people in the comic community are so awesome. So it's just like immerse yourself in the community if you really want to make comic books. And from that, you build friendships, relationships. I go to cons all the time. I don't know, what am I doing here? Those badges right there hanging. And before you know it, like you have a friend group that wants to see you succeed, and they'll help you out. And they'll, one of the multiple podcasts that I went on during my campaign were set up through friends that I had met like on live streams on YouTube, and they like randomly sent me an email and they're like, hey, this dude has 20,000 followers. Will you go on his podcast? And I was like, I love you. Like, thank you so much. Like, this will help out a ton. So, immerse yourself in the community. Like if get out of your comfort zone a little bit. If you're, introverted, get out there and like meet people, make friends, ask questions. And I think ultimately, like one person in particular ended up doing a pretty awesome video on my book, who I also had read before the campaign started. I sent him the full completed book, like, read this, dudes. Tell me if it's awful, tell me. And that got me a lot of, like, maybe 20% of like my total backers, something like that, 15-20%. So it ended up being huge. I'll be grateful to him forever. Stuff like that. The trailer I put together for my campaign, I think actually was pretty a game changer. I think when I put that on Instagram, it got like 19,000 views or something like that. It was quite a lot. So if you can do some killer trailer or some kind of really engaging thing like that, that'll help a ton in the marketing. But yeah, I could probably talk about this forever. So if somebody else wants to jump in.
Yeah, Joseph, what's something that you did that you think was like very unique that helped in the marketing aspect of things, getting attention on your Kickstarter or Kickstarter?
One thing that I've not been as good at as kind of being in the online comic spaces is networking with local artists. I kind of started to do that. Started going to local conventions, and like in Denver, we have the Santa Fe Arts District, and there's actually like an artist board, and they'll let you know about when their events are. There's a fine arts school, and it's all kind of related. So that's something else too that I think is more difficult than kind of just the normal being involved in comic creator, but kind of expanding outside of comics to be in this sort of greater creative community, especially if it's something local where you all have in common that you all know the same place and you're all sort of in the same spaces. Whether they're like maybe they're poets or photographers or they're painters. That to me has been something that I've been a little bit better about lately. But everything else you guys said definitely is also true. Something else I did that's been successful is I've always done like a deluxe edition with the original script and commentary pages. So you don't need more art. You have the same. You have the story pages, then you do the same story pages over, and then you do commentary on top of them, and then you put the original scripts in. You've easily tripled the length of your book. So then there won't always be a lot of people doing that that want that, but there'll always be a few, and sometimes they only want the PDFs, sometimes it's want the print, but that's always something too. And like I've always kind of experimented with different merch and try to do like one piece of merch that really makes sense with the book, and then because a lot of times merch doesn't work. Like I said, sometimes it's something that people want, sometimes they don't want it, and you're like, well, I just wasted all this money on hats, and but I really think about, like, there are people out there, like if people have told me I really want a t-shirt for this, I go, okay, well I'll do t-shirts, and there's always a handful of people who want t-shirts because they specifically told me they would buy the t-shirt. So I try to do like at least one of those things that I have a really good idea that people will like.
Yeah, I think that's really important. Like you just said, so having somebody say, I want this. Very often people will make something for their campaign. Either A, they think it's cool and nobody else does, or B, they saw it successful in a different campaign, but it doesn't quite align with like their audience or their story or things like that. Like, for example, I think having like coins are very cool, but I have seen people put them in their campaigns and sell exactly zero. And then I saw other people that's basically how they funded their campaign, was people really wanted those coins. They were very cool. And so I think that it's important to know your audience and like ask them questions and be like, hey, like, do you find this interesting? Like, would this be of value? And would you purchase this if I had it up now for this amount of dollars? Whatever it is, like something like you really got to get an answer for that, because the other problem too is if you ask friends and family and you're like, hey, would you get a t-shirt from me? Oh yeah, sure. And it's like, cool, I have one. It's $20. Will you get it? Right. All of a sudden they're, uninterested. So unless dollars are exchanged, it's pretty hard to get that answer. But if you are straightforward, like I'm running a Kickstarter next week or next month, I'm looking at putting reward tiers together. I'm thinking about a pin. Would you be interested in that pin? Oh, maybe. Depends on what it looks like, right? And all of a sudden you show them the pin and they're like, oh, that's garbage, I don't want it. Or, wow, that's really cool. How much, right? And then you tell them how much and they're like, oh man, it's really cool, but I wouldn't spend that much on a pin. Okay, cool. Maybe don't do the pin because maybe the cost of the pin is going to be like, in order for it to make any sense, you have to make at least a little money on it. Because if you just break even, then you're just printing out tons of stuff and then it's all immediately gone. And then you don't have any base to start the next step with. So I do think that's pretty important. I think I got everybody right. Yeah. Cause Braden disappeared on us. But yeah, so I think I got everybody else on the marketing question, right? Yeah. Okay, cool. All right, because we got a few more minutes left. And also anybody who's watching from Facebook, Facebook has an 8-hour limitation. So they're going to cut out in about a minute to 3 minutes, depending on when we started. But they could, or the next 30 seconds, actually, I don't know. It could cut out any moment. So if you're on Facebook, head over to YouTube, because YouTube doesn't have a limit, because they're crazy. They're like, yeah, just stream for 24 straight hours. We don't care. What's Greg want to say?
You didn't call on me.
Oh, that's what I was asking.
That's what I was saying.
What's something that you've done with marketing that other people haven't done, and you're like, that was a cool thing that worked well?
The first Mittens, there's a flash drive that Oscar Paughton, the mob boss on Planet Yarn, gives to Mittens. We used an actual flash drive as a reward item, and we put a bunch of stuff on that flash drive, like for physical backers. So we put like the recipe for a tuna sandwich and a bunch of other stuff on that. People actually got that, like everybody got that. Then we had to make another reward tier with that same item, and so we sold like 18 of those or something.
Yeah, so exactly. But like if you did a thumb drive for like a random Kickstarter, you might not sell anything. So in this sense, we're targeting a sci-fi community, right? We're giving them tech, even though it's just USB. And it's also like the cute, funny idea of the fact that there was like a hidden recipe for the best tuna fish sandwich. You know what I mean? Like that's just silly stuff, but it's enough for someone to go, oh man, that's cool. I like that. I would support that. So yeah, I agree. That was that was a very unique, clever marketing strategy we did. Greg, who's that? Who is that? They just said Greg, and that's it.
Gareth.
I know, but all he said was Greg.
Yeah.
All right, what's up, Gareth? Anyway, that was just strange. It's like Greg, yes, his name's right there. Oh, you can't see me. I just realized I'm like pointing at it. It's like his name's right there. All right, so we only have a few minutes left. I want to actually open it up first before we do outros. Somebody's new to Kickstarter. Actually, before I do that, first off, have any of you seen other Kickstarters? So not your own, that have been out there where you were just blown away by the fact that they were able to raise a bunch of money. It could be something like those crazy ones that raise 150,000, or it could just be something that maybe is like 10,000. You're like, wow, like their goal was like $1,000, and this is a brand new first timer, and for some reason they crushed it. Has there been any campaigns that you guys have seen that they did something and you saw the thing that they did that was unique, that you believe that's likely what led to their success? It's not like you just found some random thing and it's like, wow, they have big boobs on their comic. That's really weird. They got all this money. Or they put cats in space and they got a lot of money. It's like, so other than that, is there any campaign you guys have seen? Maybe you've even backed them because they were just so compelling, where you were like, man, that was really awesome. Anybody?
Gosh, I'm trying to think of all the campaigns I've backed to narrow that down. I don't know. There's like tidbits that everyone offers that are like, I always find are really cool, but just not for me in some senses, and that's kind of hard. It's hard for me to kind of answer that because I kind of look at everything of, would this work for me? Although I think a lot of things are cool, I don't really put them in my memory bank unless I really want to steal them. I mean, stuff like metal covers, I like to experiment with and things like that. But like, I've learned that variants, like you should maybe just have one at max at that point, and make it worth it too at that. But I don't know.
Variance covers, just for anyone who's new in the space, that became a really big thing, especially during the COVID eras where people are like, here's 27 variant covers. And for some reason, people bought all of them. I can't imagine if it's because their pockets were lined with government money, but for some reason they had tons of funds to buy these variant covers. They're like, these are gonna be the best things ever. But regardless of how or why they purchased them, they basically flooded the market so much that now it is over the top. People are tired of them. So now people are paying to get a bunch of covers made and nobody's buying them. So, there's some people that still do it. Like, don't get me wrong. There's definitely some people that is the thing. That's the hook that they got where like, I'll be honest. Some of them are the boob mag covers. You know what I mean? They're like, hey, here's 16 different dresses that they're wearing. It's like, all right, like whatever.
I bet you anything, blind bags are going to be the next big thing people are going to try to chase after. Everyone's going to jump on the blind bag train pretty soon.
See, now there we go. Now explain to the listeners what a blind bag is.
So a blind bag's basically like, they've done it for numerous superhero books, but basically you're getting a comic inside a marketed bag. And you can't see what cover you get in there, what type of comic you're getting in there. So it could be like a metal cover, a foil cover, an exclusive, like a sketch cover. It could be anything. You kind of get a randomized book. And that's kind of trending right now because of DC with Batman. And then they have the V Friends people doing it right now. And I know indies are looking for that right now, which, we're working on it at Comics Wellspring. I think that's going to be the next trending thing that indie creators are going to want to be doing.
And by the way, for those, are each person that buys it getting a different thing, or is it one unique thing that everybody's getting, but nobody knows what it is till it arrives?
So that's the thing too, is figuring out true randomization with blind bags and manufacturing, and that's where it can get tricky. And that's figuring that out is the only thing that we really need to like understand. But you can do that yourself, maybe. I'm sure there's some people who know how to package stuff. But like when it comes to manufacturing and getting it shipped to you, like that, I think it's just figuring out true randomization to push your cause a bit further to that.
Yeah, I think if you're an indie creator who wants to do this and don't have a fulfillment center to do it, I think an easy thing to do is get a collection. If you want to make it randomized and not one thing, because the easiest thing you could do is go, okay, I have this foil cover I made. I didn't tell anybody about it. Or maybe you just have it. Not everybody knows about it because you're a small independent creator. And you're like, hey, you're going to get a random comic that's going to have a specialized cover. And then they all get the same one, which is cool. If you want it to be randomized, an easy way to do that, take all the comics that you're going to submit to the randomizer, put it into an Excel sheet, give them each a number, and you can literally just raffle them off. There's tons of websites where you can get like a raffle, like a ticket puller, and you can just pick them at random. And then if you want to seal them so that they're secret, or honestly, it's going into a box, they're just going to see a comic that they didn't order, put a sticker on it and be like, this is the mystery one. Or another fun thing you can do is you can get those, you can just get a opaque bag so you can't see through it, and get like just what are those, the plastic bag sealers, where it's like it melts the plastic together. I can't remember what they're called, but basically you slide them into the bag and just go and you melt it across. Now they got to open it and it's a whole fun surprise. But there's tons of ways to do it. But yes, that's a awesome idea. The mystery bag, essentially. Everybody loves the mystery box. What's in the box? Awesome. And Jonathan, what's here we go. Nope, it didn't bring it. There we go. Gotcha. What is something you've seen other people do that you were like, that's really cool, and maybe you want to copy, maybe it is for you, or maybe you just think it's a cool idea somebody could copy, but it's not for you. Doesn't matter. What's something amazing you've seen another Kickstarter do that was either, hugely successful or just like more than normal successful, and you're like, that was very awesome?
I backed a lot of projects also, and I don't know that I could put my finger on one thing. I'll say this: when I was starting my Kickstarter, I was terrified that I didn't have enough tiers, and I was just kind of frantically trying to figure stuff out to do. Luckily, all of them kind of worked out. A great trailer is probably, for me, paramount, like in terms of things that I tried to take from other Kickstarters. Like I didn't have anybody that I tried to make the trailer on my own, and it was just a disaster. So finding the right person to work with, and I found somebody that was incredible, I think was a big thing for me. And I got a lot of the advice that you guys are hinting on right now about like big boobs and stuff. And ironically, I kind of did the exact opposite. Like I actually went away from that, and that was a tier that I actually offered. So this is a virgin variant of chapter 1 of the book, where there's actually a panel in the 2 panels in the book with someone that's nude. And I actually had my artist change that. Like, so in the actual novel itself, she's not nude anymore. And the reason for that is that wasn't the brand that I wanted, but also of the early people that read the book, that was something they commented on every single time. It was like 20 reviews that I had, and they were like, oh man, this panel with this. And I was like, that's not what the book's about. The reason why she's nude is because it's a birth of a universe. It was the first panel of the book. So it was the birth of a universe, birth of my writing career, all these things. That's why it was there. So then I ended up turning that into a tier, and actually I think I've sold out of these. So that was something that I don't know that I saw it on something else. It was more learning from the other campaigns and then kind of adapting it to be something that I thought would work for my campaign.
Yeah, I definitely like the idea of avoiding those. Honestly, my big thing was, and Greg knows because I've talked about this a ton of times, I hate when you pull up comics that the top ones, 70% of them are just big boobs. And it's like, I get it, they're doing well, but like how is a younger person or a kid ever supposed to find a good comic on Kickstarter if when they open it up, it's rated R, right? Like that doesn't make any sense. And it's like, I know at one point Kickstarter was going to go real hard against this. They actually had a whole thing where somebody had raised like $150,000 and they wouldn't give them the money at first. They're like, we're not going to allow people to do this on our platform anymore basically, I think I'm assuming that company, whoever that was, sued them because you can't do that retroactively after you have all of these promises made. Especially because if you see that your Kickstarter is shooting off like that and you start making business decisions, yeah, that's a big no in the business world. But the problem is they never did anything about it. Like, it ended up being this huge thing they were going to deal with, and now they didn't even make an NSFW like section where, like, that's how it should be. It should be like video games, board games, comic books, anything that's on there that's rated R. I just wish if they just took it off the main Discover feed, that would be incredibly helpful. It should definitely not come up under magic sorting to have boobs all over the place, because it's like, that ain't magic, that's porn. And so, yeah, definitely, I'm just crapping on Kickstarter for a little bit, but I still love them because obviously we get all our stuff funded through there. But I think that going the opposite of that and just staying true to a beautiful art form that is comics, that doesn't need to have giant boobs on it, there's plenty of other sites for that, is actually a good, bold move to make, because that's what we do. Like, we don't have any of that stuff. Even in our, more aggressive comics, we're not doing that. In fact, I remember Greg and I, when we first got a concept art back for one of the female characters, we were like, it's a little much. Let's dial that back. Like, it's fine. She could be attractive, but like, she shouldn't look like she's unbalanced and about to fall over. So that she's got a really strong back. So
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
I think for me, just know that, like, just to iterate on this conversation, like, when I walk through cons, like, and I've actually had this happen, like, a parent with their child, like, I want to be able to hand them my book and be like, you're good. Like, there's no, like, you don't have to read this before you give it to them. You don't have to worry about what's in this. Like, this is totally fine. And that's intentional. Like, I want a 10-year-old to be able to read my book, a 15-year-old to read my book, 6-year-old, whatever it may be. So yeah, I know that's young Kickstarters, you're going to get that advice. Like, you're going to get that, and it probably will, it could get you some success, but it's to ultimately just make a decision on what you want your comic to be. And that was one for me where it was like, I saw all those, because you're going to see a ton of those successful campaigns. I was like, I'm going to see if I can do this without that and still be successful. And that's because that's what I'm going to do. So anyway.
Yeah.
My workaround around all of that is I want to put together an NSFW comic anthology so it could fund Apollo for like a year or two, and just kill it, get 50K, and just fund everything else.
And you just do kids comics, just one.
Yeah,
it's like all of the proceeds to this nasty comic are going to be made to go make children's comic books, or it's going to be donated to a children's library. Like, so. But no, I definitely think that that's a important thing to, like, don't destroy your brand for a marketing ploy, because in all honesty, like, you might get a bunch of people on that first one, but then the other pretty comic book that comes out is going to take all your fans next time because they didn't like your story. They liked the cover, right? And there's plenty of other people selling those covers too. So you're not going to compete long-term with that unless you've got, lots of money to make lots of variant covers. And Joseph, I don't think we heard from you yet. What's something that you saw somebody else do that you didn't necessarily do, but you were like, man, that was cool, and someone could do that whether it's you or not?
So I know in Symmetry Creations, Matt Knowles and Steph Cannon, they do socks with their campaigns, and I have not been brave enough to try that, but they keep doing it, so it must be working. They make like custom socks with stuff from their comics on the socks, and they've always got a handful of people getting those, and that helps them.
No, I definitely like that. And like we talked about too, it's like having something that fits your needs. Like, I don't think that would work for everybody. But yeah, no, Matt Knowles definitely, it's fun. It's a cool way to, especially if you become known for something. I would say that you could probably pick almost anything, but if you become known for it, it can be like a hook. It's kind of like ugly Christmas sweaters. The joke is now that they're ugly, so let's make them as ugly as possible. I think that if you do something and it's very obviously a joke, some people will buy it, and then some people will continue to buy it because it's funny. it's like, yes, I want this to keep on going. Like, you know, so I think that's another thing. It's like, yeah, you could be really on point. Like I mentioned, the gold coins that somebody, they weren't gold, but like medallions somebody made, and one person sells none of them and the other person funds their whole comic doing it. I definitely think it's, you know, find your uniqueness in all of that. It's very cool. Did I get Greg? Greg, did you go? We kind of rambled.
I don't really know.
Come on, you backed like 500 Kickstarters. There's gonna be one where you're like, that was the coolest thing I've ever seen. We should probably do that. Or somebody else could do it because it was really cool and maybe it just doesn't fit us.
There's a bunch of cool things. I just don't know. Like, you know, like Matt Knowles and Steph Cannon, they've done like glow in the dark pics, but I don't do any music comics. So
no, that's what I said. It doesn't have to be something we do, just something that you think was cool that somebody else could use. And because you back so many, give us 3 examples because I'm going to torture you.
All right, so the glow in the dark guitar picks. They have like leather dragon masks and stuff. Actually, Travis Gibb has done like mystery bags and like Cthulhu books on Kickstarter, so technically he did that already. I don't know. There's a lot.
Good, give me one more.
There's so many.
Full screen. Put the pressure on.
Well, we did something that I think other people did. There's a puzzle book, so there's that.
Nice. Yeah, the puzzle book. That was me, actually. That's police siren. It was a button. I didn't even know that was a button. So that was fun. But yes, that was actually that was actually something that we did that I think is fun. So I ended up going to what is it? A Goodwill, but like the outlet. What is it? There's the Goodwill. What's the one behind it? Basically, when Goodwill's done trying to sell stuff, they put it into like a warehouse, and you can get stuff for like pennies, and it's awesome. So I've gone there a few times to get stuff for like events because. Backyard. But you can get like really cool, like just random stuff. Like we were doing this high tech horror event, so it was like cybernetic stuff, and I just got like random pieces of metal for no reason. They were just like, oh, here's like a metal tube. I don't know what it's for, but it looks cool. We're gonna use it for something, and we got hoodies that we could cut up and use for like a cyborg and all that. So I went there and I ended up going to the book section because it's fun. There's literally just a giant bin filled with books, and I found an I Spy book. And I was like, that's really cool. I used to have 30, actually, I'm sure my dad still has them, like 37 of these things, you know, one for every holiday and then every day in between. And I'm going through the books. I put it aside. And then a few books later, I find a Winnie the Pooh book. And this Winnie the Pooh book had an I Spy feature to it. And I'm like, wait a second. We've got Mitten Space Pilot. We've got a kid's comic. That is such a cool idea to just take all the characters and basically Where's Waldo, make a thing and be like, hey, find the cool thing in here. So that's actually something we built. We pitched for our last campaign for Mittens 3. And so right now we're waiting on the artist to get that done. But it's a cool idea. I think that especially when it comes to like kids comics, there's a lot of fun stuff. Coloring books. You can have like little miniature figurines you could print, just make sure they're not, choking hazard small, but you can get like 3D printed figurines that are a lot cheaper than having like a custom action figure made. But yeah, there's tons of fun stuff. So I like all that. But anyways, we are well past the time when we should have been done, but it was a really fun conversation. I was just dragging it on because we had this is our last panel. It's the end of the con. You guys have been so awesome. I think technically we're supposed to have a trivia. If you guys want to stick around, you can. If not, I'm going to do an outro in a second. And then I think if Greg wants to stick around, I'm going to do one more round of trivia, just to torture everybody. But yes, it was awesome. So before we go, I want to give everybody a chance to shout themselves out. We're going to start off with Brandon. Who are you? What do you do? And where can people find you?
I'm Brandon Blocksdorf, the Brandon Community Director at Comics Wellspring. Make sure you sign up for our newsletter while I'm interviewing Alex Segura tomorrow night here on YouTube on the CWS channel at 6:30 EST. So come hang out with me and Alex and ask some questions, and then hit up Spilled Ink every Thursday night where we do our live drawing. And don't forget to check out Apollo City Comics at apollocitycomics.com. Right now, we have This Comic Goes Fascist for free digitally on our website. This is the last day we're doing it for free. Other than that, we're launching Outer Space #3 in January. And we still have submissions open for this comic Kills Fascist Dos, which will come out next year. So you have the end of the year to send your submission. But hit us up on the socials.
Awesome. I'm pulling an audible. Greg, who are you? What do you do? And where can people find you?
I'm Greg of Sierra Nova Comics. We have ink on Kickstarter for like 38 more hours, and it's funded, but try to get that stretch goal if we can.
What's the stretch goal?
Hardcover option as an add-on. So yeah.
Woo! Awesome. And now it's not working. There we go. Joseph, so who are you? What do you do? And where can people find you?
So our comics right now, we have a bunch of stuff on discount at the Backer Kit Holiday Market that ends tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern. So you go on Backer Kit, search for Holiday Market, search for Heresy Studios around there. You got bundles, everything discounted, getting rid of some inventory. So everything is cheap. There's a bunch of other comic book Holiday Market pages there if you want to look through that. They all end at the same time though tomorrow. And then we have another Backer Kit campaign coming up in January for Pintopia. So we're going to be doing lapel pins based on a comic, The Order of Dracula, and also have comic bundles there too. And then in March, we're launching Colorful Heresies #2, which are horror anthology in every color. And then we also have a website, heresystudios.com, Instagram, Heresy Studios LLC Comics, Blue Sky, Heresy Studios LLC.
Awesome. And Jonathan, you have been here all weekend hanging out with us. You're going to get a discount on your next time you come back. So then you won't have to pay so much to show up so much. It's going to be awesome. But yes, who are you? What do you do? And where can people find you?
This is my Instagram handle, so you can find me there. Give me a follow if you'd like to learn more about Eric and the graphic novel that I just created. Here's the book. Here's what it looks like. It's 132 pages complete. You can pick it up on the Kickstarter was obviously finished and locked down at this point, but you can go to comicavalon.com. That's my personal website where you can buy the book, or you can reach out to me on Instagram and we'll figure something out. But yeah, you've gotten it like 6 times now over the weekend. So
awesome. It's been incredible. I'm so excited that everyone could join us. And also just grateful for all of our sponsors. You can see them running on the bottom. We've got Comics Wellsprings. We've had Blick Art Materials, Global Comics, Blue Rock Media, Apollo City Comics, Metal Ninja Studios. It has been fantastic. This has been an awesome virtual expo. This is our 6th annual. We're going to keep doing this until people tell us to go away. But because no one's here to yell at us, then we get to yell into the void. It's going to be great. But yeah, every year we want to make this better, and every year we have made it better. It's grown. We've gotten more panelists. We've gotten cooler panels. We've gotten cooler guests. We've gotten more sponsors and more involvement from the community, which has been awesome. And my only regret is Timothy Fling wasn't here longer. I'm calling you out in case you're watching. Next year I'm going to drag him here so he can do more panels because he's the man. But yes. Again, thank you, everybody. Thank you, everyone in this panel. Thank you, everybody who's been here for this long weekend. Thank you, Brandon, and thank you, Joel, for meeting with me weekly to put this whole thing together. Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Sel, for touching all the buttons in the background and making everything function this whole time. And thank you, community, who's been watching. Yes, you. So it's been an awesome weekend, and we will see you on the other side. And let's see if I can get that video clip up here right about. Where are you at? Where is it at? Oh my gosh. I forgot which one it is.
So the last one that says thank you?
I had 2 of them. No, not thank you. There's one more before the thank you one.
Oh, is there?
Can you hover on these? Do they tell you the name if you hover on them?
Yeah.
I found it. Awesome. All right. We'll see you on the other side.
Hey, thank you guys so much. This was a blast. This virtual con means so much to all of us, to all the creators involved. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for following all these creators. Support their projects. Thanks for supporting us. Print with Comics Wellspring. Anything you need, we're here. Check out Metal Ninja Studios. Check out Sierra Nova Comics. Check out Apollo City Comics. Thank you to all of our sponsors who we will name now. And stay tuned for next year. We have so much more coming your way. It's going to be bigger, better, more insane. So make sure you connect with all of us. And from the indie community, this means the world. So we'll see you next time.
Nice. That was pretty epic. For anybody who's still here, thank you so much. I know Brandon's like, oh my God, I'm still on the call.
I was just watching that and I was just like looking, I'm like drawing and I was just like, oh, I'm back.
Yeah, that was some epic music. So
cool.
I do want to say one more big shout out for Blue Rock Media, who made all these videos and put them all together. It's been awesome. One thing I wanted to do actually while I'm chatting is I'm going to put their little QR code up here, up in the corner. If you want a video like this for something that you're working on, take a scan of this guy right here. Like I said, it's been awesome. All these videos have been so helpful, especially the intermission ones, giving us breaks and stuff. So it's been very cool. My last thing was just, if anybody was still in the audience that wanted to do trivia, if not, we can close it out. But I'm going to wait just a couple seconds to see if anybody's in the comments like, I want to be tortured with questions. And then, other than that, that's the last thing. Because it's funny, I think is there only one more category left? Oh, no, I had fantasy and I had mystery and crime, but I would only pick one of those. Oh, man, that one's way harder. Ooh.
Bunch of Columbo questions. That's all.
I was going to say, you guys mystery and crime guys? I might do a speed run of it real quick, and then anybody who watches this all the way to the end and they're like, oh, what's this little extra bonus thing at the end? It's like, this is a trivia, and anybody who leaves a comment and answers all the questions, I don't even care if it's because we said them on the live stream. First person who does it will also get a prize because we have too many prizes and not enough people to give them away to yet. I have to figure out how to give away the other prizes. Like, that's how many prizes we have. So it's going to be exciting. So I think I'm going to do it. I'm going to go through it. We're going to do mystery and crime trivia. So I'm going to do a speed run. Let me get the music on, right? We got to get a little background music so that it's not so dry in here. Where is it? Nice. Now we're feeding the ducks. That's what the, All right, ready. Question number 1. Who created the famous Detective Sherlock Holmes?
Oh, man. Oh, shit. I know that too. I'm just too tired on this Sunday to... No.
If you get any part of the name correct, I'll give it to you because this one's
Howard.
Huh?
Howard.
No, not Howard.
Jonathan.
No.
Sir.
Sir's pretty close. That's the first. That's technically the first part of their name. They are indeed a sir.
Okay. All right. See, I'm getting close.
He might have been of a particular table that might be round.
It's Arthur.
Yes, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, right?
Oh, wow.
There you go. Look at that. Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's so funny. The mystery and crime one, it's like I like a lot of that stuff. And even this, I was like, oh, like, I don't know about that. All right. In the comics, Sin City, who created the series?
Oh, Frank Miller.
Frank Miller.
Oh, man. Fast. You got beaten badly, Greg. Oh, my God. What is the name? So question 3, what is the name of the FBI trainee in The Silence of the Lambs?
Agent Starling.
What's the first name?
Clarice.
Hello, Clarice. Excellent. Question number 4. In Death Note.
No,
what?
I'm not gonna know this.
What object allows Light Yagami to kill by writing?
Notebook.
What is it?
Notebook. It's a journal. The Death Notebook.
It is the Death Note. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that was one. I love when I got like trick questions in here. Where like, what was the one yesterday, Greg? Where it was like, what was the name of the Mortal Kombat, or what was the name of the tournament in the Mortal Kombat movie?
Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, it's the Mortal Kombat tournament. All right. What is Batman's profession when he is not Batman? And there are 3 answers, and you have to get all 3 of them.
A billionaire philanthropist.
Wait, billionaire what?
Philanthropist.
Yeah, and one more.
A CEO. Oh, you said CEO.
Yes, CEO of Wayne Enterprises. Absolutely correct. It's almost like the Tony Stark's line. It's like, what if without your suit, what are you? I don't know, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist. Like, so yes. So now, so that was question 5. So question 6. In Knives Out, who plays Detective Benoit Blanc?
Daniel Craig.
Yeah, James Bond.
Yeah, Daniel Craig. Nice.
I just watched all the Bond movies. I should have said that way fast.
Question 7. What iconic noir detective appears in The Maltese Falcon?
What was the Bogart movie you just talked about? I spaced out the first half of the question.
No, what iconic noir detective appears in The Maltese Falcon? So the name is The Maltese Falcon.
Yeah, the Bogart movie. I don't know the answer to it.
Does Greg have no idea? I can't tell if what face. Sam Spade, alliteration, king here. That's totally fine. In the series True Detectives, what is the primary profession of the main character?
Detective.
Yes, it is. It is a police detective. I love these because the face is just like, wait, it can't be that obvious. It is that obvious sometimes, and sometimes it's a pain. Question number 9. Which Agatha Christie character is known for solving mysteries in quaint English villages?
It's actually number 6 in the TV show The Prisoner, so I'm not too sure. It's switched around.
It's got an alliterative name.
Is it the dude with the fancy mustache? Is it that guy, Purdue or whatever? I don't know. No idea.
No, Agatha. What is her character in it? This was a tough one. I wouldn't have known this, to be honest. Miss Marple.
Oh, but yeah, no idea. Nope. No,
not a clue. I don't even know if that's a real thing. Somebody made this one up. All right. The next one is one that I very much like. In Watchmen, right? Ooh, we're on our toes. We're ready for this one. In Watchmen, which masked vigilante keeps a journal documenting the events?
Rorschach.
Yeah.
Boom. Yeah, Rorschach. Greg, man, so slow. You get slaughtered.
No, Greg beat me on a couple. It's a tight race here.
All right. In the comic series Black Sad, which type of animal is Detective John Blacksad?
Pigeon, a bird, a monkey, a lizard, cat.
I'll give you what?
Cat.
What kind of cat?
It's a black cat.
It is a black cat. It's a morphic black cat. See, yes. Excellent. And now, question number 12. What is the name of the serial killer antagonist in 7, from 1990.
Oh, fuck, what's his name?
I know, yeah.
Do you know who it was played by? Okay, Kevin Spacey, halfway there.
Yeah.
Let me know if you need a hint. I will give you a
Was
hint.
his name Kevin in the movie too? I don't know.
No, it's not Kevin. But do you need a hint, or do you think you can get there?
John Doe.
Yes, John Doe.
Yeah, there you go. That's
I was gonna say it's like this is such a common name that even dead people use it. It was gonna be my hint. But yes, it is John Doe, played by Kevin Spacey. So that is all the normal questions. I got one special question for the viewers out there. Greg's gonna know the answer, so you gotta wait a minute, Greg, and then you can answer it. But from the series, the Seer Chronicles, the discontinued series, issue 2 is like a crime detective noir. What is the name of the detective who takes one for the team?
Greg.
No, it's not Greg.
Columbo.
No. Greg, I'll give you a countdown and then you can list off the names.
Dylan, Steve, John, Twitch, Sam.
It's a body
Bobby,
of water.
Pacific, Indian, Atlantic, Northern.
Lake Holt.
Detective Lake Holt. That is correct. So for any fans out there who watch this later,
He'll be in like Fireproof, but he won't be like in Seer Chronicles.
I would have eventually guessed that once I got to the lakes.
You were like, Great Lake, Superior.
Erie.
Lake Holt, right? That's a lake. Anyways, that was awesome to do one last little bonus round of trivia. Thank you so much, Brandon, for sticking around, and Greg. Now
Happy to be here.
Yeah, now we can play the final video, and when this one plays, we're just gonna let this one play out, and once it's done, Greg, we can kill the feed. This one's about 3 minutes, Greg, so it's just you might be able to kill the feed in the middle of it. I don't know. We'll find out, but I'm just gonna let it play out so that people have a nice little outro. But thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Brandon. Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Joel. Thank you, Universe. Thank you to our sponsor, Comics Wellsprings, Blick Art Materials, Global Comics, Blue Rock Media, Apollo City Comics, and Metal Ninja Studios. It's been awesome. Peace.